Chapter 1. 27-inch. But here is what I tell you who hear me. Love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. 28. Bless those who call down curses on you. And pray for those who treat you badly. 29-inch. Suppose someone hits you on one cheek. Turn your other cheek to him also. Suppose someone takes your coat. Don't stop him from taking your shirt. 30-inch. Give to everyone who asks you. And if anyone takes what belongs to you, don't ask to get it back. 31. Do to others as you want them to do to you. Luke 6, Sermon on the Mount, Words of Jesus, NIV. April of 1859, Edinburgh, Scotland. Annabelle Charlotte Rosemont lifted her skirts carefully to navigate a puddle along the walkway as she passed various storefronts on High Street not far from her father's general store. Everything in Edinburgh had been blanketed in an afternoon spring rain shower, but the sun had come up and glistened cheerfully on everything. She remained determined not to let a little rain dampen her mood. A walk would do her good and give her a chance to breathe the fresh air, although she dreaded the destination with every fiber of her being. An open carriage drove through another puddle, threatening to splash her gown, but she avoided the mishap, expertly navigating the busy, uneven, brick-paved road running parallel to Market Street. The crook in her elbow was already growing heavy from the weight of the basket she carried. Her mother had filled it with a bannock loaf, several scones, 2 pastries, 1 jar of raspberry jam, a small wedge of cheese, and a slice of apple pie for her widowed grandmother, Eleanor Kirkland. She shifted the basket to her other arm and turned right onto South Bridge, waving in return as she passed Mrs. Macpherson, beneath an elegant parasol and seated beside her husband in a cockle, turning onto High Street from South Bridge. Among their most loyal customers, no doubt they'd be stopping in at Rosemont's general store to purchase a few items. While Mr. Macpherson leaned on the counter and talked about the town news with her father, Jonathan Rosemont, Mrs. Macpherson would linger over the newest shipment of yard goods and have a friendly chat with her mother, Edith Kirkland Rosemont. By now, she'd have finished her tea in the parlor where they lived above stairs over the establishment. It had been 3 years since Annabelle's grandfather, Fergus Kirkland, had passed on, leaving her grandmother to live alone in the lovely mansion on Lauriston Place not too far from the park and George's Square. The grand 3-story mansion faced Meadow Park and the southern shore of the arm of the North Sea, the Firth of Forth. From the 2nd and 3rd-story windows, the view never failed to stun her into awe and silence. Lauriston Place functioned as the dividing line between the sections of Edinburgh referred to as Old Town and Lauriston. Annabelle sometimes wondered which of her grandmother's children would inherit the mansion and if they'd even bother to reside in it year-round. Eleanor's firstborn son, Annabelle's uncle Duncan Kirkland, and his wife, Aunt Charlotte, were busy in Glasgow where he owned and operated a textile mill and she raised their 3 children. Her grandmother's eldest daughter, Aunt Margaret, lived in northern Scotland in a charming country house on a sheep farm on the outskirts of Aberdeen with her husband, Uncle Joseph McBride, and their 2 children. That left Annabelle's mother, Edith Kirkland Rosemont, her youngest daughter, to look after Eleanor. Sometimes Uncle Duncan would come to Edinburgh from Glasgow with his family for long weekends, but in recent months, the visits had been fewer and farther between than ever. Nonetheless, Eleanor Ruth Kirkland remained sharp of tongue and wit, though sometimes forgetful and repetitive. She ran the mansion on a tight budget with the help of 1 maid-servant and a gardener who came by a few times each week to tend the small kitchen garden and maintain the lawn, shrubs, and roses around the front and rear of the mansion. The maid, Miss Florence, appreciated Edith Rosemont's efforts to send a few baked goods and preserves each week, usually via Annabelle. It was all Florence could do to keep up with light housekeeping, light cooking, and caring for Eleanor's other needs and occasional whims. Annabelle crossed over Cowgate Street and continued on further into Old Town, truly thankful for Miss Florence. She turned left on Chambers Street, left on George IV Bridge, and finally, left on Lauriston Place, making her way downward past 3- and 5-story tenements and townhome dwellings built along craggy streets. The closer she traversed to the end of the street, the heavier the basket grew. When she arrived in the section of her grandmother's neighboring stately homes, she checked the yellow plaid skirts of her promenade gown for stains. Then she attempted to tuck stray tresses of her red hair back under her straw bonnet tied with a wide yellow bow to the right side of her chin. Satisfied, she continued on until she stood between the white stone urns containing tulips and daffodils on the veranda. She placed the basket on the veranda and removed one white glove to spread the yellow ribbon of her bonnet wider. Then she slid the glove on, drew in a deep breath, and squared her shoulders to brace herself. She used the knocker on the white door to knock firmly and loudly 3 times. A long minute later, the door swept open to reveal Miss Florence in her white cap and crisp apron over her dark dress. "Oh, am I glad to see ye. Do come in," Miss Florence bobbed with a wide grin. "She's in the sittin' room and in healthy spirits today. Mayhap I can get the washin' done whilst ye sit with your grandmamma." "Thank ye, kindly, Miss Florence." Annabelle cracked a slight smile as the little maid led her to the first-floor sitting room on the left of the front hall. "I'll just be in the kitchen, but as ye see, tea's ready and Ms. Kirkland's been expectin' ye." She accepted the basket and flitted away as Annabelle sat down in the armchair beside her grandmother. She dare not remove her bonnet lest Eleanor Kirkland think she planned to stay long. "Good afternoon, child," Eleanor's raspy voice greeted. Her grandmother's black, low-heeled ankle boots rested on the footstool before her. She held an embroidery hoop in her hands and could still thread a needle to match the speed of any well-trained seamstress. She wore a dark cap and a black linen gown with pagoda sleeves, both with a minimum of frills, dressed in full mourning, although the customary period of 1 year for a deceased spouse had passed 2 years ago. Her narrow eyes followed Annabelle's every move. "Good afternoon, grandmother," Annabelle replied nervously as she peeled her gloves off. "I brought you a basket of goodies, including a slice of apple pie, a bannock loaf mother baked fresh today, scones, and raspberry jam. There's a wedge of cheese, too, very good." Eleanor nodded, her eyes narrowing even more as she studied her granddaughter. "Tell Edith I said, tapid leet." I will tell her ye thank her." Annabelle nodded stiffly and shifted uncomfortably in her chair as she looked about the pleasant parlor. The light coming in from the front picture window was cheerful and cast an airy feel over the spacious room. The velvet drapes in a shade of forest green were a lovely contrast to the cream-colored walls and complemented the dark cherry sofa and chairs with the well-placed end tables gathered around the walnut fireplace, the centerpiece of the room. The bits of rose, minty greens, and olive green shades of fabric in the cushions and throw pillows were soothing and inviting. If only her grandmother would seem more like her parlor, but something had snapped in her since the death of her beloved husband, and she was no longer the same. Annabelle tried with all her might to remember her as she'd been before Fergus had passed. "Still no beau?" Her grandmother tapped her cane on the parlor tapestry. "Still no beau," Annabelle replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "What? I can't hear ye, lass." "Speak up," her grandmother barked. "Yes, ma'am." Annabelle swallowed, her mouth going dry. "Still no beau. I've ne'er heard o' such a thing in the Kirkland history. 24 years and ye 'ave no beau. Ye are a disgrace to the Kirkland lineage, I tell ye. Ye'll be a spinster if ye keep it up and don't say I didna warn ye." Eleanor Kirkland thumped her cane 3 more times on the floor, for good measure. With each tap of the cane, Annabelle flinched, but she didn't respond. She tried to focus on her Savior, picturing him suffering for her. She tried to consider all Jesus had endured when they nailed him to the cross for the sins of humanity. Focusing on his suffering made her own somehow far less troubling. Her knuckles grew white as she clasped the arms of the chair and waited until it would be time to go. "It's that plain face under that red hair, I tell ye, and you're too tall fair a lass. No man wants a wife taller than he be himself." She tapped her cane again. "Ye did na inherit that plain face and tall legs from the Kirkland women. Must be that despicable Rosemont heritage." Her grandmother paused. "Well, what ave ye to say fair yourself?" "I resolved to do better, grandmamma." Annabelle's voice quivered softly, but it was all she could manage after enduring her insults week after week. Maybe Miss Florence would return from laundering the clothes in the kitchen and check on them soon. "HMPF, ye said that last week, and the week before. Even your younger sister, Rieni, has enough sense to find herself a beau." She'll be married afore winter and bless me with a wee bairn next summer, mark me words. She gots all the looks in the family, and God gave ye none, so ye ave to work harder at it, lass. Harder, I tell ye. Eleanor heaved a sigh and clucked her tongue. Aye. Annabelle's eyes blinked back tears from the sting of her grandmother's heartless words. If Grandpapa were still alive, she wouldn't have slipped into such a bitter character. In any case, she wouldn't let her grandmother see her cry. Pour the tea, lass. And then, just like that, Eleanor became abruptly pleasant and ended her vile remarks, seemingly satisfied she'd placed backbone into her Scottish granddaughter. It was almost as if she hadn't any memory of the conversation. Aye, grandmother, she replied dutifully, picking up the teapot on the table between them with trembling, cautious hands. Sometimes she wanted to fling it at her, but she had to refrain lest she acted upon her desire. The conversation turned to talk of the weather, last Sunday's sermon, and reading the letter her grandmother had received from Aunt Margaret's daughter, Mary McBride, Annabelle's cousin in Aberdeen. The letter had arrived a fortnight ago, but grandmother would ask her to read it on each visit until she wearied of it. She poured tea for both of them one more time. Then she was asked to read the letter from Frances Kirkland, her cousin in Glasgow, even though she'd read it to her last week. Finally, Eleanor reached for her purse and produced the customary pound sterling, beckoning for her to step forward, and then slapping it into her hands. She bobbed a curtsy, and fled the parlor, clutching the pound in her tightly wrapped fist, anxious to be rid of her grandmother's harsh presence. She nearly collided with Florence, carrying a tea tray, in the hall. "Beg your pardon, Miss Rosemont." The maid stood still with the tray of scones and more tea. "So sorry, I'm a wee bit late tending ye." "'Tis no trouble, Florence. I'll let myself out." Annabelle hurried out the front door, afraid to permit anyone to see the tears she blinked back. She had no idea if Eleanor Kirkland would remember the harsh words she'd spoken, but she had no intention of bringing the subject up. All she knew was something gripped her beloved grandmother and had changed her into someone she never wanted to see again. Chapter 2. Never forget the 3 powerful resources you always have available to you: love, prayer, and forgiveness. H. Jackson Brown, Jr., American author, best known for his best-selling book, Life's Little Instruction Book. Annabelle lay wide awake in her bed in the room she used to share with her sister, Irene, Rieni to those who knew her well. As the tears slid down her cheeks onto the pillowcase, she thanked the good Lord above for having given their brother's room to her younger sister when he'd become an apprentice to Uncle Duncan at the cotton mill in Glasgow. At least she could shed her tears in the privacy of her own bedroom without anyone hearing her wretched, pitiful sobs. She flung the blankets off and paced barefoot on the oval rug before the fireplace in the bedroom with the tiny roseprint wallpaper. Her fists were clenched so tightly, the tips of her fingernails dug into her own skin. There was a lump in her throat the size of the North Sea. She recognized it was partly her own pride and perhaps self-preservation of dignity which prevented her from sharing the burden of revealing grandmother's harsh words to anyone else. Eleanor didn't generally speak to others so sharply, though she was known to be sharp of tongue on certain issues. Annabelle found herself aghast, perplexed, angry, and deeply sorrowful after enduring the onslaught of insults for nearly 3 years. The one thing helping her was the idea the insults were delivered privately. The trouble was, nearly everything her maternal grandmother had said was true. She was tall, painfully tall. She was dreadfully plain of face. She did have red hair, oddly enough, something she'd inherited from her mother, Eleanor's own flesh and blood daughter. Her eyes were boring brown. They were almost hazel, though Mama always said her eyes were beautiful on bright, sunny days. At 24, she hadn't ever had a single beau, not even one. She'd been too tall since before age 13. She'd never even been kissed by a boy before. Most considered her not marriageable. Men didn't appear to desire a woman who was intelligent, competent, read lots of books, frank in speech, and taller than most males. Perhaps Mama had permitted her to attend too many lectures which had filled her head with too much knowledge and a thirst for more. As Eleanor had mentioned, at 19, Rieni was already engaged, albeit to a vicar of the Free Presbyterian Church which had broken off from the United Presbyterian Church of Scotland. Grandmother apparently overlooked this glaring difference, something she'd normally have considered a treasonous flaw. Some in the Free Presbyterian Church celebrated Christmas, and that was clearly not permissible by the United Presbyterians. The faith generations of Kirklands had been brought up to honor. Nonetheless, Jonathan Rosemont was a Baptist Anglican like his brother, a Welsh clergyman, Vicar James Rosemont. Her father insisted they celebrate Christmas each year, and Annabelle suspected this matter, the source of a number of heated arguments over the years between Eleanor and her daughter and son-in-law, and a number of others, might be at the root of Grandmother Kirkland's sharp tongue. Pointing fingers, Annabelle had learned early on, was never a good path. Taking after their father with his French and English heritage, Irene did seem to have all the looks and charm in the family with her vivacious personality, brunette locks, and big, blue eyes. She was a tiny replica of father, except in height. Somehow, because she was going to marry, Eleanor considered Irene to be above reproach. Annabelle, on the other hand, had inherited her father's height and his strong appreciation for Christmas, even though they still dutifully attended the St. Giles Cathedral on the Royal Mile leading up to Edinburgh Castle, sitting high up on the hill overlooking the city. They occasionally went to hear Riene's fiancé, Vicar Matthew Hamilton, deliver his sermons in the Free Church. Grandma Kirkland overlooked his church affiliation and seemed proud to be gaining a grandson dedicated to serving in the kirk, as the Scots called the church. In any case, if she had any displeasure about Vicar Hamilton's kirk, perhaps she projected it onto Annabelle along with her hurling insults about her father's side of the family, while Riene looked to be developing a bright future for herself as a vicar's wife, with the hope and promise of a family of her own at some point. Annabelle was drowning in spinsterhood. She'd thrown herself into reading books, studying the scriptures, and helping her parents with the store and housekeeping. When she didn't have her nose in a book and wasn't busy assisting with the store or the household chores, she sought solace in writing letters, journaling, or sewing. She loved to embroider, much like Eleanor, who, when Fergus had been alive, had praised her granddaughter's sewing and reading endeavors. Something had surely turned inside out with regard to her grandmother, and Annabelle could only assume it was partly grief and partly the senility of an old woman. She'd wandered toward the bed as she paced. Now her thoughts drove her to reach for her pillow and fling it across the room. Then she stood heaving, her hands resting on her slender hips, covered by a long, white linen nightgown. No more, Eleanor Kirkland. I don't care who inherits your old mansion facing the sea. I shan't ever be made to listen to you again. I forgive you, and may God have mercy on your soul. She stopped pacing and crossed the room to sit at the writing desk beneath the window looking down over High Street from above her father's store. She reached for the box of matches inside her desk drawer and lit the candle. Then she picked up the stack of letters from Cousin Geneva and Aunt Millicent from America. She chose the one on the top from Aunt Millie and opened the letter to read the invitation again. Dearest Annabelle, come to America, but I don't believe you'll want to return to Scotland anytime soon. Finding a tall marriageable fellow is no problem in Kentucky. There's a tall, reddish-gold-haired fellow here named Balfour MacGregor. Well, he's not from Kentucky, but he's very Scottish and we became acquainted at once since we've the same roots. He's from Virginia, where Ridge hails. He's a childhood friend of Geneva's husband. Imagine my delight to discover his Scottish heritage. I so wish you could have been here on your cousin's wedding day last June. She was the most beautiful June bride I think Kentucky has ever seen, and I'm sure you'll be the next most beautiful bride to grace our hills. You'll see what I mean about hills when you arrive. In fact, Grace Hill Manor and Mission is on a hill, and Kentucky is hill country. Can you believe Geneva and Ridge have been married for nearly a full year? In any case, don't mind my rambling on about the wedding and Kentucky geography. I've told Balfour all about you. However, let me be clear. He's looking to start a general store in Oregon and needs a wife to go west with him. It is a dangerous journey fraught with peril, but there's a good future waiting for you both on the other side. I believe you should pray about it, but the hand of Providence will protect and guide you. Besides that, though he is American, his grandparents came here from Scotland many years ago. He's been raised with a Scottish heritage and his grandfather even taught him to play the bagpipes. I managed to discover he's descended from the MacGregor clan and some other clan I can't quite recall. I'm sure he'll tell you all about it at some point. He's a quiet fellow. He was Ridge's best man in the wedding, and you should have heard him play those bagpipes on their wedding day. Oh, there I go again, rambling on about the wedding. I've only ever known him as Balfour until recently. I think you and he would make such a lovely pair. He's agreed to a brief courtship upon your arrival, and then he would marry you before heading westward, if you're agreeable to have him. Yes, I suppose you could say I'm a bit of a matchmaker, truth be told. I do so hope you'll like him. He seems very excited about meeting you, and I've enclosed a letter from him. There's one for your father, too. Oh, and not to worry about the fare for the ship. He'll reimburse it if you board a ship and marry him. I eagerly await your reply along with Balfour. Be sure not to keep him waiting too long. He does have a son and a daughter from a previous marriage, but they truly need a mother and are very well behaved. Yes, he is widowed, but he resides in a comfortable cottage on the grounds of Sarah Rose Hall at present. Affectionately, Aunt Millie. Then she opened Balfour's letter for at least the 20th time. She'd only briefly mentioned to her aunt, her father's sister, that she'd had a difficult time finding a beau due to being so tall. Blessed Aunt Millie had at once taken the task of finding her niece a mate quite seriously. She supposed she could have told her grandmother about the offer, but at this point, Grandmother Kirkland didn't deserve the knowledge and Annabelle was far too weary to defend herself. It was too late for such notions. The damage had already been done and her wounds were deep. As she stared at the letter, the Lord gently reminded her the injuries had been the enemy of her soul talking. Her grandmother had merely listened and mindlessly repeated words she shouldn't have. She'd taken liberties with her tongue and Annabelle had allowed her to do so. She should have stood up for herself a long time ago and put a stop to the evil, but she'd had too much self-doubt and had chosen instead to employ the power of ignoring the insults. It worked for a time, until she was alone at night with her thoughts and memories, but it hadn't prevented a reoccurrence of the same each week. Her hands trembled as she held his letter up to the moonlight streaming in the window, peeking through the rose-colored curtains. She'd committed the words to her memory and kept them in her heart, searching them over and over again, to see if they might be true. She half expected the words to disappear from the letter each time she returned to it, but not only did the words and ink remain on the paper, they had more than a resemblance of honor and commitment. Love, perhaps that would come in time. His letter gave her hope. His words were kind, honest, and forthright. It gave her pause for thought to consider taking on the monumental task of raising someone else's children, but would it not be better than the plight of remaining alone for the rest of her life? She considered it a risk worth pursuing, since she'd not had any romantic encounters in Scotland. If something didn't happen soon, she'd die having never loved. She needed to read the letter again. Had not the hand of God shut all other doors and left only this one open? Was he not driving her toward this, leaving her no other viable alternatives? Dear Annabelle, I am writing to confirm that I have had a discussion with your Aunt Millicent Bradford. It is with great joy and hope that I write to tell you I look forward to our courtship and marriage if you are agreeable to my proposal. I've been widowed for 7 long years and am looking forward to beginning a new chapter in my life. My children, Philip and Charity, age 7 and 5 respectively, would dearly embrace a mother. They do not remember their own, as Philippa died in childbirth delivering Charity. Philip was 2 years of age at the time. They long for a mother's arms and love, something they've never really experienced except from their grandmothers and one aunt, my sister. Until about a year and a half ago, I resided in Virginia, near my family. Ridge's family owned the neighboring property, so we grew up close. We attended school together and then I married, remaining in Virginia, while Ridge went off to find his own way in Kentucky. I decided to sell my farm and begin life anew in Kentucky about a year and a half ago. Since being here at Sarah Rose Hall, I'd decided to head west to Oregon and aim to purchase a general store and some property in the Willamette Valley region. The journey is long, but it's not as dangerous as it used to be. I realize we haven't met, but after all Geneva and your aunt have told me, I feel as though I know you. I promise to do all I can to give you a happy life. I promise to love, honor, and cherish you. I would care for and protect you to the best of my ability. Nothing would please my parents more than if I were to marry into a Scottish family. Though humble roots, we MacGregors are hard-working and God-fearing. I have blondish red hair and blue eyes, and a few freckles, which have faded with age. I'm tall and of average build. The children have my blue eyes. They've been given a more pure red hair from their mother and maybe a tad of my Scottish ancestry. My great-grandmother had red hair, God rest her soul. It was her wish I be named Balfour after a place in northern Scotland of which you are probably familiar. I believe my two dear children will like you at once, as Geneva tells me you have beautiful red hair. Our marriage would make me the happiest man on earth. I would treat you with every kindness and respect due you. I eagerly await your reply and will reimburse you for the costs associated with your journey. Please pray about my offer of marriage and write back to me at your earliest possible convenience. Warm regards, Balfour MacGregor. Refusing to believe the good Lord above had given her no beauty, she sat up straighter at her desk and squared her slim shoulders. She did indeed possess a few good looks, though in a different way than Rieni. Those vile words may be Eleanor's thoughts, but they did not have to become her viewpoints. Reminding herself of this had been her one defense in the years since grandfather had passed, leaving behind a vulnerable granddaughter with an ache in her heart. Perhaps Eleanor's ache was greater still, but it gave her no right. Apparently, tall was still a desirable quality, and furthermore, Geneva had even referred to her red hair as beautiful, though many a Scotsman believed the old local tales that it was bad luck for a woman with red hair to be the first to set foot in a house on New Year's Day. So there, grandmother. Your words are rubbish. Rubbish. Vile rubbish. Eleanor might not be present to hear her words, but it did Annabelle good to speak her mind. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, she reminded herself, wiping away another tear. She must not allow hateful words to destroy her confidence and erode her self-esteem, although she'd been fighting to hold on to anything she could in the way of poise and self-assurance. It was as though heaven had thrown her a lifeline through Aunt Millicent. Someone on this earth, though on another continent and separated by a vast ocean from her at present, desired her. He promised to love and value her, to cherish her. Her heart beat just a little faster to ponder this strange new circumstance so utterly foreign to her soul and mind. Annabelle's entire family would be so completely surprised, but no one more than her own self. She opened the inkwell, drew a sheet of letter-writing paper out of her drawer, picked up her pen, and dipped the nub in the well. Dear Balfour, I write to inform you that I have prayerfully considered your offer of marriage. I will accept your proposal if our courtship goes well. She paused to think what else she might write to him and found herself biting the end of the pen. In the morning, she'd break the news to her parents, insist upon their cooperation, and begin preparing for the journey at once. She'd have to find a way to say farewell to her beloved family and her beloved Edinburgh, the only home she'd ever known. If she departed soon, she'd be installed at Aunt Millie's Kentucky plantation and mission school by June. Thankfully, she'd saved all of the coins from Eleanor and most of the weekly allowance her father had given her for helping with the store and housekeeping. Her savings, now quite a sizable sum, would be more than enough to pay for her journey, even if Papa declined to finance the journey or cooperate, although she did not think he would refuse when he saw the joy and happiness this new prospect and adventure gave his eldest daughter. Seated at the desk bathed in moonlight, Annabelle decided she'd not be visiting her grandmother again. She couldn't subject herself to any more chiding, but she reminded herself to maintain a forgiving spirit and decided whatever had possessed her grandmother to be so entirely cruel must be forgotten forever. Some things were best left to God to sort out. It would take some time to heal from the harsh words which grieved her soul. For now, keeping a distance would prove to be wise. She had only to persuade Papa, since he'd lost his sister, her Aunt Millicent, to the States and the American Colonel Bradford, he'd be the one who'd need the most convincing. Chapter 3. Mishaps are like knives that either serve us or cut us, as we grasp them by the blade or the handle. James Russell Lowell, American poet, editor, critic, and diplomat of the 1800s. Geneva Morgan gasped and sat straight up in bed, her eyes popping open. What was that wailing, endless noise, jarring her awake? She elbowed her husband as hard as she could and hollered, "Heavens to Betsy! London Bridge is falling. Surely the Queen's cavalry approaches. Wake up, Ridge. Wake up." Huh? Ridge groaned and one eye barely opened as he lifted his head off the pillow. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, bagpipes. Go back to sleep, dear. It's only Balfour." Bagpipes again, at the crack of dawn? Geneva, barely cognizant of her surroundings, blinked. A bit of sunlight crept into their bedroom and across the four-poster bed, through the lace panels between the heavy drapes at the windows. She heard the melody of Amazing Grace piped through the glass window panes. What has taken hold of that man? Does he not sleep? He's standing in the middle of our wheat field, thanking the Lord for his bride coming from Scotland, probably wearing a kilt, too. Ridge sat up briefly, but he didn't open his eyes. She could see he looked tired enough to sleep at least a few more hours. He burrowed under the sheet, yawning as he began to drift back to sleep before their usual waking time. Gentlemen farmers didn't have to rise before mid-morning, she reminded herself. Like her Aunt Millie, Ridge didn't believe in slavery as so many other plantation owners did. He'd hired plenty of help and sharecroppers to tend the livestock, grounds, the fields, and the house. Frankly, they could sleep all day if they so desired, but they both continued to rise to see to the duties which befell owners and lend a helping hand in nearly everything. She could barely understand his weary mumbling when he added, "I blame Aunt Millie. Ever since she told him of your cousin, he's been determined to practice those bagpipes." Geneva sighed and fell back on the pillow, then nestled closer to her husband, thinking later in the morning she'd be assisting with pouring the tallow into candle molds before her visit to Grace Hill. They used an enormous amount of candles at both Grace Hill and Sarah Rose Hall, and she enjoyed the task of making new candles. However, she needed rest to see to her duties. Balfour's celebration of his impending proposal was taking a toll on her sleep requirements. She'd ne'er met a fellow so happy to have found a bride as Balfour, to have discovered the existence of Annabelle. If only he'd play those bagpipes a little later in the day. She reminded herself to have a word with him as soon as possible and fell back asleep on her goose-down pillow, safe in her husband's arms. Annabelle bounded down the staircase of Grace Hill with a wide smile on her face as Craymore, Aunt Millie's employed butler, opened the doors for her cousin. She'd heard the carriage arrive from her front-facing bedroom windows and hadn't wasted a moment finding her way downstairs, though she was still completely lost in the grand home. Geneva glided inside the foyer and paused to remove her fashionable wide-brimmed hat, squealing with delight to see her cousin. Her mouth dropped open as she appeared to be taking in the transformed entrance as the sights and smells of hydrangea, sweet pea, lilies, roses, and hollyhocks filled every nook and cranny. She handed her hat to the butler and then introduced her stepdaughter, Belrain, as Annabelle reached the bottom step and with outstretched arms, stepped forward to greet them both. "Annabelle, I'm so delighted you're finally here." Geneva allowed herself to be enfolded in her arms. "I can't tell you how happy I am to have you in our midst. Look at these flowers. Are these all from Balfour? My goodness, there isn't an empty table in this entire entrance." Annabelle blushed and nodded. "Yes, they're all from Balfour. They arrived this morning, but I haven't had a moment to inspect them all. Isn't it wonderful? They took me quite by surprise. I'm tremendously happy to be here with you. I can't tell you how good it is to see you and to be done with my travels, for now at least." Annabelle tucked her arm in the crook of her cousin's, and the two climbed the staircase to Aunt Millie's sitting room. She'd barely caught sight of a dark-haired handsome gentleman when the front doors opened, and she thought the fellow might be Ridge as he drove the carriage around to the stables. She guessed he planned to visit with Joseph Kemp, her aunt's business manager, if she'd remembered his name correctly. They both paused on the steps and turned to look behind them when Geneva addressed her stepdaughter. "Are you coming, Belrain?" Belrain nodded after recovering from her surprise at the quantity of flowers spilling about the foyer. She lifted her skirts and followed with Pendleton tucked safely under one of her arms. The little dog had leapt into her arms at once upon their arrival. "Pendleton's glad you're here, too. Aren't you, Pendleton?" Belrain nuzzled the dog with her cheek. Annabelle noticed the little lap dog looked up with adoration at Belrain, and she couldn't understand why the dog hadn't a drop of appreciation for her yet, but all in good time. Geneva glanced over her shoulder again and smiled to see her stepdaughter holding the fluffy white dog affectionately. Turning back to Annabelle, she continued. She attends school here and Aunt Millie's dog is attached to her. He never did take much to me, but I'll have to tell you how he chased Polly's cat, Peaches, all over this mansion. We had a grand time trying to rescue our sweet cat. Peaches lives at Sarah Rose Hall now and well, she's much happier without that creature. Don't let him fool you. He's got an affinity for creating havoc, but Aunt Millie would never part with him. Speaking of our aunt, her message said you arrived yesterday at about noon. I'm sorry I wasn't here to greet you, but I knew you'd need sleep after the journey. I slept all day and the whole night through. They reached the first landing and paused briefly, lifted their skirts and petticoats higher, and proceeded to the second floor. At the top, Annabelle looked unsure of which way to turn. We turn right here to go to what Aunt Millie titled, and Colonel Bradford before his passing, the upstairs sitting room. You see, Grace Hill has a formal title for each room. The ballroom is here on the left, and this is the upstairs drawing room. You'll soon know these halls and rooms as well as the back of your hand, Geneva explained as they neared Aunt Millie's sanctuary where their aunt received her closest family and most guests. I slept the first day of my arrival, too. She remembered the journey across the Atlantic from Cardiff, Wales, followed by the harrowing coach ride for days on end through the Appalachians, then down into the Ohio Valley. At Cincinnati, she'd finally boarded a steamboat for a pleasant ride of about 8 hours down the Ohio River. Finally, she'd disembarked at the banks of the growing city of Louisville, Kentucky. She knew Cousin Annabelle had taken the very same journey, following the instructions Aunt Millie sent in her letter to Edinburgh. There you are, ladies, Aunt Millie welcomed them into her domain from the chaise positioned by the window. She placed her embroidery in her lap and held out both hands to clasp those of her nieces and Belrain. Each gave her a kiss on the cheek before they settled onto the sofa and chairs about the room. Thank you, Betsy. Geneva accepted the tea tray from an employed servant girl and served tea for everyone on behalf of her Aunt Millie. Betsy remained close at hand to deliver steaming cups and saucers of tea to each of the ladies since the room was quite spacious. Will there be anything else, ma'am? Betsy looked to Aunt Millie after offering a plate of scones with elderberry jam to each lady. No, thank you, dear. Aunt Millie shook her head. Will you check on us in about half an hour? We might want more tea by then. Yes, ma'am. Betsy bobbed a respectful nod and stepped out of the room, leaving them to their tea and scones. The scones are almost like being in Edinburgh, Aunt Millicent. Annabelle looked relieved to find something familiar in her new environment. Geneva nodded sympathetically at her cousin, knowing the homesick feeling would fall upon her at some point. She remembered how she'd longed for her beloved Wales for the first few months upon her arrival. 'Tis true. The scones prevented me from falling prey to severe melancholy and pining away for England, that is, the scones, and especially the bara brith Delia and Polly kept baking. I brought Mother's recipe with me. Aunt Millie nodded as she placed her teacup gently in the saucer. I remember arriving here from Edinburgh as a young bride when I married Colonel Bradford. Oh, I was dreadfully homesick for months on end. It was the scone recipe I'd brought from Scotland from my mother's kitchen which spared me from falling into deep despair. As I built a new life here in beautiful Kentucky with George, I eventually made new friends and found great joy in serving the Lord. Well, I'm sure you saw the sign for Grace Hill Manor and Mission on the way here. You may have noticed the sign also says a Christian school for ladies in smaller letters. In pursuing the creation of this school for fine young ladies and orphan girls, it took my mind off of my troubles and gave me purpose. The tea and scones, they made me feel like I still had something from my routine and life in Edinburgh. Our students love the tradition as well. I adore the school. I can't wait for Miss Rosemont to meet the other students. A few are away for the summer break, but they'll return in the fall. Most of our students are here for the duration of the year. Belrain sipped her tea and nibbled away at her plate of scones. Speaking of the students, where is Miss Tilson? I did so want to introduce Annabelle to Emma. Geneva tasted some of her scone and waited for Aunt Millie's reply. She's a fine teacher and I help her with the teaching in the afternoons a few days a week when school is in session. Let me think now. Aunt Millie leaned her head to one side trying to recall details. She was up bright and early. She said she was taking Janie, Gertrude, Lindy, Joy, and Patricia writing and then to the library. Really, I'm surprised she isn't here with us. She'd mentioned something about joining us for tea later. They returned in time for a late luncheon. Maybe you'd like to check on her in a little while. I thought you might like to show Annabelle some of the grounds. Sounds perfect. Geneva sipped her tea slowly and then added, a walk on the grounds would be refreshing. I intend to catch up on all the news of England. And while you walk, I could visit with the girls. I'm sure they've missed me since I'm now living at Sarah Rose Hall, Belrain inserted with a wide smile as she continued to pet Pendleton. The little white dog, having settled at her side on the sofa in comfort, occasionally peered up at Belle with nearly as much love and loyalty as he gave his owner, Aunt Millie. Belrain clarified, I was raised mostly at Grace Hill, though. Father's business took him away so often. Being here is like my home away from home. I see, Annabelle replied quietly. Geneva's attention turned from the small furry creature to study her cousin, but something didn't seem right. Annabelle kept looking about the room, taking in the piano on the other side of the room near the balcony doors, the books on the library shelves, and the velvet draperies on the long front windows. However, she looked more than merely out of place. She didn't seem to have heard a word Aunt Millie'd said or anything Belrain had contributed to the conversation. In fact, she looked deeply distracted, barely participating in the conversation and sipping her tea quickly. Her normally peaceful demeanor appeared marred by trembling hands and darting eyes. Is everything all right, cousin? Geneva asked, still holding her teacup close. Her cousin appeared to be thankful to be situated comfortably among family and happy to have safely arrived. Annabelle was known for having the composure of a saint or a regal queen, but not today. Perhaps it was merely the length of the journey and being in an altogether foreign place, but a nagging suspicion told her something was amiss. Annabelle sighed from the same chair beside Aunt Millie where Geneva had once sat on her first day at Grace Hill Manor and Mission. Then she looked down at her teacup. Well, I do so hate to be the cause for any trouble or concern, but I am just beside myself, you see. She placed her tea on the small table beside her sage-green chair and looked up into her cousin's blue eyes. There was a terrible mix-up with my trunks. They'd been delivered to someone else. You can't be serious? Geneva's fine English accent she'd learned from attending a finishing school in London was more than apparent. Her mouth dropped open from her position on the sofa beside Belrain and she held her teacup mid-air. What a dreadful situation. Is there anything to be done? It seems they've simply vanished. Annabelle shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. How many trunks were there? 15-year-old Belrain inquired. 2. Millie sighed and looking at Annabelle, added, We've sent our stable manager, Henry, the driver you met yesterday with the Irish accent, to speak directly with the captain of the steamboat before he returned up the river to Cincinnati. They went over the list of passengers, to no avail. They've no idea who actually received the trunks. Well, they thought they did at first. It turned out to be a wild goose chase and a waste of Henry's time to drive out to the residence. I didn't have a key for the trunks I received to look inside for clues as to who the owner might be, and whoever has mine must not have contacted the captain yet about the mix-up. Annabelle sat up very straight on the edge of her seat as any well-bred lady knew to do. She kept one hand on the other, Geneva suspected, to keep from wringing her hands about her predicament. So you have no other clothing or possessions whatsoever, I presume? Geneva inquired, surveying Annabelle's dress and jacket in a shade of dark plum. It was a pleasant and flattering travel suit, comfortable for summer with the white blouse underneath the jacket and what looked to be crinoline petticoats peeking out from beneath the skirt. The suit, with pagoda sleeves and one large button at the neckline, appeared to be made of lightweight linen and thus, cooler for summer months. She imagined the blouse might be interchangeable with skirts in several other colors, but she wasn't as tall as her cousin to be able to offer assistance by loaning clothing other than perhaps a blouse or shawl. Correct. Annabelle looked pale, but the distress of her situation visibly waned. She appeared to relax as they discussed the mystery. I do have what little was contained in my portmanteau, thankfully, most of my undergarments, one nightgown, 2 changes of clothing, my Bible, a few books, toiletries, and a little of my needlework, some letter-writing utensils, my passport, and writing paper. Oh, and a journal I've been keeping. I'd put everything crucial to the comforts of travel in the portmanteau, to avoid opening the trunks along the journey at inns or hotels. Excellent thinking on your part. Geneva smiled approvingly. That's what I did, too. It made travel far less complicated, but I imagine this mix-up will work itself out soon. Surely the person who received your trunks will return them to the steamboat captain without delay. It is certainly my hope. Annabelle didn't look hopeful at this point. No one has turned anything in yet, but the captain said he would notify us at once if anything appears. We'd incorrectly thought mine went to the person whose trunks we had in our possession and returned them, but oddly enough, the system they have in place for identifying luggage wasn't done properly in the first place, so it remains unresolved. I was just going to ask why the trunks weren't marked as is customary, Geneva began. Turning to Aunt Millie, she asked, what is the name of the family who may have the trunks? The Rosenberg family is the name Henry was given. I believe the ship's captain thought someone read the name on the trunks as Rosenberg instead of Rosemont. I generally know everyone of importance in the area, but I am not acquainted with this family, and Louisville is such a large city now, one of the largest cities west of the Appalachians. I know absolutely nothing about them. There was a long silence before Aunt Millie interrupted their thoughts as they pondered this information and sipped more tea. In any case, have no fear, Annabelle. I intend to spoil you, as I do Geneva and Belrain. Though I cannot replace family heirlooms or your beautiful needlework and personal journals, I can replace everything else you brought with you from Scotland and much more. I took the liberty of dispatching a note alerting my seamstress will be paying her a visit tomorrow morning to purchase a fine wedding trousseau and clothing appropriate for your journey to Oregon. We'll stop at the milliner and a shoe store. Geneva thought she detected a slight quiver on Annabelle's lips, but her cousin wiped a teardrop away and put up a brave front when she responded, You are very kind, Aunt Millie. Wait until you meet Miss Nina Craig. She's the best seamstress in Louisville. She'll make as fine a trousseau for you as the wardrobe of Queen Victoria. It was the only thing Geneva could think of to offer encouragement at this point. She knew Aunt Millie would spoil her. Annabelle smiled gingerly, but Geneva knew her cousin was deeply troubled about the loss. All they could do was pray the trunks were returned as soon as possible. Thank you, Jen. Turning to Aunt Millie, Annabelle added, a trousseau is a most generous gift. I am looking forward to meeting Miss Craig, and soon after I have acquired some suitable clothing, Balfour. Geneva's mouth fell agape in astonishment again. Oh dear. This was a most dire situation, indeed. How could Annabelle be properly introduced to her future husband without a suitable wardrobe to render him stricken with adoration? It would be difficult to keep Balfour away from his intended now that he knew she had arrived. There must be a way to talk her cousin into at least having Balfour dine with them that evening. The man was besotted and hadn't yet met her. Surely he would be discouraged without an invitation. They needed to get Annabelle to Miss Craig at once and hire an army of assistants to work miracles. She could only imagine the distress her cousin must be feeling to be so far from home and now to have lost her private journals, letters, needlework, and what few precious heirlooms, household items, and clothing could fit inside those 2 trunks. Geneva placed her tea on the table beside her end of the sofa. If you don't mind, Annabelle, I'll just be a moment. I'm going to check on Emma before our walk. Chapter 4. 10 And she, Hannah, was in bitterness of soul, and prayed unto the Lord, and wept sore. 16 Count not thine handmaid for a daughter of Belial, for out of the abundance of my complaint and grief have I spoken hitherto. 17 Then Eli answered and said, Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant thee thy petition that thou hast asked of him. 18 And she said, Let thine handmaid find grace in thy sight. So the woman went her way, and did eat, and her countenance was no more sad. 1 Samuel 1. Geneva climbed the staircase to the 3rd floor after exiting Aunt Millie's 2nd floor sitting room. She turned left to follow the 3rd floor grand hall, occasionally observing the courtyard through the enormous windows along the hall on her right. Each floor of the plantation house contained a wide hall lined with windows overlooking the courtyard like the one she currently traversed. She loved that nearly every room in Aunt Millie's plantation house emptied onto the hall, with the stunning view of the gardens and terrace. The hall ended directly at Miss Tilson's bedroom door, but she didn't knock right away, hearing the muffled but distinct sounds of sobbing coming from Emma's room in the west wing. The room was in close proximity to both of the dormitory-style rooms for the school's students, but she didn't detect any on the third floor presently. Half of the students were housed in the peach room, the other half in the yellow room. Emma's room was located almost directly between them alongside some other staff quarters. She drew in a deep breath, wondering what might be the matter, and could only hope she might be able to offer some comfort to her fellow teacher and friend. Lord, give me the right words. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door. Normally strong and sensible Emma didn't answer, and Geneva paused. The sobbing stopped and she waited outside the door, hoping it would soon open. She knocked again, this time with, "Emma? It's Jen. Is everything all right? Go away." Miss Tilson's reply from the other side of the door sounded distinctly harsh and angry. More sobbing resumed. "Don't send me away, Emma. I care about you. I'm your friend, and I promise to listen. Don't shut me out," she pleaded, her eyes squeezed shut, praying. There was another long pause before the door finally opened and Emma granted her entrance, closing the door immediately to allow them privacy. One look at her friend and fellow teacher to the students of Grace Hill Manor and Mission revealed puffy, red eyes, tear-stained cheeks, and a face of sorrow. Her shoulders sagged under the weight of her burden, though she usually stood with perfect dignity. Emma appeared defeated and forlorn. She turned away from Geneva and sank into a wooden chair with a pale blue cushion at the tea table in a corner of the room. Placing an elbow on the blue tablecloth, she buried her face in her hand. Geneva observed these details silently and sat in the chair opposite her friend at the table. The pleasant room reminded her of the one her maid from Wales, Polly, had resided in only a few doors down the hall of the West Wing before they'd moved to Sarah Rose Hall after she'd married Ridge. "It's been a while since I've been up here to visit you," she offered quietly as she took in the environment of the simple but comfortable quarters. They'd sometimes shared a cup of tea over lesson planning at Emma's tea table, but now that Geneva's married life had moved her to Sarah Rose Hall, she spent less time at Grace Hill. "I'm sure this delightful room is a most enjoyable respite from the students at times. I've always been enviable of the view from here." Looking out the window, one could see the Ohio River through the thin elm and walnut trees in the distance, and even the bustling river landing, quite similar to the one Ridge maintained at their own neighboring property. A double bed with a blue coverlet occupied one wall, and two armchairs were positioned beneath blue and white floral curtains at the window. A small bureau stood in a corner with a bowl and pitcher. A large brick fireplace and writing desk in another corner took up most of the wall across from the bed. "You are enviable of something I have?" Emma finally broke the silence, looking up and resting an arm on the table. "How can that be? I have nothing to be envied. My life is a perfect uphill climb to utter loneliness and despair." She burst into tears and buried her face in her palm again. "Oh, Emma, don't say such things. You are surrounded by those who love and care for you," Geneva reminded her. "Your students love you like a mother." "A mother? When will I be permitted to become a mother and have my own family? When will the Lord look down from heaven and take pity upon me and grant me a husband and family of my own?" A moan escaped her lips. "I don't mean to sound so full of complaint, but I have wept bitterly today." Geneva wondered what could have come over her friend to bring this severe melancholy upon her. Emma was normally so thankful for her situation since Aunt Millie had taken her in after finding her on the streets of Louisville, penniless, raised in an orphanage as a child, overworked by a seamstress as an adult, and in shock, barely knowing her own identity. Millie had brought her home, nursed her back to health, and given her renewed hope and purpose by offering her a teaching position with meals, boarding, and a small stipend at the mission. Not knowing what to say, Geneva decided it might be best to listen more than to offer advice. This proved effective when Emma gradually began to ramble through a little more explanation for her present state. "I am so plain with this mousy brown hair and only my smile to draw the attention of a potential husband. I fear it is a truth that I do not smile enough, and for some reason, I am continually overlooked. I suppose it is because of the lack of a dowry and living relations, which leads me to appear sorrowful. Men, they only sense deep sadness and lack inside me and look the other way. Geneva listened with compassion in her eyes. What brought this on, Emma? 'Tis so unlike you. Emma continued, ignoring the question posed. She turned in her chair and placed both hands on the table, her tears subsiding for the moment. Her eyes looked hollow. I've tried to appear joyful, and I do have the joy of knowing Christ and having purpose deep within me, but I'm ready for something more. Have I not waited with patience and faithfully served Christ in spite of my troubles? There are so many days and nights when I lay in bed awake longing for a family of my own, and if I wait much longer, I shall be beyond an old maid. Emma stood up and began to pace a few feet, then turned back toward the tea table after a few steps in the small room, and then away again. One hand went to her brow, and another to her hip. Her voice came out bitter, and she appeared to be almost laughing at herself in anger at her predicament. And I've made a stupid mistake, Geneva, a very stupid mistake. We all make mistakes, Geneva offered weakly, sensing the serious nature of her friend's mood. They'd taught so many classes together at the mission. She hated seeing her like this, but she knew if Emma didn't release her thoughts and feelings to at least one trusted person, she'd surely burst or something awful would happen. I'm sure it can be remedied. Most of them can, and I am living proof of that. Geneva thought of her own past and about the mistake she'd been drawn into with Bryn. In any case, none of it mattered now. God had a way of sorting these things out and using difficult situations for a good purpose in the end. She'd met the mysteriously rugged, handsome, and wealthy Ridge Morgan, a friend who was like a son to Aunt Millie. They were now the happiest couple on the face of the earth in her opinion, thanks to Aunt Millie's excellent matchmaking abilities and providential circumstance. Remedied? I'll say. The main remedy needed is for my broken heart. Geneva, you mustn't breathe a word of what I tell you. Promise me, or I shan't continue. Emma stopped pacing and looked at her pointedly, both hands on her hips, her puffy eyes filled with a haunted, wan look. YDW, I mean, yes, of course, I promise. Sometimes she still reverted to speaking Welsh, even though she'd been in the States for 2 years. I've fallen in love with Balfour. Geneva's eyebrows rose in surprise. How had she not seen that coming? Emma paced back and forth, shaking her head in exasperation. Yes, I know. Don't say a word in judgment. I shouldn't have allowed myself the pleasure of exploring such feelings, and have no fear. He doesn't seem to notice me, not even when we're in the same room, so your cousin is quite safe to succumb to his affections as Aunt Millie has intended in making this match. His affections certainly do not lie at the door of my heart. When I returned from our excursion and saw all of those flowers filling the foyer from him for Annabelle, I knew my heart was broken beyond repair. Emma stopped ranting and sighed before she continued. I doubt he is much more than barely aware of my existence. It's my fault, entirely. I should have been honest with your aunt and admitted to my hopes and deep longing, even my great desire for his attention and love. I would not think of doing harm to one of your relations after all you and your aunt have done for me. I will do everything within the realm of my power to keep this to myself and be kind and tender-hearted toward Annabelle. Today, it all seemed to have built up in me. I am filled with remorse by the months of hope I harbored in my heart. Geneva was so surprised at this news, she hardly knew what to say. Surely Emma had been given ample time to allow her heart to heal before Annabelle's arrival, and yet somehow, it hadn't been long enough. Emma, I'm not even sure what to say. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I should have been here for you. I should have been paying better attention. I wish you would have told me. I did try, several times, but each time I opened my mouth, I found myself unable to admit I was human and had strong feelings for someone who might take me away from Grace Hill. I admit too, I struggled with that idea. This is the only real home I've ever known since the scarlet fever took my parents. It's the only negative I've found in Balfour, other than his being rather blind to my existence. I'm so sorry, Geneva managed to repeat. I had no idea. Sitting down at the tea table, Emma released a great sigh and wiped away an angry tear. Do you want to know the one thing helping me? Geneva nodded, her eyes wide, unsure what else to do or say. Emma lowered her gaze to stare at the white rose and the glass vase on the table. When I saw Annabelle for the first time, I thought, such noble beauty, although Aunt Millie tells me she thinks she is plain. She isn't nearly as plain as I am, but she is very tall. I do take pity upon her in this regard, more so than my own plight. It would be hard to find a fellow tall enough, someone tall and likable as Balfour, for a suitable match. I know, deep down, most women desire a husband of a good height for an ideal match. Granted, it may be a shallow desire, and I suppose there are a great many successful marriages made not on the premise of physical suitability, so, in a strange sort of way, it is helping me to consider Annabelle's feelings above my own in the aspect she may need Balfour more than I do. It is selfish on my part to feel anything at all for him, since he doesn't acknowledge or notice me. I fear some part of me has grown to despise him. I haven't considered until recently that he might feel abundant happiness at finding someone who shares his heritage, obviously of importance to him. Geneva looked down at her hands. Where could she begin with a response? She couldn't recall having loved someone who didn't return her affections, but she remembered when she'd wanted Ridge to kiss her again and he'd refused. There'd been that time when he'd disappeared for a long while and she'd suffered a dreadful melancholy in his absence. Emma sighed heavily and tilting her chin to one side, she squared her shoulders with apparent resolve. I shouldn't have burdened you with such horrible feelings. I'm ashamed to even admit them, but there they are. I hope they do not destroy our friendship. I shan't waste another moment or sink into despair any further, because of my unreturned affection for Balfour. None of this misery is worth it. I promise I won't let it get in the way of my wishes to have a good friendship with Annabelle, but it may take me a bit more time for my heart and mind to become accustomed to this circumstance. Now there's the Emma I know, and you have nothing to be ashamed of, my friend. I do believe the Lord has a husband in mind for you, maybe someone we already know. I assure you, I've had moments of difficulty in my life, too. We all experience heartache. I still hold your friendship in high regard. Geneva extended a comforting hand across the table. Miss Tilson was distraught. Much of what she said made sense, but much of what she said was riddled with bitterness and spoken from a broken heart. It will take time for your heart and mind to heal, but you will recover from this. I believe and have great hope that the Lord will provide a husband for you and hear our prayers. Will you let me pray with you, Emma? Emma nodded, and breathing in deeply, released another heavy sigh. They clasped hands and bowed their heads as Geneva prayed, Dear Lord, please heal my dear friend. Please heal her broken heart and give her a peace in knowing that you will bring the right husband along for her at the perfect moment. Fill her with the ability to love and forgive in this situation. Fill her with the ability to resume her daily routine to honor and serve you while she patiently waits. Reward her faithfulness to you, Lord, and forget not your servant and my friend, in Jesus' name, Amen. Chapter 5. But in the east the sky was pale and through the grey woods came lanterns with wagons and horses, bringing Grandpa and Grandma and aunts and uncles and cousins. Laura Ingalls Wilder. Emma sends her apologies for her absence at the moment. She's exhausted from her excursion this morning with the students, but she expects to join us at supper. Which room did Aunt Millie give you? Geneva inquired as she and Annabelle strolled along the east lawn of Grace Hill beneath the shade of a plenteous line of maples, tall elms, and oak trees. I'm in the violet room overlooking the front lawn, beside Aunt Millie's corner bedroom. Annabelle tucked a stray lock of her red hair back in place, beneath her wide-brimmed straw hat. It tied with a plum band of fabric to match her travel suit. Thankfully, she'd been wearing the hat when she'd disembarked from the steamboat. For the walk, she'd removed her short-waisted jacket in an attempt to adapt to the June heat and humidity bearing down on them. At least she had her fan, and she clasped and waved the pearl-handled accessory vigorously. That's a lovely room. I was in the Rose Room with a view of the courtyard, but I think a view of the front lawn and being closer to Aunt Millie has tremendous benefits. Geneva carried a parasol to protect her beautiful complexion and wore her favorite cream, off-the-shoulder gown, sprigged with green leaves and vines. She looked cool and picturesque to Annabelle, exactly like pictures of southern belles she'd read about in books and fashion journals. Her cousin's fine garments made Annabelle long for her missing trunks, with her own lovely dresses and parasols. "What will you do with all of those flowers from Balfour?" They laughed to think of the foyer flooded with the lovely flowers before Annabelle replied, "I suppose I'll leave most of them around the house and take a few upstairs to my room. That way, everyone may enjoy them. They're so fragrant and beautiful." It would take some time to adapt to the humidity Annabelle had experienced yesterday, but today was cooler and an occasional warm breeze drifted over them as they walked. There was plenty to admire about the grounds, and the white brick mansion with hunter-green shutters, clumps of summer lilies, gladiola, and well-maintained rose shrubs were in bloom everywhere she looked. Planters filled with colorful nasturtium and petunias decorated the area around the house. Pendleton skipped along behind them, sometimes darting ahead or around the pair as they progressed beneath the shade of boughs and limbs, thick with foliage and lacking no shortage of birds and butterflies flitting about. It was a refreshing change from the narrow streets of Edinburgh with its high buildings and tenements looking down over everything beneath the auspices of a romantic castle. This sprawling riverside mansion on the top of a hill in the rural countryside, surrounded by woods and gently rolling lawn, crooned a romance with arms open wide, beckoning her to revel in the spaciousness. "That's a fine thought, Belle. I'm certain you'll thrive here. Everyone is going to love you. How did you manage to convince your father to let you come?" Geneva picked up her skirt and petticoats with one hand as Annabelle ducked beneath a low tree branch. Geneva had only to lower her parasol to walk beneath the limb. "I'm sure his reaction was like my father's since they're brothers." "Right you are, again." It was no easy task, Annabelle confessed, giving up on the stray lock of hair that kept falling out from beneath her hat. They only know they never saw their sister again once Colonel Bradford swept her off her feet at a debutante ball. "I left him with a look in his eyes, bearing a great many mixed emotions to match my own." "I completely understand." Geneva raised her parasol. "You'll find it very different here. The men are besotted easily by foreign women with inheritances, land, and wealthy connections. They find us somewhat exotic since we're from Europe, so if you don't fall madly in love with Balfour, fear not. Another will be around the bend, though I cannot provide assurance he will be as tall or as handsome as Balfour." "I meant to ask you that very thing. Is Balfour handsome?" "And now, you have put my mind at great ease, though I hope he isn't too handsome or he may not find me attractive." "Nonsense," her cousin insisted. "You're far more beautiful than you give yourself credit. I'm thankful you believe in me and have such confidence in me, Geneva." A sigh of contentment escaped Annabelle. Her cousin always had a way of putting her in a positive frame of mind. "Oh, I most certainly do. You've a kind of noble, queenly beauty." Geneva paused from walking and then they both stopped as Pendleton darted across their path, his nose following the flight of a monarch. "I guess I've always considered myself plain, but your words comfort me." Annabelle pulled each of her gloves closer to her wrists, thankful she at least had one pair. Geneva smiled and they progressed quietly until she pointed out the chapel for her cousin on the west side of the property. "When will I meet your husband?" Annabelle asked. "Is he kind to you?" "He spoils me rotten," Geneva smiled widely. "You should be able to meet him soon. He's chatting with Aunt Millie's business manager and probably all of the stable hands at the moment. We're planning to stay for supper and maybe a little time after to enjoy your company. I've a surprise to tell him and I'm bursting with joy about it." "Do tell," Annabelle coaxed, wondering what news Geneva might be hiding behind her vivacious smile. "I'm expecting, sometime around Christmas or the New Year from what the doctor said." "Geneva, what a wonderful surprise. Congratulations. Does Aunt Millie know?" "Goodness, no. I don't think she'd be able to keep it secret from Ridge as close as they are. You're the first to know. I wanted to plan a special surprise dinner to tell him, so you must promise to keep it quiet for a while longer." "Of course," Annabelle agreed, continuing to fan herself as they walked. A refreshing breeze washed over them and she drew in a breath of contentment. Tomorrow, they'd order a whole new wardrobe and then she'd at least feel presentable. There was little to be done about her missing clothing, journals, letters, favorite books, and the few treasured household items she'd brought with her across the ocean. She missed her needlepoint and clothing the most. You look lovely in your travel suit. Do you think you'd be up to having Balfour join us for the evening meal? Geneva inquired, twirling her parasol as she stared at Annabelle with a pensive look which slowly grew into a mischievous grin. Annabelle gave her cousin a look of half dismay and half hope. Oh, I suppose, she finally relented. Your visit has cheered me considerably in my predicament. By the time we leave the seamstress and the milliner tomorrow, I shall be almost normal. He's already smitten with you from the correspondence you've shared, and I fear there's little you can do to stop his feelings of great affection for you. However, I'm certain he'd be absolutely devastated if he isn't invited to meet you at once. Besides, 'tis likely the seamstress will have a few dresses ready to purchase to help you through until your order is complete, her cousin assured her as they drew closer to the chapel. So tell me, how was your family when you left Edinburgh? How are Irene and Brandon? Is Rieni busy helping your parents with the store? They were both doing well at the time of my departure. Irene is engaged to marry a minister, Vicar Matthew Hamilton, and Brandon is enjoying an apprenticeship for Uncle Duncan in Glasgow at the mill. Rieni doesn't help much with the store unless it's a dire predicament. She's far too busy planning her wedding and gallivanting about with her set. Rieni's engaged? Now that is news, indeed. She hasn't written to me in a long while, but I suppose it's also my fault for not writing her more often. I shall have to remedy that soon. Do you hear from Grandmother and Grandfather Rosemont? Geneva fished around in her drawstring purse and produced a key to unlock the chapel. You lock the chapel? Annabelle's head tilted in surprise. Geneva unlocked the doors and opened them, but they stood at the top of the chapel stone steps and paused to talk. Only since those two bumbling Egypts kidnapped Aunt Millie. That's how you say idiot in Scottish, as I recall. I picked up a little from father, as you know. Having spent some of his childhood in Edinburgh, his Scottish is ever present. In fact, I detect it in Aunt Millie sometimes, but she's nearly Americanized and has little accent left. I fear my native Welsh language shall disappear since I've been in the States a while. Oh yes, the kidnapping. I remember now. You wrote to me about that incident. Belle nodded as cool air beckoned them inside the chapel. Oh, Jen, feel the cool air coming from inside the kirk where it's so nice and cold. Let's go inside and cool down. Geneva nodded and led them through the double doors, dropping the key back in her purse. Once inside, they were delighted by the cool air emanating from the stone flooring and walls of the building, situated pleasantly in a partially shaded area. Annabelle lowered her voice respectfully as she took in the pews and stained glass windows, enjoying the escape from the heat. Yes, I do hear from Grandmother and Grandfather Rosemont now and then. They still spend about a third of each year in the townhouse in Edinburgh and usually the rest of the year in London at the Mayfair townhome, but they left to visit great-uncle Edward in the French countryside to take in the fresh air as soon as spring began this year. They told me to write to them in Grandvilliers. I think they plan to summer there. They were going to spend a fortnight at a seaside cottage in Portsmouth on the way to France. Jacques Lawrence and Nicole Marie Rosemont were closer with Annabelle's family, since they spent half of their time in Edinburgh and little time in Cardiff, preferring London when in England, but both cousins had strong bonds with their Rosemont roots and were fond of their paternal grandparents. I believe Mama mentioned she'd received a letter from great-uncle Edward in her last correspondence. She wrote he is in good health and very happy in Grandvilliers, with a growing number of grandchildren, more cousins we haven't met on our French side of the family. Geneva's low-heeled ankle boots clicked softly on the stone floor, echoing as she walked up and down the aisles, allowing them both time to cool and take in the lovely chapel with its high ceiling and calm atmosphere. The light was dim inside even though it was a bright day outside and there was a holiness and reverence in the place and moment. I believe Aunt Millie said Colonel Bradford, Uncle George, custom ordered the stained glass windows. They're lovely, Annabelle replied softly, not wanting to disturb the serenity as she studied the patterns and colors in the glass. She knew it bothered Geneva that her father, Vicar James Rosemont, hadn't been able to take his family to visit France, so she decided not to discuss that aspect further lest she say the wrong thing and begin on the wrong foot in America. Things were already hard enough, with her trunks missing. All she could do was make the best of a difficult situation, so she continued to admire the church and allowed Geneva to guide the conversation wherever she so desired. There was plenty to take in about the property, making her contemplative mood seem perfectly natural. However, on the inside she was torn between being overjoyed to be reunited with her cousin and devastated about the loss of her trunks. All she could do was hope they'd eventually turn up. What if someone has stolen them? Why haven't they been located and turned in yet? I thought you might want to have your wedding here. It's where Ridge and I were married. Changing the subject, she added, and how is your maternal grandmother, Eleanor, right? Annabelle turned away from the windows. She is not the same since Grandfather Fergus passed, but don't mention it to your mother. My mother doesn't see the problems yet. It was hard for me to endure, and in retrospect, I should have said something more to Mama. Annabelle shrugged and sighed. I think Grandmama Kirkland needs our prayers. Her tongue has grown sharp, cross, bitter, insulting, and rude, at least toward me. I learned to endure it. Now, the burden will fall mainly to my mother. Ah, Aunt Edith will have her hands full. Geneva tilted her head sympathetically, compassion in her tone as her Welsh accent became momentarily prominent. I won't say a word to me, Mum. I promise. Thank you. Annabelle took a closer look at the altar and small nave of the chapel. I appreciate it. It's best if Mama discovers for herself and spends more time with her. What about your Aunt Margaret, Aunt Edith's sister, right? Can she help with your Grandmother Kirkland? Nah, she's in Aberdeen, you know, married to Joseph McBride. They've 2 children, me cousins Mary and Patrick McBride, and the sheep farm is a large estate which takes every bit of their time. And your Uncle Duncan Kirkland is busy with his textile mill in Glasgow. What about his wife, Charlotte, wasn't it? Geneva asked. I'm surprised you remember their names so well. Annabelle chuckled as she surveyed Geneva's furrowed eyebrows. Charlotte is so busy raising Charles, Donovan, and Francis. They're a cantankerous and mischievous bunch, fun-loving and full of energy. My brother, Brandon, will spend evenings tickling them and reading stories to help Uncle Duncan and Aunt Charlotte entertain the lively lot. He's working in Glasgow as an apprentice at the mill. Oh my, it does sound like Aunt Edith is the only one who can handle your grandmother. Geneva continued walking among the aisles, using her parasol like a cane. Indeed. Annabelle approached the doors to the cloakroom and the entrance. There is Miss Florence, Grandmother Eleanor's maid. My father had the good sense to be sure she stayed on after Grandfather passed, praise be to God. She's a saint for all she does to care for my grandmother. Sounds like it. Geneva ran her finger along one of the pews, appearing to admire the polished grain of the wood. Well, we should be returning. They'll wonder what happened. Do we have time for a quick peek at the gardens? Tell me about Lillian and Frank and their wee baby boy. I don't get many letters from your sister. Lily writes to me about Charlie quite often. He's 2 years old now. She says he's quite a chubby little fellow with droopy cheeks. Geneva's face brightened as she talked, and they both chuckled to imagine how Lily's baby boy looked. He sounds adorable. What is his full name again? Was it Charles Frank Edwards? They exited the chapel and turned toward the shrub garden. Yes, that's right. I'll show you the shrub garden first, and then the rose garden, closer to the terrace. Then, we'll have someone dispatch a letter to invite Balfour for supper. After we freshen up and look our very best, we'll find Ridge and I'll introduce you to my doting and adoring husband. We could be on this estate for a week and have a hard time finding each other, Annabelle remarked, taking in the grand white plantation house again as they passed alongside the west wing. It is sizable, Geneva agreed as she opened her parasol. It took me a while to adapt. I was accustomed to the confines of our tiny Welsh vicarage cottage, so it took me quite some time to adapt to having such a fine home with all of this luxury and spaciousness. It still seems exceedingly grand to me. Wait till you see Sarah Rose Hall. It's equally impressive. Ridge has been kind enough to allow me to make some changes here and there to the decor. You'll find your way around these stately homes in no time. It's better than being cooped up in the city. I feel energized by the trees and the wide span of lawn and grounds, Annabelle decided. America has so much open land. This country is more beautiful than I had ever imagined. If you have that thirst within you to see more of the land, you and Balfour will get along splendidly, Geneva smiled. Chapter 6. There is no surprise more magical than the surprise of being loved. It is God's finger on man's shoulder. Charles Morgan. 1894–1958, a playwright and novelist of English and Welsh parentage. Let us not mention the missing trunks, Annabelle suggested before Balfour's arrival. She'd been speaking only to Aunt Millie and Geneva, but Ridge was also present where they waited in the first-floor drawing-room. Agreed. Geneva snapped open her fan and began waving it impatiently. It would make me appear unprepared, Annabelle remarked. Have no fear, Aunt Millie reassured, looking up from the Charles Dickens book she was reading. We shall see to it you are not unprepared, and Balfour need not be informed of the mishap. Annabelle sighed with relief. Thankfully, her aunt seemed to understand the significance those trunks held for her. They possessed everything in the world she'd brought with her, and now, they'd simply vanished. She kept looking out the windows, hoping she'd see a driver appear with the trunks from the docks where she'd disembarked at the edge of Louisville. The rest of the time, she tried to hide her glances out of the windows, hoping to meet Balfour so they could get on with the day and the next day would come. At present, tomorrow held more attraction for her than her intended. All she wanted was to be on her way to meet the seamstress. Annabelle had to make numerous attempts to push the thoughts which plagued her about not wearing the dress from her Scottish homeland for meeting her future husband. The plum-colored skirt and white blouse she wore would have to do, and as she fiddled with the fringe to the plaid scarf wrapped around her waist, she hoped he would never suspect her myriad of feelings of inadequacy. You're every bit a lovely Scottish bride. What was contained in those trunks certainly doesn't make the woman. By this time next week, you'll have most of your wardrobe replaced and then some. Geneva's words provided much comfort as they heard the sound of horses approach, likely pulling Mr. MacGregor along behind them. Annabelle decided she must try harder not to appear so concerned about those trunks. Clearly, Geneva could see the apprehension written all over her face. She took a deep breath and tried to forget, but she felt wholly unprepared. At long last we meet, Balfour smiled warmly after the butler had announced and shown him into their midst, offering a nod and then taking Annabelle's gloved hand in his as he held her gaze. Geneva had convinced her the travel suit would suffice along with dinner gloves and the plaid scarf she'd folded and wrapped around her waist, borrowed from Aunt Millie. It had been her intention to meet her future fiancé wearing a Scottish summer evening gown in white with red and blue plaid trim, but alas, the lovely dress was packed away in the missing trunks. Again, she pushed the thoughts from her mind and hoped he appreciated the blue and green plaid scarf with thin magenta lines running through it to accent the plum skirt. At last, Annabelle murmured, holding his gaze and pausing from waving the fan to keep cool. Balfour drew her hand upward and kissed the top of her glove, his lips lingering on the silky white material. For some reason, she wished she wasn't wearing gloves when butterflies began to dance in her stomach. Then she realized she might feel his lips as they brushed her skin, but to be without gloves for a semi-formal dinner upon their first meeting might be considered by some a faux pas, so she didn't dare remove them. She'd have to at least wait until they were seated around the dinner table. He was every bit as handsome as Geneva had said, and more. His golden reddish hair was exactly as she'd pictured it, glimmering in the brilliant rays of light from the evening sunset streaming through the windows into the dining room. Balfour was tall and commanding. He had a strong face and bright blue eyes, which dazzled her with their warmth and kindness. "Thank you for the flowers," Annabelle murmured demurely as she struggled to maintain her composure. He'd merely nodded, leaving her to wonder if she'd thanked him adequately. Then she decided the thank you note she'd sent on ahead to Sarah Rose Hall that morning would be considered more than enough. She could hardly take her eyes off Balfour from the moment he'd entered Grace Hill, punctual for the dinner Aunt Millie had happily planned at Geneva's suggestion. Delia Gardner, the cook, had been summoned along with the housekeeper, Edna Tipper, moments prior to dispatching a note to Sarah Rose Hall requesting Balfour MacGregor dine with them, if possible that very evening. Jen had convinced her and Aunt Millie that avoiding a first meeting with Balfour so close to Annabelle's arrival would be considered disastrously offensive and deplete her intended's hopes. They had consented with mild reservation. Delia only appeared mildly annoyed at first, until Aunt Millie managed to convey the dinner was to be as romantic and elegant as possible to introduce her niece to her future husband. This piece of information quelled any subtle hint of protests or inconvenience and was taken well, changing the mood to one of excitement and joy. Perhaps the cook saw herself as a key party to the early success of the match. Miss Tilson had suggested she dine early with the students, to help keep the dinner party small. Belrain had chimed in and insisted she preferred to eat her evening meal with the other girls. Consequently, Aunt Millie, Ridge, Geneva, Balfour, and Annabelle enjoyed an intimate yet lively discussion. Geneva provided additional reassurance that Balfour had a grandmotherly-like nursemaid and neighbor, Mrs. Sarah Johnston, who could be called upon to tend Philip and Charity for the evening. Apparently, Mrs. Johnston had been available and able to attend the children at the cottage on Sarah Rose Hall's grounds, as Balfour MacGregor arrived in his own buckboard without offspring. All things seemed to have fallen properly in place for the first meeting. In any case, seated to Balfour's right, the meal itself was a source of amazement to Annabelle. She'd never tasted such delicious food. Candelabras adorned both ends of the linen-covered table along with peach, coral, and white roses, cut from the garden. The butler, Maxwell Craymore, assisted by servants Jack Hale and Jimmy Selby, served from platters heaped high with generous portions of pineapple-glazed ham slices, fried okra, butter beans with carrots, and boiled potatoes. A plate piled high with flaky biscuits served with a variety of jams and preserves only added to the happiness of all present. Delia has outdone herself on our account. Geneva buttered one of the flaky biscuits, gazing at the platters and bowls of food on the serving buffet and the meal on her plate. She certainly has, Ridge agreed, and sadly, our cook, I've employed her for a few years now, is not nearly as experienced as Delia, but she does prepare fine southern meals for us. Occasionally, Polly lavishes us with Welsh cooking and makes my wife feel at home. Nonetheless, we find ourselves returning to Aunt Millie's table more often than we should. Nonsense, Ridge. I wouldn't have it any other way. Aunt Millie, her white hair perfectly coiffed into a bun beneath her frilly cap, selected a biscuit from the plate and passed it along to Ridge. Have another of Delia's biscuits. I'm glad I can expect you to dine with us often, then, Annabelle offered weakly, trying to smile and put her best foot forward, inwardly thinking it felt odd to be across the Atlantic on an entirely different continent with her cousin. However, when she glanced up at the handsome Balfour seated on her left, she decided it was more than worthwhile to be far from home and family. Nervously, she hoped Balfour would approve of her as his future fiancé, and sitting up straighter, reminded herself, noble beauty. You have a noble beauty. The thought did much to counteract the terrible seeds Grandmother Kirkland had attempted to plant inside her soul. She spent the rest of the evening hoping for moments when Balfour's eyes would meet hers with loving reassurance, and she was not disappointed. He surprised her by causing her to entirely forget about those trunks for the rest of the evening. Chapter 7. Oh. Do look at Miss Oriel's bonnet the next time you see her. I cannot understand why it should be so, but I am sure of this, no English fingers could put together such a bonnet as that. And I am nearly sure that no French fingers could do it in England. Anthony Trollope, Dr. Thorne, Trollope is one of the most successful, respected writers from the Victorian era. Clear blue sky today and no sign of rain, Aunt Millie declared on the terrace where she and Annabelle enjoyed a private breakfast of fried eggs, strips of bacon, scones, orange marmalade, raspberry preserves, and tea. We'll take the open carriage, Henry. Henry Scott, the stocky, Irish stable manager, nodded. I'll have the carriage readied at once, ma'am. Thank you so much. Millicent Bradford offered a nod and a smile in response, and then he turned to cross the terrace toward the stone stable courtyard. The drive into the burgeoning city of Louisville was a pleasant one. Nothing could dampen Annabelle's spirit today. She was finally going to resolve the issue of lacking garments. How she'd managed to keep her trunks safely across the Atlantic Ocean and lose them in the last few miles between the dock and Grace Hill was a matter she could not wrap her mind around no matter how hard she tried. Was there something inside them the good Lord above didn't want her to possess in her new life in the States? Was the Lord trying to tell her she should depend only upon Him for all of her needs? In her morning prayers, Believing she already did, she reaffirmed to the Lord she did indeed depend upon only him and asked him to have mercy and find those trunks on her behalf. From the moment they'd been assisted into the carriage by two stable hands her aunt referred to as Caleb and Timothy, Annabelle sank into the plush seats and decided she would be patient in the matter concerning the trunks. Surely, the Lord would take care of her and she need not worry. Wasn't the parasol Aunt Millie had loaned her for the day evidence of the Lord's benevolent care? Henry climbed aboard the carriage and efficiently took the reins in his hands, gently snapping them on the team of magnificent white maras from Aunt Millie's stables. The carriage pulled away from Grace Hill's front lawn and proceeded down a slope requiring them to hold on to the sides of the carriage. Kentucky is hill country and horse farms, you know, Aunt Millie explained, unfazed and accustomed to the lay of the land. Hold on to your hat, I see. Annabelle laughed, and firmly grasped her straw hat as an updraft swept over them, remembering how she'd marveled at the climb and the stunning view on the way to Grace Hill for the first time. They turned left at the bottom of the hill, and once outside the large wrought iron gates at the property entrance, Aunt Millie chatted on about all sorts of topics. She pointed out many fascinating locations along the way, asking Annabelle a variety of questions and providing tidbits of interest about Balfour MacGregor. A few miles down the road, Aunt Millie had been listening to Annabelle answer questions about the daily operations of her father's storefront in Edinburgh. She clasped another of her many parasols in a gloved hand, keeping her eyes on the road straight ahead of them, occasionally glancing at her niece. Part of the reason why I suggested Balfour as a husband for you, my dear Annabelle, is that he won't wear you down with farming. He's not quite as wealthy as Ridge Morgan, but he has a sizable sum to invest in his dream to own and manage a general store in Oregon. From what Ridge confided, you'd be comfortably taken care of as Balfour's wife. Being a farmer's wife would be terribly hard on you unless such a suitor were a gentleman farmer, like Ridge. As the daughter of my brother, you are already so knowledgeable about running such an operation. Indeed. Annabelle could not deny her aunt's observations and considerations. Father regularly called upon me to man the till, make entries in the ledgers, stock the shelves, and assist with the inventory and purchasing. I also helped keep things organized and priced properly. Once in a while, I ran the store by myself. Being a farmer's wife is hard work. Aunt Millie brushed an imaginary speck of dust from the navy braid trimming her pagoda sleeve. I have sharecroppers, employed house staff, a steady cash flow from our crops and my investments, thanks to Ridge's advice and the wise investments of my dearly departed husband, the Colonel, and a generous amount of land. I'm not your typical farmer's widow, mind you. We must be cautious with regard to whom you consider as a suitor. Yes, of course, Annabelle replied, tilting her head to one side as she considered all her aunt shared with her. I wouldn't know the first thing about being a farmer's wife. All I've ever known is how to manage the mercantile. I'm very thankful to you, Aunt Millie, for introducing me to Balfour. I believe we could have a very happy life together. I'd make an absolutely terrible farmer's wife. She laughed lightly to even think of it. I know nothing of that life whatsoever. In the right situation, perhaps similar to Grace Hill's grand operations or what Geneva has with Ridge as the matron of Sarah Rose Hall, from what I understand, and only after a generous amount of training and staff, there is the possibility I might be suited to it then. The truth is, I have but little knowledge of running such a sizable household. Our home was above the store, and Mother seemed to manage everything well, but we didn't have any help and very few rooms to care for. Every now and then, a cleaning or cooking lady would come to give Mother a hand. I'm glad you see the benefits of the match. Aunt Millie seemed to be testing her fondness for the idea of the impending marriage. I'm sure you are accustomed to having first choice from the finest selections of merchandise of all kinds. Oh, I do, I am, she insisted, nodding. Everything Aunt Millie said was true. I prayed about it for a long time. I believe we'll make a successful couple. The hardest part will be the journey to Oregon, but I hear it is much easier than it was in the early 1800s. Things are much better and more advanced along the route now that we're in the 1850s, but it can still be dangerous. The Lord will see us through. Annabelle held her straw hat to her head as they began to descend another hill. She narrowed her eyes to make out some of the tall buildings and red-tiled roofs in the distance as the city skyline briefly came into their view. It disappeared again when the carriage leveled onto a flatter part of the route. There was a long pause, and then they passed another beautiful plantation mansion along the Ohio River. See here on the right and on the left of River Road, this land is all River Oaks Plantation. Jed Worthington inherited it when he married Olivia. Olivia is the daughter of Charles and Frances James, early settlers in the area. You're about the same age as one of their daughters, Jenna Worthington. They've got their own river landing like we have at Grace Hill. It makes it easier to trade goods. Annabelle studied the enormous Greek Revival architecture in the design of the plantation house in the distance. Grace Hill was equally impressive. She'd never felt as spoiled as she did in the care of Aunt Millie, but so far it had been difficult to enjoy the beauty of the plantation since she'd felt utterly preoccupied with her missing trunks. The main house was as grand as she'd ever seen, except for the castle in Edinburgh. Geneva's letters had mentioned how glorious it was, but nothing had prepared her for the reality of the massive, elegant surroundings of the plantation. She still hadn't learned her way around all of the rooms, but it helped knowing most of them were built around and faced the rear courtyard. A little while later, they were in the busy city and Henry did a fine job of navigating the carriage through the streets. Tall buildings with storefronts, hotels, office buildings, churches with spires, and tenements loomed up all around, reminding her of Edinburgh, only not so craggy. The roads were heavy with traffic, busy with passers-by on the boardwalks and horses pulling drivers in all sorts of conveyances along many of the brick-paved roads. All the sights and sounds of the metropolis delighted her senses, and she knew it wouldn't be long before she could select the items she so desperately needed. Soon, Henry pulled the carriage to a stop and helped them exit the conveyance gracefully. Annabelle followed her aunt, and shortly after, they were situated inside Miss Nina Craig's busy shop and ushered into a private room where they could view patterns and the latest fashions. No, not that one. Annabelle shook her head and pointed to the fashion plate she preferred after studying patterns for a good while. This one, please. They soon chose about 12 patterns and set them aside, more than enough to begin choosing fabrics and trimmings. An excellent choice for you, Miss Rosemont. Miss Craig nodded and added the desired style to her list on her notes. Now, let's choose fabric for each of these styles. Wait here. I'll just be a few moments. I've a new shipment of fabrics for you to choose from just in from Europe. She rose from the table where Annabelle was seated with Aunt Millie before several open journals of fashion plates and crossed the room, exiting through a door and into a hall leading to a storeroom to bring some choices to them. Geneva had decided against accompanying them, though in her condition, she was a few months away from being in need of a new wardrobe. Annabelle was relieved, though she would have enjoyed having her cousin along for the day. She needed some time to bond with Aunt Millie and knew her own predicament would require most of Miss Nina Craig's time and attention. Thankfully, the seamstress had additional staff on hand, and the selection appeared to be better than she'd thought possible this far west of New York. She could feel the tension leaving her body as they'd discovered numerous patterns Annabelle liked for several serviceable gowns, a few day gowns, several evening gowns, a walking suit, one riding habit, and a few basic needs such as skirts, nightgowns, corsets, pantaloons, hooped crinoline petticoats, and additional petticoats without hoops. Then they'd begun the same process for a winter coat, several shawls, a cape, and winter dresses. Miss Craig returned several times with armfuls of rolls of fabric, placing them on the table and pushing the fashion plates aside. Now, for the gown with the pagoda sleeves, I thought you might like this cheerful pale yellow. We could trim it in this. Nina spread out a lovely chintz fabric with tiny yellow roses. Annabelle smiled and nodded at once. Tapé lit, I mean, thank you, yes ma'am, I'd like that very much. I thought you'd like yellows. It brings out the beautiful gold highlights in your red hair. Now, I thought these calicos and ginghams might be suitable for serviceable selections before we look at more day and evening gown fabrics. I'd highly recommend these for your journey. You did say Oregon, correct? Yes. She bit her lip and ran her fingers along the fabrics Miss Craig directed her attention toward. She chose 3 of the fabrics at once. These are lovely. Might we add something in a summer plaid? Just one moment. The seamstress exited the private room again and returned a few moments later with an armful of plaid fabrics, causing Annabelle's face to radiate with glee. "Thank you, thank you." Annabelle glowed demurely, her usual composure beginning to return as they selected more and more items. "You said you'd be able to make each of these calico and ginghams with an overlay ruffled skirt leading to a slight bustle, and several white work aprons in this heavy-duty cloth to protect her garments, correct?" Aunt Millie held up a sturdy white cloth she appeared to be considering for aprons to protect her niece's gowns. Miss Craig nodded, plucking the pencil from behind her ear and jotting down something on her list. "That is correct. The gowns will each resemble these patterns your niece selected." She opened the latest edition of Godey's to an artist's fine rendering of the several work dresses. "How many aprons would you like to order?" "The front of the aprons will cover the bodice, no?" Annabelle couldn't seem to prevent her Scottish accent from sounding strong today. "Yes. They slip on over the shoulders and tie in a bow at the waist and back," Miss Craig explained. "Perfect. May we order 3? Annabelle inquired, looking at her aunt, with matching bonnets for each. "Make it 4 aprons and 4 bonnets. A woman can't have enough aprons and bonnets." "Let's order 3 more gowns in each of these plaids." My niece, much like myself, is drawn to the plaids and tartans since she's Scottish. "We'll need 2 long sashes in these plaids, and 2 summer shawls, and 2 winter shawls in wool plaids to go along with these work dresses. She'd also like a few of her other evening gowns, trimmed in plaids, but different colors. I know you're hiding more in the back storage room." Aunt Millie chuckled with Miss Craig and expertly took matters in hand while Annabelle nodded and smiled with delight, thankful for her aunt's instructions. "Certainly, Mrs. Bradford." The seamstress smiled, jotting down more notes. Peering over her eyeglasses and notes, she added, "A Scottish bride should have the right kind of trousseau to reflect her heritage. You needn't worry. I shall have several gowns ready by the end of the week and delivered. The rest of the order will be expedited when you're finished making your selections, though there will be an additional cost." Aunt Millie waved her hand. "Spare no expense, Miss Craig. We'd like this order completed and delivered as soon as possible. I will pay any amount required to see to it that my niece is fitted properly for her wedding trousseau. We'd also like to look at wedding gowns, if you will be so kind as to show us the latest patterns while you look for more fabrics. Do you like any of these other fabrics, Annabelle? I'd like this olive green, this peach, and this dove gray for evening gowns. I'd like the brown with this cream and another plaid for day gowns." Annabelle moved each of the rolls she liked to 2 piles, narrowing down much of the process. Miss Craig smiled approvingly. "Ah, wonderful, a lady who knows what she likes and without much hesitation. I'll return the fabrics you don't like and will come back in a moment with more to choose from." "A woman of perfect tastes and a flair for style," Aunt Millie chimed in again. "We'd like to see more shades of white, rich greens, golds, basic black, navy blue, possibly a cornflower blue, and whatever else you think we might like. Nothing with too pale of a blue or too much pink, as I think it may clash with her red hair. Maybe a dark purple with lavender trimmings, and of course, wedding silks, lace, and satins." A small gasp escaped Annabelle as she remembered the wedding veil Mother had given her from Grandmother Rosemont's wedding, the one packed so carefully in one of the 2 missing trunks. She grasped the fan dangling at her wrist and snapped it open. While she began fanning herself vigorously, Miss Craig, looking from Annabelle to Aunt Millie and back to Annabelle again, inquired with concern, "Is everything all right?" "I'm afraid it's not, Miss Craig. My niece has suffered a terrible ordeal, and we're in quite the predicament. Her trunks were somehow misplaced when she arrived in Kentucky. They still haven't been found and it's been 3 days. As I said when we arrived in your shop this morning, we are in a dire emergency for your expertise. She can't be expected to begin a courtship properly without your help. We've rather given up hope on them finding the trunks anytime soon." Aunt Millie finished explaining the problem they faced in more detail and sat back in her chair with a shake of her head. "Oh my, you certainly are in a dire predicament. I can't even imagine such an ordeal, my dear. I will do everything possible to expedite your order. Of course, you realize, the wedding gown will take more time, Miss Craig offered Annabelle warmth and reassurance in her tone. That isn't a problem, but we'll need some gowns my niece can wear at once. Do you have anything ready to wear in her size? Let me think. We do have a few gowns ready. Usually they're items which were never paid for or returned for one reason or another. The seamstress tucked her pencil behind her ear. With a finger propped against one side of her chin, and one tapping the table gently, she appeared lost in thought as she considered the matter. Then, she disappeared into the front of the shop and returned a few moments later with two dresses in her arms, one in emerald green and the other, a white gown with red trimmings. We can lengthen this one and take in this other one for a better fit. You can take both dresses home today if you approve. Annabelle smiled and sighed with relief. Thank you, Miss Craig. I'm delighted. She drew in a deep breath and promptly began searching the wedding fashions. She ordered the most elaborate and expensive veil from the selections after Miss Craig returned from gathering more fabrics to view. After all, she told herself, Aunt Millie could clearly afford the veil, and she still had some of her own funds to contribute if necessary. She reminded herself the Lord was watching over the contents of her trunks, and he regularly answered a great many of her prayers. She had prayed earnestly, had she not? When they were done selecting a wedding gown pattern and fabrics to go with each of the patterns Annabelle had chosen, followed by a lengthy fitting, they exited the shop carrying 2 gowns in garment boxes. Both had been expertly adjusted to fit Annabelle's measurements, with the help of Miss Craig's well-trained staff. They'd gone to work at once to accommodate her. Annabelle wore a broad smile, though tears welled in her eyes as she handed Henry the packages to load into the carriage. Sharp as a tack, nothing was lost on Millicent Bradford. Are those tears, my dear girl? Annabelle blushed and laughed. Yes, happy tears I'm afraid. She fished a lace-edged handkerchief from her drawstring purse and dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Thank you for this wonderful shopping excursion, Aunt Millie. It will likely cost you a small fortune. Oh, pshaw. I can afford it. My funds are just sitting there making the bank richer. I'd much rather spend some of it and bring smiles to the faces of those I love and count dear. Nothing provides me greater joy than giving. Annabelle nodded, still dabbing at her eyes and wondering why they weren't climbing back into the carriage. Now, see that shop 2 doors down? Her aunt pointed to the milliner's storefront. She nodded. No proper lady should lack fine hats. Plus, there are shoes in the shop on the corner. Oh, Aunt Millie, that's wonderful of you to remember. I do have some of my own money to contribute. Balfour has returned the expense of my journey, as he promised. Nonsense, Annabelle. I'll take care of everything for your trousseau. Consider it an early wedding gift. Besides, I feel absolutely wretched about your missing trunks, and since I can't be of much help finding them, I can help try to replace as much as possible. 45 minutes later, they stepped out of the milliner's shop carrying all of the hat, parasol, and glove boxes they could manage. Annabelle's arms were loaded so heavily she could barely see her way back to the carriage. She was laughing this time as she tried to balance the boxes and make her way to where Henry waited for them so patiently. Shopping with Aunt Millie was simply fun. Her aunt seemed to have a bottomless bank account, and when she liked something, like her niece, she knew at once and would purchase the item in multiple colors if it suited her. Oh my, Henry, Aunt Millie began. We seem to have purchased everything the milliner had in his most recent order from Europe. She struggled to keep from dropping boxes, and managed to handle at least 5 boxes and her cane without a mishap. Annabelle giggled, struggling under the weight of her selections. She'd had to start from scratch with her headgear and gloves, not to mention a few parasols. She thought she noticed a stranger standing nearby watching them, but she was too engaged in their activity to take another glance in his direction. She had, however, noticed the way he'd been looking at her with a rather rakish grin. Oh Henry, Annabelle said and then laughed lightly again before adding, we haven't even been inside the shoe store yet, but we're thoroughly enjoying our excursion. Yes, miss, I'm sure you are, and I'm very glad of it. Henry nodded and smiled as he accepted more of their packages. Annabelle figured he would be relieved he might not have to drive around the countryside to track down her trunks since she'd finally have a wardrobe. Several slim boxes slid to the walk as she attempted to move aside gracefully to give Aunt Millie a little more room to step away from the carriage. "Excuse me, but here you are, miss." The well-dressed and handsome gentleman who'd been observing met them at the carriage after Annabelle stepped forward to give Henry the packages in her arms. "I believe you dropped this. And this?" Annabelle turned to look at him, barely noticing the glove boxes he held out for her as she attempted to hand her other packages to Henry and take in the handsome stranger's face. All she could see was the amused grin and twinkling eyes on his finely chiseled and tanned face. The confident man had the most handsome crow lines at the corners of his eyes. Thank you," she stammered, accepting the boxes, her gaze mesmerized by his flirtatious grin. Later, when they exited the shoe store, she looked about for the handsome fellow, but he was gone. On the way home, she asked her aunt if she'd known who the gentleman was since her aunt had thanked him and exchanged pleasantries about the weather, briefly. "Oh, yes, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you. I normally don't forget my manners like that, but he said something about an appointment he couldn't be late for, so I didn't stop them." That was James Trenwith, but I have no idea who the lady might have been accompanied by him who came out of the mercantile. He's a well-known writer from Prince Edward Island with a lovely estate on the other side of Louisville, Cavendish Manor, but he's somewhat reclusive, and we're not yet well acquainted. He travels a great deal. I believe he spends some of his time in England, some at Prince Edward Island, and some in New York. We were both guests at a dinner party at Mrs. Speed's home about a year ago, but we were seated a bit too far away from each other to have much discussion. Annabelle replied, admiring the buttercups and phlox along the landscape as they passed delightful country farms on the way to her aunt's home. She began to hum a little Scottish tune and they settled in for a pleasant drive. Chapter 8. 17 When the righteous cry for help, the Lord hears and delivers them out of all their troubles. 18 The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Psalm 34. Annabelle entered the courtship with Balfour, holding her breath and intrepidly, hoping against hope nothing would prevent their union or pursuit of happiness. Every 2 or 3 days, Miss Craig personally brought new deliveries to Grace Hill, and nearly every day, flowers arrived from her beloved. Miss Craig patiently attended Annabelle, bringing an assistant along for help with measurements and last-minute tucks and hems. With each passing day, Annabelle felt less distracted and more prepared to become Balfour's bride as the obstacle of finding gowns to wear waned. She could finally focus on getting to know the man destined to become her husband. From their first dinner and meeting, she could hardly recall a word which had passed. She remembered he was from Virginia, a childhood friend and neighbor of Ridge. They'd shared a few stories about growing up together, fishing, hunting, holidays, racing their horses, and going to school when not privately tutored at home. Thankfully, lacking enough gowns to feel comfortable to put her best foot forward, she didn't see Balfour again until the following Friday evening, when Geneva and Ridge invited Balfour and Annabelle to dinner at Sarah Rose Hall. "You look as lovely as the first time I saw you. Would you care to join me for a tour of the house and a walk on the grounds before dinner?" Geneva and Ridge planned to lead the way, Balfour offered when Henry delivered her in Aunt Millie's open carriage to the stunning neighboring plantation and she'd finished greeting her cousin and Ridge. After he handed her a box of chocolate confections, Annabelle blushed and handed them to the butler. "Thank you for the chocolates, and certainly, I was hoping someone would give me a tour. I've heard so many nice things about Sarah Rose Hall." She blushed again, in high spirits as she untied the shimmery blue ribbon holding her new silk-lined bonnet to her head, unaccustomed to receiving compliments about her looks. The evening was far too hot for her short-waisted, taffeta, blue jacket, an ensemble worn over a white blouse and paired perfectly with her ruched skirt, so she gave it to the butler along with her hat and then tucked a hand around the crook of Balfour's extended arm. Lifting the hooped skirt and bevy of petticoats underneath, she tossed Geneva a thankful look as she and Ridge led them into the drawing-room first. Annabelle was so happy to have something new to wear, all she could think about was writing Miss Craig a thank-you note first thing in the morning. Pushing the thought aside, she tried to focus on her surroundings. It would be nice to see the plantation house before dinner and enjoy a walk on the grounds with her hosts, and especially in the company of her intended. Ridge was an amiable host, happy to show them the rooms in the grand house. They lingered around the new piano in the drawing room he'd purchased for Geneva, delighted when he opened two sets of double doors connecting to a large ballroom. They were amazed by his well-stocked library, also functioning as his study, before he led them further down the main hall to show them the dining room. A slightly curved double staircase led to bedrooms upstairs, a writing room for Geneva, and a large sitting room. The sitting room was fascinating with a spectacular view from one of the largest, curved bay windows Annabelle had ever seen. It overlooked the front lawn and from every angle, jutting out above a half-circle columned porch entrance. Then, downstairs again, they ended up outside the dining room. We should go toward the gardens since they'll see the dining room when we sit down to eat. What's for dinner this evening? Ridge asked his wife as they peeked inside the dining room from the hall near a set of French doors leading to the gardens. London broil, summer squash with peppered gravy, boiled parsley potatoes with butter sauce, lima beans, yeast rolls, and stewed tomatoes with spinach, rice pudding and scones for dessert. Geneva tucked a stray curl back in her chignon as she tried to remember everything on the menu. Annabelle thought her cousin looked positively radiant with her lightly powdered shoulders and naturally rosy cheeks glowing above her teal summer gown, the folds of her hooped skirt gently swirling while she talked with her arms clasped behind her back. She wondered if her cousin had told Ridge the news yet, but guessed she hadn't since he hadn't mentioned it. Other than her glow, she didn't look to be with child at all, but it wouldn't be long before it would be impossible to hide. The butler interrupted them before they were to tour the gardens, requesting a private audience with the cook. Ridge turned to his guests and explained, "If you'll excuse us, Geneva and I need to look in on the kitchen staff to be sure everything is all right. We've a new kitchen maid helping the cook this evening." Looking at Annabelle, Ridge added, "Balfour will be delighted to show you the garden and some of the grounds. Then we'll meet in the dining room, say in about half an hour." An attack of shyness and panic overwhelmed Annabelle as her eyes grew wide and she pleaded silently with her cousin not to leave her alone, but Geneva only tilted her head with a wink and grinned mischievously as Ridge pulled her toward the kitchen house outside the French doors. Balfour said something polite to their host in response, and as Ridge whisked Geneva away, he offered his arm again and led her through the same French doors onto a rectangular stone terrace surrounded by shrubs, trees, flowers, and ornamental grasses. Several wide brick paths led to other areas of the grounds, and she could see Ridge and Geneva entering the kitchen house from one of the garden paths. Staring after her cousin and husband, Annabelle paused and laughed nervously. "I don't think they're really and truly needed in the kitchen house, do you?" Shaking his head, Balfour looked in the direction of where their host had taken his bride with amusement in his eyes, and a smile curved the corners of his mouth. He chuckled. "No, I don't. But I like that they've contrived a chance for us to be alone together for the first time. Yes, well, I suppose that's one advantage. I've tried to imagine this moment for a long time and now it is here upon us, and I can hardly think of what to say. It is all I've thought about for months, in truth." She smiled and looked away from him as they continued on, looking at the delightful garden, doing anything to remain as calm and natural as possible and to prevent staring at him, which might reveal all of her doubts and questions, nerves, and raw emotions. The wide and long terrace behind the grand house was open to meadows and buildings on each side and had a more spacious feel than the courtyard garden spilling out from the terrace at her aunt's home. "I feel the same way," he admitted. "I've been eagerly waiting for this moment, thinking of all the things I've wanted to ask you. It seems we will have to take it one day at a time, 1 week at a time, and enjoy getting to know each other at our own pleasant pace." Annabelle nodded and opened her fan, trying to think of the right sort of conversation as they found themselves on the brick path in uncomfortable silence. Stammering at first, she finally managed to find a topic. I'm looking forward to meeting your children, Philip and Charity." This brought a smile to his face when she looked over to see his response, lighting up his blue eyes as the sunset glistened on his hair, bringing out the golden highlights in his reddish strands. "Yes, I am certain they'll like you at once, but I thought it best if we get to know each other a little before you meet them. Is Mrs. Johnston with them this evening?" Annabelle continued waving the fan, more gently now that they'd exchanged a few words and her nerves calmed, her eyes taking in the scenery of the beautiful garden and perfectly manicured shrubs. It put her in the mind of a few English gardens she'd seen before, though surprising to find one this far beyond the Appalachians. Kentucky was filled with one surprise after another in regard to culture and refinement. Of course, she hadn't seen much of it yet, but from what she'd seen so far, she had a growing appreciation. Her heart seemed to beat faster now that they finally had this moment alone to themselves. She wasn't sure how to interpret his previous statement, so her question seemed neutral enough to steer around the potentially difficult subject. He navigated them through more of the garden, walking at a comfortable stride. No, actually Belrain offered to spend the evening with them. I should add, I meant no disrespect in not introducing them to you early on or calling upon you this past week, but didn't want to overwhelm you while you're settling in at Grace Hill and becoming accustomed to your new temporary surroundings. Hopefully, we'll be married before winter, and then in the spring, on our way to Oregon. Thank you for being so considerate. She smiled up at him, thankful for his explanation, pleased he was immediately forthright about their plans and realizing she'd had to look up a little to see him. She'd had no idea when he'd want to wed or begin the journey to Oregon, and now she knew. The evening sunlight brought out his striking features, and realizing how handsome he was with his broad chest and strong capable arms, she nearly had to catch her breath. I confess this has been a tremendous change and it will take me some time to adapt. It's a hard journey out west, and if we don't leave as soon as spring blooms, we won't make it to Willamette Valley before the following winter, he explained. Are you settling in well at Grace Hill thus far? She had to stop herself from laughing at the mishaps she'd endured since she refused to share one word of her troubles with him. She bit her lip and recovered quickly. Yes, thank you. I'm enjoying becoming more acquainted with my aunt. I think in a few weeks, it will begin to feel like home. It's very different from Edinburgh. I can only imagine. He paused, seeming to search for more words, to avoid another uncomfortable silence. Philippa, oh, never mind. I promised myself I wouldn't start off by comparing you to her, and there I've caught myself. Please, accept my apologies. It may take me some time to adapt to this new circumstance, as well. Annabelle bit her lower lip again, pausing from fanning herself at the mention of Philippa. If his wife had been deceased for 5 years, hadn't more than enough time passed to keep her from his mind? She hadn't wanted to hear what he had to say, and yet she was curious. Deciding it best to give him the benefit of the doubt, she let the remark pass without comment. Her silence might say enough. She returned to waving the fan, more rapidly this time. He pointed out some of the outbuildings on the property, and she nodded as he did. Over there are the stables, in the distance to our right. The barns are just beyond them. The spring house is straight ahead, beyond the gardens, in those trees over there, closer to the river. My cottage is in the other direction, on the front side of the main house to our left. Originally, I came to Kentucky, thinking it might be a good place to open my general store, but then I realized how much competition there'd be in the city of Louisville. I'm tired of big cities. Richmond is large, where I'm from. I think Oregon will be less crowded and still close to the ocean, like Richmond. Tell me about Edinburgh. Well, 'tis known as a city of enlightenment and culture. Many scholars convene there. We've a castle, several cathedrals with spires, libraries, schools, churches, tall buildings, narrow streets, many shops and neighborhoods, winding stone lanes leading down hills and crags, and the North Sea. In addition to a beach and interesting piers and ships to behold, there are many lectures and scholarly discussions one can attend. It sounds interesting. You must miss it. He stopped at a garden bench and indicated she could sit, raising an eyebrow to see what her preference might be. Would you care to sit down? She sat down on the bench, arranging her skirts as he joined her. I do. I miss it very much, but I'm also enjoying my new adventure. Tell me about Philippa, she replied, causing surprise to register on his face. She decided it best to address the matter and move beyond it as quickly as possible. He was quiet and looked straight ahead. What do you want to know? Do you still love her? I'll always love her, he admitted, but it doesn't mean I don't have room in my heart to love again. She's gone from this earth and never coming back. I've accepted that. Are you done mourning her passing? He considered her question, and meeting her gaze, replied, Of that I am certain. Are your children ready for a new mother? They were so young. I dare say they can't miss someone they do not remember. They are curious about what it would be like to have a mother. They're doing remarkably well since we left Virginia. My sister and mother meant well, but they hardly let go of the past long enough for the children to move beyond the idea they'd lost someone important and crucial to their lives. I see, she said, looking down, fiddling with some of the red trim on one of the tiers of her skirt. It must have been very difficult. Yes, and complicated. When she looked up, she caught a restless look in his eyes. My sister and mother didn't mean to make it so difficult. But I am ready, and my children are ready to move on to a new adventure. We're prepared to embrace a new chapter in our lives. I hope so, Balfour, she commented softly, looking away at a coral rose, wondering if she'd come all this way for naught. He shifted, turning on the bench, waiting until their eyes met. I can't promise it will be easy, but I'll do my best to make you the happiest woman on the face of the earth, and I'll love you with all of my heart. There's enough room in my heart to love again. Nothing could diminish her Scottish accent with her calm reply and firm demeanor. For once in her life, she decided she'd best stand up for herself. He needed to understand what she expected immediately. If you break my heart, Balfour MacGregor, the Lord'll be watching ye. You have no need to worry about that, my Scottish beauty. He leaned closer toward her, wrapped an arm around her slim shoulders, and then tilted her chin up to look at her intently. I plan to court you in such a way that you become thoroughly, madly in love with me. He held her there for a moment, ran his finger along the side of her jaw, and then his lips crushed hers with a hard and passionate long kiss, leaving her breathless for more. It was too soon, but the way it left her reeling and a wild, hungry look in both of their eyes, she didn't care. She wanted another. She'd waited so long for a first kiss, and it had been better than she ever imagined. Now she knew what all lovers shared in their bold and impassioned moments, and instantly hoped he'd kiss her again and again, though maybe not too soon. She barely knew or trusted him, though maybe that was part of the excitement creating butterflies in her stomach. Perhaps his kiss would be sweeter next time, but one was enough for now. She paused, her breathing erratic, and laughed, smiling and giggling like a schoolgirl. Normally a very responsible and serious young lady, she was unaccustomed to this laughing joyous part of her, but she liked it. She felt positively giddy. So far, Kentucky had been a complete delight. Then she jumped to her feet gracefully as she picked up her skirts and ran deeper into the garden. When she looked over her shoulder to see if he followed, he had, and with a broad grin. Something about the way he'd said those last few words, and the way he'd kissed her told Annabelle he meant everything he said. Chapter 9. Follies and nonsense, whims and inconsistencies do divert me, I own, and I laugh at them whenever I can. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. Seated on the terrace at a round table beside several of her aunt's matronly society friends, Annabelle caught sight of the new gardener helping Hank Marshall. Aunt Millie had decided to introduce her to Louisville high society by throwing an afternoon garden tea. Her summer wardrobe was now complete, and other than her wedding gown and winter clothing, she'd begun to feel almost settled in at Grace Hill. The tables were covered with white linen cloths, and Aunt Millie's housekeeper, Edna Tipper, had created stunning flower arrangements in vases as centerpieces. The best china and an assortment of hot and iced tea, lemonade, cakes, cucumber sandwiches, and fruit salad adorned the tables. She wore one of her new gowns with a lovely straw bonnet and afternoon gloves, but now she peeled them off quickly, having been asked to pour tea for those at her table. The courtyard terrace was dotted with tables full of guests, all sorts of ladies from around the area, some of the students, Miss Emma Tilson, and of course, Geneva. She doubted she'd remember but a few of their names, but Annabelle now recognized and knew each of the students who spent the entire year in residence at Grace Hill Manor and Mission. Janie Louise Boston, Gertie Ann Nelson, Lindy Ruth Rollins, Patricia Weber, and Joy Marie Linden were all orphans Millicent Bradford had taken under her wing, and each were excited about the event since they could wear their Sunday best. Many of the fine ladies present were sponsors who donated funds to the school so the girls could receive a fine education along with room and board. However, Annabelle had the sense the girls considered Grace Hill their home and appreciated it as a far better option than living at an orphanage. There he was again. Such a remarkable-looking man. She couldn't help but notice his strong features and perfectly tanned skin, bronzed from working out of doors. He continued trimming rose bushes around the perimeter of the farthest end of the terrace without looking up, concentrating on the task before him. Annabelle wondered who he might be, as she'd never seen him before. Oh dear me. Mrs. Olivia Worthington cried out, sputtering in her attempt to protest and dropping the cup and saucer in her hand. The fine china crashed into pieces on the terrace stones, and everything stopped, except the tea Annabelle was still pouring. All eyes were on her as she turned her attention back to the teapot in her hands and gasped. Not only was the tea still streaming, she'd poured most of it directly into Mrs. Worthington's lap. Mrs. Worthington, still crying out with a succession of ohs and other polite expressions of distress, rose to her feet, accidentally bumping the bottom of the stemmed glass server bearing a two-tier sponge cake to her left. The glazed cake slid off the server and landed in Mrs. Stanton's lap, glaze and all, knocking over Mrs. Stanton's iced tea glass in the process. Mrs. Stanton began hollering and stammering and jumped to her feet, allowing the glazed cake in her lap to roll to the ground and land on Mrs. Speed's spectator ankle boots. Annabelle's mouth dropped open, and she turned a shade of bright crimson. It appeared the only thing preventing the guest to her left from being scalded by the boiling tea were the 3 layers of ruffled petticoats she wore to make her dress one of the widest hooped gowns among present company. The teapot slipped from her hands in her shock and crashed onto the table with a clank as the lid separated from it and bounced, landing in the middle of Mrs. Fournier's plate of cucumber sandwiches. Annabelle couldn't remember any of their names except for Mrs. Speed. She was vaguely aware that Mrs. Speed was the widow of a judge. She stared in shock at her guest's fashionable spectator ankle boots, the tips of which were now covered with smashed cake. Och! I mean, oh. Annabelle finally managed, croaking in half Scottish and half English as she choked back an urge to laugh. No, look what I've gone and done. I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. She glanced around the table at the ladies dressed in all of their finery, clasping their summer hats to their heads, 2 standing in shock and dismay. She didn't dare glance over at Aunt Millie seated at the opposite side of the table, but she caught sight of Geneva moving toward the commotion. Covering her mouth in shame, Annabelle turned and fled, lest she burst out in laughter, tears, or both. She'd ruined Aunt Millie's garden tea. The tears and laughter seemed to well out of her at the same time, sounding strangely muffled by her hand until she was safely behind the closed door of her violet room. Soon, she wasn't laughing anymore, and all that remained were her tears, which soon turned to sobbing. She flung herself on the bed only to be assailed by a case of severe hiccups, between sobs. By the time Geneva reached her side about a quarter of an hour later, she had red eyes, and her carefully arranged bun had loosened into a frightful mess. "Oh, Belle, come join us," her cousin pleaded. She sat down beside her on the edge of the 4-poster bed adorned with a purple and white quilt, flanked by 2 long windows framed with sheer violet ruffled curtains. "I can't, Jen. I'm too embarrassed," she said, hiccuping without looking up from the pillow where she'd buried her face. "Nonsense." Geneva's voice held a tone of joviality, for some reason unbeknownst to Annabelle. "I've already ruined Aunt Millie's garden tea." She propped herself up on her forearms and stared at nothing in particular. All she could see was a sea of blurry violet patterns of the quilt and curtains through her tears. "I'll never be able to face them." "Sure you can. You'll never guess what they're doing." Geneva laughed. "What? What are they doing?" Her tears slowed and Annabelle turned and looked at her cousin. "Well, after you left, they all started to laugh. And that's when Mrs. Worthington announced they were all a mess. And then Mrs. Fournier agreed that they were all a mess, of course. And then Mrs. Stanton, no relation to our student, Lottie Stanton, suggested they all jump in the river because it's so hot. And that's when Aunt Millie suggested they take a short walk to the spring house to freshen up, because the spring water is clear as can be." Geneva stood up and walked over to the dressing table, beside the 3-panel dressing screen. Annabelle sat up and watched her cousin look in the mirror and pinch her cheeks to make them appear rosy, since the morning sickness had begun to make her look a bit wan. Mother would say she looked peely-wally. Annabelle's mouth dropped wide open. "And did they?" YDW. Aye, they did. Geneva giggled in her Welsh accent, turning back to look at Annabelle with a huge smile as she smoothed out the layers of her pale blue lace gown. Everyone's playing in the creek. The burn, I tell you. They're playing in the burn. They said they haven't had this much fun at a tea party in years, and sent me up here to find you. Surely you jest. They be in the burn? The creek? Annabelle slid off the high bed to the floor and joined her cousin at the dressing table, wiping her tears away and patting her eyes lightly with her fingertips, attempting to make the puffiness disappear from around her eyes, which looked hazel today instead of brown. Look. Geneva picked up the lace layers of her gown to reveal the wet edges of her crinolines. Lindy and Belrain are in high cotton. Annabelle laughed to picture those fine ladies and Aunt Millie playing in the creek. She slid into the seat at the dressing table and Geneva dropped her skirts to begin arranging her hair. She quickly began tucking and smoothing each strand back into place. Geneva worked expertly at smoothing her hair, dabbing her fingertips in a tiny jar of rosemary pomade Belle held up to help keep the strands in place. Most of them are dancing about in their petticoats. They're splashing each other and squishing their toes down in the cool mud like children having a grand time. They've even hiked up their pantalettes. It's quite a sight, but we must hurry, or you'll miss it. I have no idea what trouble they'll get up to next, but I guarantee it'll be fun. They're in rare form. Annabelle handed Jen a snood to wrap the bun in with several hair pins to secure it and then proceeded to dab a bit of cucumber cold cream around her eyes. Then she added a little cranberry tint to her lips while her cousin secured the pearl-edged combs to hold her thick auburn hair in place. There, you're lovely as ever, Geneva said. Let's hurry and join them. When I left them to come find you, Mrs. Speed had the idea to rinse her boots at the hand pump and the other ladies did the same with their hands and soiled garments. Then they returned to the creek, happy as can be, as if they hadn't a care in the world. Geneva patted her hair and then turned, crossing the room quickly. She opened the bedroom door and Annabelle rose to follow. They dashed out into the hall, their giggles echoing in the wide corridor lined on one side with long windows and doors leading to the balcony overlooking the terrace courtyard below. Whatever distracted ye today? Her cousin asked as they raced toward the staircase. Throwing aside the perfect English she'd learned at Miss Meadows' finishing school in London, Geneva asked, were ye nervous? Och, the new gardener on the back green. Her cousin burst into more laughter. Aye, he's a bonny specimen if I day say so myself. Hush, Jen. Aunt Millie will be scunnered and give me a skelping if anyone hears ye. Nonsense. Geneva rolled her eyes as they descended the stairs. Shaking her head, she lowered her voice so none of the employed servants her aunt kept on staff might overhear. Aunt Millie doesn't get fed up easily and she certainly won't thrash us. She dotes on us because she never had any wee bairn of her own. Ah, I suspected as much. I seem to remember Mama telling me this. I hope she isn't too upset about how the tea turned out. I don't think she is. She's having as much fun as they are. Geneva giggled and then proceeded to tell her about their aunt peeling off her stockings and casting them aside. Did you tell Ridge about the baby yet? Annabelle asked as they crossed the foyer and entered the downstairs hall. Turn right here and we'll be able to access the terrace faster through the library. Geneva led the way. Yes, last Saturday after our dinner with you and Balfour. First, I told Belrain so she could get used to the idea. A few hours later, when I was sure she was all right with it, I arranged a candlelit dinner with his favorite meal on our terrace, chicken and dumplings. He asked me right away what the special occasion was. I'm sure he did. Was he happy about the news? Absolutely ecstatic. Geneva grinned. I told Aunt Millie today before the tea. She's overjoyed. I think she'll treat this baby like a grandchild. Annabelle smiled. How are you feeling? Just morning sickness to contend with, and my clothing is starting to feel a little tight. I'll be paying a visit to Miss Craig soon. Chapter 10. Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Mark 11 verse 24. Annabelle lay wide awake in bed, unable to sleep. She tossed and turned. Then she found herself staring at the moonlight spilling through her window, wondering how she could be in love with Balfour if she'd been so easily distracted by the handsome new gardening assistant at the tea party. Finally, she told herself she hadn't been able to have enough time with her beloved in order to know one way or the other. Thankfully, Miss Craig had informed her she'd begun creating her winter wardrobe. She could hardly believe she finally had plenty of skirts and dresses to choose from. All of her new gowns hung neatly in the wardrobe near the dressing table. Her new shoes were lined up neatly on the shoe shelf and new hats filled the upper shelves. The bureau near the door to the violet bedroom contained her new white linen nightgowns and petticoats, all neatly folded and put away by Pearl Jenkins, the lady's maid she shared with Aunt Millie. Now that she'd been in Kentucky for a while, she suspected Balfour MacGregor would be calling upon her more often. He'd been a perfect gentleman by giving her plenty of time and space to adapt to Kentucky. Truthfully, her niece felt a little weak each time she thought about the kiss they'd shared. She decided she could hardly wait until his next visit and rolled over onto her side and closed her eyes, trying to focus on a verse she'd read before bed from the book of Romans, chapter 15, verse 13, "Now the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, that ye may abound in hope, through the power of the Holy Ghost." She'd accepted the Lord as her Savior as a child, and one thing was clear to her as she meditated on the verse. She could trust the Lord to work out every problem in her life for good, even when she managed to muck things up. This thought made her remember Romans chapter 8, verse 28. Annabelle was glad she'd been taught the scriptures as a child and committed many verses to memory. The Lord spoke to her through them and kept strengthening her heart and mind, filling her with joy and peace for each day. Truly, His word was the bread of life, the manna she needed to face each day and live in every moment with the Lord by her side. Whenever she felt despair, the word of God picked her up. When she felt sorrow, the word of God cradled her and filled her with joy. Now, she found herself on the cusp of another miracle in her life. The Lord was giving her a husband. It wasn't the first huge miracle she'd experienced. He'd saved her from being trampled by a team of runaway horses pulling a carriage outside her father's mercantile one day when she'd attempted to cross the street to run an errand. She'd heard the Lord's voice, commanding her to wait. It had been clear as a bell. Within seconds, while she paused on the boardwalk, the runaway horses and carriage flew by at a breakneck speed. The Lord had spared her, and from that moment on, Annabelle had always tried to spend extra time listening for her Heavenly Father's voice. She finally began to drift into peaceful rest with a smile on her face as she remembered how the Lord had brought her through so many trying times. Getting away from Grandmother Kirkland had brought a sense of healing and revitalized her mind and soul. Now, she could add the miracle that the Lord had helped her endure Eleanor's insults for a number of years, but He'd also brought her to a place where she was fully appreciated for simply being herself. Morning finally came, and with it, Balfour MacGregor came calling, which is how they found themselves in Aunt Millie's garden, talking about books, music, politics, Virginia, Scotland, food, and the weather. On this visit, he'd brought her a book of poetry from Robert Burns. Of course I love Robert Burns and his poetry, and though we celebrated Burns Night with the rest of Scotland, I shall never like haggis. I promise to never serve it. Annabelle clasped the book close to her heart and then glanced up at Balfour to see what his reaction might be to her statement, surprised and pleased she'd found a gentleman taller than herself. I promise to despise haggis with you. He wore a look of amusement and she wasn't sure how to interpret it. She laughed. I hope you won't be too disappointed. I'll never miss it. Personally, I could never stand the stuff. My grandmother made it once or twice. It's akin to eating liver and onions. I don't eat that, either. He winked at her with a handsome smile, and she was glad to find he was still as attractive to her as she'd found him the other times they'd been in each other's company. They both chuckled as they continued walking through the paths among the roses, summer lilies, hydrangea, and gardenia, taking in the scents and colors of each variety. Her wide-brimmed hat shaded her face from the sun, and her new day gown and petticoats made a rustling sound as they walked over the stones. Thank you for the book, Balfour. I shall treasure the poems of our Scottish poet always. Speaking of food, I plan to learn to cook some of your favorites. Please tell me about a few of your favorite foods, if you don't mind, she coaxed with another coy smile. I do enjoy Scottish bannock and cranachan, shortbread cookies. My mother and grandmother make enormous batches of them, venison, roast turkey, roast beef, and peach pie. I'm not fond of spicy foods, but I tolerate them from time to time. They're more popular here than in Virginia. Ah, she replied, noticing the sky was a beautiful, clear, and brilliant blue. And your favorites? He asked, walking along beside her with his hands clasped behind his back. In truth, I'm not fond of beets or turnips, but I do enjoy scones. Clouty dumplings are my favorite, and roast chicken, roast beef, peas, and salad greens. I'm a decent cook when I apply myself, but I need more practice, I confess. You'll have plenty of time for that, he chuckled. The children and I have healthy appetites. She was thankful she didn't see the handsome new assistant trimming the plants so she could give Balfour her undivided attention. The assistant still piqued her curiosity, but she hadn't the nerve to ask anyone about him. Surely it would seem forward and remiss. So, I hear a fellow by the name of Abraham Lincoln may run for president, as you say here in America. Annabelle chose to tread lightly into politics, having discovered they had a few mutual aversions to certain foods, and both enjoyed Dickens and Elizabeth Barrett Browning in addition to Burns. She'd told him about her love for Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Walter Scott's Waverley novels, and Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. He'd agreed they were all worthy writers and great books, except he had only heard of Emily Bronte and promised to find her a book he'd read by the sister. The subject of books brought a pang to her heart when she considered her favorites were now somewhere with her missing trunks, hence part of the reason she'd changed the uncomfortable subject to politics lest she bring up her missing trunks. She didn't want to lead him to discover she didn't have any dishes or books to bring to their future home, a thought which remained a great source of embarrassment to her. No bride should be inadequately prepared for marriage, and she should bring something to the table. She would rather discuss politics, a subject most considered unmannerly among women. Yes, 'tis what we hear. Balfour's eyes brightened at the subject. I understand this fellow named Abraham Lincoln is running on the new Republican Party ticket. He delivered quite a stirring speech in Cincinnati. It was picked up by newspapers across the nation. Will James Buchanan run against him for office again? Annabelle inquired, adjusting one of her new hats as they walked. Perhaps. It's entirely possible since this is his first term, but maybe Douglas will be his opponent since the Douglas and Lincoln debates caught so much attention over the Illinois Senate seat. Ah, she nodded, beginning to understand more of the big picture. I've been wondering what everyone meant about the Douglas and Lincoln debates. It's coming down to being on different sides of the slavery issue, isn't it? Yes, it would appear so. He stopped to sit down with her at the bench facing the Ohio River and waited until she was comfortably seated before joining her. His good and gentlemanlike manners were not lost on her. Gazing out at a riverboat passing by Grace Hill's dock, the view was mesmerizing as they watched the paddle wheel turn. They sat together in comfortable silence, enjoying the breeze, his arm draped around her shoulders. It wasn't long before Annabelle tilted her head and clasped her hat, closing her eyes as he leaned closer and bent to kiss her, when they were interrupted. Excuse me, Miss Rosemont. Lindy Ruth Rollins stood before them with her hand stretched out bearing a letter. The butler wanted me to deliver this to you. It appears to be from Scotland, ma'am. Balfour nearly jumped a mile, rising quickly, pulling Annabelle to her feet beside him as he began a coughing fit. Oh, thank you, Lindy, I mean, Miss Rollins, she stammered, accepting the letter. You're welcome. Oh, and Mrs. Bradford requests the honor of your presence, she added. Very well, Annabelle patted the back of her hair, checking to be sure the strands were all in place. Pearl had worked wonders with her hair, parting it down the back and then creating long cascades of curls on each side of her face, something she didn't usually have the patience for doing with her normally straight reddish honey-colored hair. We'll be there directly. Yes, ma'am. Lindy curtsied and headed back toward the house, her blonde curls glistening in the sunshine. Heat rose to her cheeks, making Annabelle blush a shade of bright pink to have been caught in such a romantic embrace, and by one of Grace Hill's students no less. She attempted to shrug it off. It was bound to happen sooner or later. The plantation was a busy one, and in every direction there was activity, students, staff, clucking chickens, geese honking, cows grazing, Pendleton yapping, and a bevy of daily events and happenings. I think we'd been summoned. Balfour sighed as he gently guided her, and they followed Lindy at some distance to find Aunt Millie. Kissing would have to wait for another time. Annabelle soon settled into a routine of sorts. There was a morning worship service on Sundays in the chapel, with moving sermons delivered by Reverend Granby, followed by a grand meal in the elegant dining room at Grace Hill. She always sat between Aunt Millie and Balfour on the hard pew benches with Geneva, Ridge, and Belrain further to their right. On one of their Sunday walks in the garden, she learned Balfour had been raised Congregationalist but didn't seem to mind the Baptist preacher. He'd recently begun to grow fond of reading books and articles written by Charles Spurgeon. This gave them more than enough common ground to discuss many of the fine points Reverend Granby delivered from behind the polished mahogany pulpit. Balfour called upon her every Tuesday and Thursday morning at 11 o'clock, and then returned on Friday evenings for the supper meal if they weren't dining with Geneva and Ridge at Sarah Rose Hall. They normally planned something eventful for Tuesdays, such as riding or a picnic lunch. On Friday evenings, they often gathered around the piano, where Geneva delighted them with her accomplished playing. Sometimes Balfour brought out his violin, and once, he played his bagpipes at Sarah Rose Hall. Sometimes they read books or played a game of chess, and other times, Annabelle worked at stitching some new item she intended to take with them on the journey to Oregon. The students continued to enjoy their summer, reveling in the fact they didn't have classes. Theirs was a relaxing routine of sleeping an hour longer, taking walks, sketching, painting with watercolors, going on picnics, riding horses, and exploring the banks along the river. They stayed up late reading and sometimes played croquet on the front lawn. Annabelle often joined them in one of the drawing rooms to stitch samplers or read books after dinner and really enjoyed her chats with them. It seemed one or more of the students was almost always underfoot. After a few shopping outings with Aunt Millie, she soon knew the way into the heart of the city of Louisville. Her aunt allowed her to take the cuckle or a buckboard on her own to shop or peruse the library at whim. Though she wasn't any good at controlling a horse, she set out to replace her beloved books and stock up on plenty of writing supplies, 2 sets of dishes, silverware, pots and pans, a tea service, a few other kitchen supplies, 2 new trunks, and a variety of household items they'd need to set up housekeeping in Oregon. Leaving a mercantile on 3rd Street, she climbed into the buckboard, and glancing at the time on the watch pinned to her gown, realized she'd be late for supper. She snapped the reins, and the horse took off at a frenzy of a pace. A shrill whistle blasted her ears after her horse rounded the corner, turning left at a reckless stride 3 blocks down the road. One side of her buckboard had lifted, and as the conveyance bounced back down and thumped hard, a glance to her left caused her a great amount of dismay. The shrill whistle stopped blowing, but she found a uniformed constable straddling a horse racing beside her and bellowing, "Pull over at once, miss. I say, stop this horse at once." Annabelle didn't know whether to be more alarmed at the buckboard bouncing around, the horse carrying her wildly forward, the whistle blowing, or the constable chasing her down. She pulled back on the reins as hard as she could. To her amazement, Ginger brought them to a jerky stop. The constable looked equally amazed and slowed his horse down a few yards beyond. He turned around and sidled up next to her, glaring at her and her horse in disapproval. "Miss, you could have been badly hurt back there. Worse, you could have hurt someone else." Annabelle allowed him to lecture her, sometimes not understanding his words as they came out so fast. She only knew he was upset with her for speeding. "I'm so sorry," she stammered, pleading with him in her softest, kindest voice. My horse, Ginger, she just took off running and I couldn't slow her down. I'm from Scotland and she's not used to me, nor I, her. The last thing she needed was a speeding ticket. Aunt Millie would think she had a knack for getting into trouble. Since she'd been in Kentucky, she'd lost her trunks, ruined a garden tea, and now this. The constable's horse stamped his feet and his nostrils flared from the frenetic run to catch up with her. When his horse shook his mane and craned his neck to look at her, she thought even the horse looked angry with her. Annabelle's eyes grew wider as she waited and prayed, hoping the constable and his horse would take pity on her. He gave her a stern look and then glanced at the mare hitched to her buckboard. Ginger looked back at him as if on cue, her tail swishing gently as if nothing had happened. The constable sighed, pressing his lips together. You mustn't let this happen ever again. If I see you racing any conveyance through the city again at such reckless speeds, I will have no choice but to fine you. Then he reached in a leather pouch strapped onto his saddle and pulled out a pencil and pad of paper. Now, I'll need your name. Miss Rosemont. And Annabelle Rosemont, sir, she answered as Ginger twisted her neck to toss a look back at her as if to say, I told you not to drive me that way. Annabelle leaned forward and saw that he scribbled her name down twice. One entry appeared to be for his records. Then he folded the bottom part of the paper upward in the pad, creased it, and tore it off the pad. He handed it to her. Let this be a warning, this time, Miss Annabelle Rosemont from Scotland. No fine, she clarified. No fine, this time, because you're a very pretty lady. I'm in a good mood today as a result of Mrs. Findlay's apple pie, and I've some Scottish roots myself. He gave her a stern look and winked at her, finishing with, just a warning. Aye, sir, she managed with a breath of relief, nodding, her heart flooding with gratitude as she checked to be sure her hat was still pinned to her head straight. She noticed a few people staring from the boardwalk and blushed, heat rising to her cheeks from embarrassment. She was certain her skin was a shade so red it matched her auburn hair. Thank you, sir. The constable slipped the pencil and paper back in the leather pouch hanging from his saddle horn, tipped his hat in her direction, and then turned his horse and rode away in the direction of the shop she'd visited. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself before they started again. Pretty. He called me pretty. The thought brought a smile to her face, but she was still trembling. As her eyes scanned the onlookers, she caught sight of that handsome gentleman, the writer, staring at her with an absolutely infuriating grin on his face. His arms crossed and a twinkle in his eye as he leaned on a building where he'd observed the entire incident. James Trenwith tipped his hat in her direction, appearing entirely amused. She tilted her chin and looked straight ahead, snapping the reins, more gently this time. Why, the nerve of that rake! How dare the man, handsome rake or not, find amusement in her predicament? Her composure slowly began to return. She managed to pull her white gloves up more snugly on her wrists while holding the reins and resumed navigating Ginger toward Grace Hill, slow as molasses dripping onto cornbread. Annabelle shivered as she considered the incident. The constable was right. She could have been hurt, or worse, wounded someone else. It really was her fault. She blamed her lack of experience with horses since she'd walked nearly everywhere in Edinburgh. There hadn't been much of a need for her father to keep a horse, so she found herself quite inept with Ginger. Father had simply rented one along with a carriage or a buckboard from the livery if they'd had a need for one. At least she'd had a few riding experiences over the years. Nonetheless, she didn't want to share her deficiency. She'd keep the matter to herself, thankful she'd only been given a warning. She might ask the stable manager, Henry, if he'd give her a little more training about horses, or better yet, perhaps Balfour, since they'd been going horseback riding. One reason she kept going to town was not simply to acquire things for her new home once they were married, but also to learn how to drive so she could share the burden of driving the wagon with her future husband on the long journey to Oregon. Has Miss Craig finished your fittings for your winter wardrobe? Geneva inquired. I had the last fitting a few days ago, and then she delivered almost everything except a few more gowns and my wedding gown and veil. Annabelle was happy to share the news. A warm breeze washed over them and for a moment, the two cousins stood still with their arms outstretched to revel in the movement of air as it blew gently around them, stirring the shrubs in front of them and rustling the leaves in the trees towering far above. August was upon them and the heat was unbearable at times, though today seemed cooler than the day before. How do you like Balfour, now that you've had a chance to become acquainted? Geneva asked as they filled their baskets with plump, ripe blackberries along the edge of the tree line along the river behind the stables at Grace Hill. They planned to pick enough to make pies, a cobbler, and a few jars of jam. Oh, I like him just fine, but I have the sense he's running from something. I don't fully understand why he doesn't want to settle here in Kentucky, near family and friends. It's so nice here, other than the August heat. I'm not used to it. Summers are cooler in Edinburgh, but we do suffer from the humidity at times, being close to the sea. Every now and then we have a dreadfully hot summer, but not as often as you do here. Annabelle wiped her brow with the edge of her apron and plucked another berry. She dropped it in her basket, keeping her eyes on the next one to pick while they chatted. They'd been picking berries for 30 minutes and there appeared no shortage of more. There were red raspberries to be harvested as well, and they'd brought extra baskets along, sitting on the ground behind them. Geneva stood up tall from leaning over a bush and dropped a berry in her mouth. She appeared to consider Annabelle's observation while clearly savoring the juicy berry. From what I've learned, he's perhaps trying to put as much distance as possible between his past and the memory of Philippa and his future. I suppose that makes sense. That, and I don't think he'd enjoy living in Ridge's shadow on your land for long. He sold his farm in Virginia, and I think he's tired of farming. As you know, he plans to take the funds from the sale of his farm to invest in his new venture. I think he is serious at trying his hand at running his own general store, just as his letters said when he wrote to me in Scotland. He talks about all of the things he can sell and how nice it would be to live near the Pacific. He reads everything he can about Oregon. Annabelle dropped more berries into her basket and moved to her right along the bushes to reach more, being careful to avoid snagging her new calico gown and apron on the tiny sharp thorns. She was glad she'd worn her wide-brimmed hat to shade her face from the bright, hot August sun beating down on them. There's a natural competitive spirit between Ridge and Balfour to some extent. They both want to make their own way in the world and have different dreams. Geneva reached into the bushes as far as her arms would allow without falling into them to pluck more berries. When I really consider the matter, I think it's a good thing he has a new dream. I've been praying about it since my arrival. I believe it's my duty to help him with his ambitions and lay aside my own thoughts and wishes on the matter. I've been a little torn. It's so delightful here. I'm sometimes reluctant to leave Kentucky and traipse off to a land so far away from everyone we know, but on the other hand, it will be a new and exciting chapter in both of our lives. Annabelle dropped another handful of berries into her basket. Her fingers were turning purple from the berries, but she didn't mind. They'd have one of her favorite desserts on the dinner table and she'd get a chance to practice her baking skills. In Oregon, she wouldn't have help in the kitchen like Aunt Millie and Geneva did managing these large neighboring plantations. She needed all the practice she could manage. Geneva stopped to rest her hands on her back for more support. Her waist was starting to thicken and she needed extra breaks for comfort. I think you're right, Belle. Oregon will give you both a fresh start and a new adventure. You'll be making new memories with Philip and Charity, too. You can always return to Kentucky if it doesn't work out like you hope. Aunt Millie and I would always welcome you at any time. You could visit, too, you know. And we could visit you. We'd like that. It would be wonderful. We could go to the beach and take walks, go on picnics, introduce you to our new friends and neighbors, and have such an enjoyable time together. Speaking of Philip and Charity, Balfour said he's bringing them to Sunday supper this week. Annabelle kept working, plucking as many berries as she could. He also brings me gifts with each visit. Flowers, candy, chocolates, books, ribbon. He's very romantic, a perfect gentleman. You must be so excited about meeting his children. Do you feel ready to meet them? Geneva returned to picking the berries in front of her. Annabelle paused and smiled. I do. He's been telling me little things about each one of them, how they're doing in school, what they each like to do, what they want for Christmas and birthdays. Say, did you happen to notice the new assistant gardener seems to have taken a liking to our Miss Tilson? Geneva glanced over toward the garden where he was talking to Emma as he plucked a few flowers and laid them in Emma's gardening basket, the one she always carried outside when gathering and cutting flowers for arrangements to freshen the rooms of the manor house. I have, Annabelle replied, reaching for another berry. I've noticed Miss Tilson is so much more chipper than when I first arrived. She's like a different person since those two started talking. I haven't had a chance to ask Aunt Millie about him. In my excitement about the baby, I keep forgetting to ask her. What's his story? Geneva inquired, staring at the couple. They seem so happy when they're together. I saw them walking the front lawn on Sunday after supper last week. From what I gather, I heard Delia and Betsy mentioning his background in the kitchen, and then later, Balfour and I went horseback riding with him and Emma. After our ride, we spoke with him directly. His name is Benjamin Graham. Then Aunt Millie filled me in on the rest one evening at dinner. He's a local Kentucky boy, or so Aunt Millie referred to him. Geneva laughed. A Kentucky boy sounds like something she might say. I'm delighted Miss Tilson appears to have an admirer. Well, there's more. According to our aunt, he has his own little farm not far from here. Never been married before. No children. Quiet fellow. He seems well educated as he's always reading a book on his lunch break beneath a shade tree. Aunt Millie said she hired him to help Hank Marshall care for the grounds. He and Emma went horseback riding with us a few times, as chaperones, although we did go on a picnic by ourselves a couple of times. We remained close to the house on the front lawn in the shade of those lovely oaks and maples both times. Seems we're interrupted every time Balfour is about to kiss me. Annabelle sighed. First it was Lindy who interrupted us, and then Craymore. I think Balfour's about given up trying to kiss me, but when he does, I feel like a schoolgirl and completely in love. Geneva chuckled. Aunt Millie is exceptionally good about keeping an eye out and preserving our chastity. I speak from experience. I think Ridge only got to kiss me twice before we married because she dozed off one evening and we rescued her from that terrible kidnapping incident the other time, the one I told you about in my letters, so she was too happy to mind when he dropped down on one knee and proposed. I think she allowed us to seal it with a kiss, because she just wanted a hot meal and a bath and her own bed. Annabelle nodded, laughing. Yes, well, Balfour doesn't stay too late in the evenings for any chance of her dozing off. He always has to get home early to the children. If it weren't for Belrain and Mrs. Johnston, we'd have little opportunity for our courtship to progress. I'm very thankful to both of them for keeping an eye on the children so we can spend time together. Yes, very kind and sweet of them. Belrain enjoys her time with the children. I dare say, Hank's getting up in years. I'm glad Aunt Millie thought to hire someone to help him, even if it is only part-time. Geneva turned her attention back to plucking berries after studying Benjamin and Emma as they laughed and talked while he continued to cut flowers for the basket in Emma's hands. He went horseback riding with you too, and Emma? Now that's an incredible answer to prayer. I've been praying for the Lord to send her a good husband. She'd about given up, you know. I suspected it might be something like that. Annabelle paused and stood up from leaning over the bush she'd been plucking. She glanced over beyond her cousin to peer at the happy couple. I hope it works out for them. They seem like a nice pair, and since his farm is so close, maybe she'd still be able to teach at Grace Hill if they end up married. Now there's something to be said for that. I don't think I'll be able to teach without bringing my baby to class, and when he can walk, it will be out of the question. I won't be able to teach for a few years. Aunt Millie really needs Miss Tilson to keep the school running smoothly, and the students, they'd be devastated without her. Geneva ate another blackberry and resumed picking. When he can walk? Annabelle teased with a grin. Geneva blushed and laughed. Well, all right, maybe we're having a girl. It's hard to say. I'll be happy with whichever the Lord shall give us. Annabelle nodded. Benjamin Graham was quiet on our horseback rides. We didn't get much chance to talk to them as they followed at a distance behind us both times, but they were content to let Balfour lead with me on Ginger, and amiable when we stopped to rest or change directions. I think he's observing and seems like a nice man. Perhaps about the right age for Emma. Maybe he's 27 or 28 years old, maybe 30? The only thing that baffles me is one question. I wonder why he never married. Perhaps he's shy and doesn't socialize much. Perhaps. Geneva nodded. This remains a mystery to us, but time will tell. Maybe he had a bedridden mother to take care of, or maybe his father died and he had to take care of the farm and his ill mother. Maybe he was engaged to someone else for a very long time and then she fell in love with someone else. Annabelle's imagination ran rampant for a moment and her cousin began giggling. Oh Belle, you're full of surprises. I never know what you're going to say or do next. James Trenwith held out his arm to escort his sister, Miss Christie Trenwith, to the coach waiting beneath the porte-cochere supported by two large columns and the east wing of his Greek Revival-styled mansion. Ready? I suppose so. She yawned, placing a hand on his arm. I could use another 8 hours of sleep, but we mustn't chance it. I think I've worn myself out shopping. I haven't even unpacked my trunks from when I arrived yet. It's far too soon to leave, but I know we must. We can only hope to reach Summerside in time. He tipped his hat to his butler, Fred Burlinger, who watched them from the double doors of the side entrance. James had every confidence Burlinger and his housekeeper, Mrs. Linton, would handle all matters in his absence until he could return. He climbed inside the coach after his sister settled down comfortably into the plush seats. Their trunks, portmanteaus, and valises had been loaded before breakfast according to his instructions, so there was nothing left to be done. Perhaps the journey would be somewhat enjoyable if they could keep from worrying about father's condition. When he tapped on the ceiling with his walking cane, the driver dutifully snapped the reins on the horses. The coach lurched forward. As the conveyance pulled through the gates and turned, he stared out the window, looking at his home with a longing in his eyes, wishing they didn't have to go. He'd been looking forward to more lazy afternoons on the lake in the rowboat, morning horseback rides at sunrise, and making progress on his manuscript, not to mention enjoying a long visit with Christie and taking a great many summer picnics. Hopefully, they'd be able to return soon. If only it wasn't such a long journey. At least he had his lap desk along and could manage some writing when the roads weren't too bumpy. Chapter 11. 'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Lord Alfred Tennyson, 1809–1883, English Poet Laureate. No sooner had the students returned to Grace Hill to begin the school year than harvest season began. She finally met Dixie Lee Randall, Dorothea May Langford, and Lena Sue Colton, all students who lived either in Lexington or Louisville with their families when school wasn't in session. Annabelle's next goal was an attempt to brush up on her cooking skills in preparation for marriage. She did her very best to shadow Delia and Betsy, observing them in the kitchen. She tried to be helpful and remember how to prepare the meals her mother had taught her to cook over the years. Sometimes Aunt Millie taught the girls to cook something as an afternoon class, and Annabelle found these classes the most enjoyable of all her time spent in the kitchen. Millie was a fun teacher, and it was obvious she enjoyed interacting with the students. Delia didn't appear to mind having a little break from baking and cooking now and then. She happily shared the kitchen as long as everyone cleaned up properly afterwards. Annabelle found and purchased a Scottish cookbook along with an American one, but it wasn't the same as having the recipes she'd written and placed inside her former cookbook from home. There were jams and jellies to make and all sorts of items being canned from the garden, such as pickles, relish, stewed tomatoes, and other vegetables. In truth, she had little time to lament the loss and did her best to stay cheerful. After all, she told herself, God had provided Delia Gardner and Betsy Lewis, excellent cooks. In the afternoons, she enjoyed tea with her aunt and of course, there were the days when Balfour called upon them. Meeting Philip and Charity had been delightful. They were well-behaved, well-adjusted, inquisitive, friendly, loving children, eager and accepting of the idea about having a mother of their own. Annabelle had been relieved to finally meet them, but she was also glad Balfour had not thrust them forward too quickly before she'd had a chance to get to know him. She was finally able to put to rest some of her worries about becoming a stepmother. When she saw how young they were and realized everything in their path contained a fresh, new excitement, Annabelle's apprehension diminished considerably. Philip was smart as a whip and caring. Charity was adorable and sweet as pie. They were as curious about her as she was of them. "What do you like best in the whole world?" she asked them on Sunday after dinner when they sat on the front porch together. "I like my dollhouse," Charity chimed up at once. "Papa made it for me." "I like my wooden toy soldier set," Philip announced. "It was a Christmas gift from Father 2 years ago. Every year, I get a few more to add to my collection. I've got a whole army now." "So, how are things progressing between you and Miss Rosemont?" She seemed smitten with love and adoration. Ridge, wearing a mischievous grin, adjusted the brim of his hat, hoping for more shade. He couldn't help but heckle his friend. He and Balfour had rolled their sleeves up to join those bringing in the hay harvest. They were covered in sweat and stray pieces of hay. The sweet smell of freshly cut alfalfa hay wafted in the air, but they were too tired to notice as the bright rays of the sun beat down everything beneath its unescapable path. They'd been up before dawn, Ridge driving the long sickle bar to cut down the long grasses and Balfour driving the horse-drawn rake implement to gather the hay into windrows. The overseer Ridge had hired years ago, Blake Farnley, who'd kept Sarah Rose Hall going during some of the worst years of his life and proved his worth 10 times over, drove the hay wagon while field hands pitched the gathered hay up into the wagon bed. When it was full, some of the men would help unload the winter feed into the hay loft in one of the barns. It was a tedious process, and by the end of the day, they'd be thankful for a hot bath, a hearty meal, and fall into bed to sleep like there was no tomorrow. At present, they'd all stopped for a short break, and Ridge parked next to Balfour while workers drank water from canteens and rested. No one stopped for long in the heat or they wouldn't be able to keep going, but long enough to have a brief conversation. It's hard to say. I think things are going well. She's delightful and everything I prayed for, intelligent, kind, warm, caring, humorous, steady, silly, fun, at times serious. We seem to be well suited to each other, but haven't had much time alone. Philip and Charity have embraced her and she them. Balfour drank a long sip from his canteen and paused to look straight ahead at the hazy field, holding the reins to a team of horses in his hands loosely while the horses grazed. Referring to his large Newfoundland, he added, "And at least she likes Theo." Ridge chuckled. Now that's one of the most important things of all. Women can be funny about having a dog in the house. Millie's very protective of her nieces, but as long as you keep getting an invitation to Sunday dinner, you can safely assume you're in her good graces. He reached for his canteen thinking they still had a long day ahead of them. He wasn't accustomed to the intense heat, but he thanked the Lord he was healthy enough to help when harvest rolled around each year. Most of his work usually involved studying ledgers and handling purchasing, personnel, and investment issues from the comfort of his office. But one of the reasons he was well respected among his sharecroppers and hired employees was because he wasn't afraid to roll up his sleeves and help from time to time with the general labor and day-to-day operations. It wasn't unusual to occasionally find Ridge lending a hand milking a cow, mucking out a stall, or tending the garden. "The first time I kissed her, she ran away like a skittish horse. I chased her like a schoolboy through your garden." Balfour MacGregor grinned with one of those contented smiles and continued staring straight ahead at the hazy field where the tall grasses to be cut down waved in a gentle breeze. Ridge glanced over at his friend and chuckled. He detected a happy, faraway look in Balfour's eyes that did his heart good. Since he'd invited his childhood friend to relocate from Virginia to Kentucky and offered him the use of his cottage guest house, until he could decide where he wanted to purchase his dream of a general store west of Appalachia or further west of the Mississippi, his friend seemed to have renewed enthusiasm for life. It was good to see him moving on since the loss of his beloved Philippa. Ridge had been his best man at MacGregor's wedding, and he knew only too well how heartbreaking it was to lose a wife. He'd mourned his own Amelia for nearly a decade, drowning his sorrow and grief in a bottle until he was nearly out of his mind. Thank God for Millicent Bradford taking care of his precious daughter, Belrain, and guiding him back to health, helping to restore him to a right relationship with his heavenly Father. He'd been raised French Catholic, but Millie had gradually helped him see a relationship with Jesus mattered far more than his religion. After all, his religion hadn't helped save him, but faith in the Redeemer of Israel and the good Lord working through Millie's kindness and generosity. She'd been like a mother to him and his daughter since he'd left Virginia and Amelia died. He could still sometimes see Amelia and Pritchard Morgan's shiny, wavy brown hair, her sparkling green eyes, and her ivory skin when he thought about his Southern belle and first love. Gradually, much of his memory of her had faded, and eventually he'd fallen in love with Geneva when he'd least expected to find love again. Oh, sure, there'd been the years he'd shared with Abigail Harrington, but most of that had been a mistake he'd repented for in his prayers. And then he'd realized he hadn't really loved her when he met Geneva. His friend continued. "Every time I've tried to kiss Annabelle, we're interrupted, if you can imagine that. I think it's safe to say I'm hoping the next time we won't be disrupted." Hope being the key ingredient. Balfour drank more water from his canteen and then took his hat off to wipe his forehead on the sleeve of his work shirt. Never give up hope. Ridge chuckled, remembering the hundreds of times he'd wanted to kiss Geneva and couldn't. Especially for sweet kisses from our beautiful women. They give us a reason to keep going and fill us with hope and purpose. Aye, that they do, Balfour agreed with a wide smile and a twinkle in his eye. The good Lord knew what he was doing when he created women. Then the overseer began calling the men back to work. Ridge and Balfour leaned forward and gripped the reins tighter in their separate conveyances, ready to harvest more hay. Fred Burlinger delivered the mail to Maud Linton in her small, cozy office located off the hall across from the kitchen. He handed the efficient housekeeper the envelope from Master Trenwith right away. Mrs. Linton read the return address and looked up with a sparkle in her eyes at the loyal butler she and her husband had worked with for the past decade. Praise be to God, we've received some word. It's come a long way from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Mrs. Linton's husband, the grounds and stable manager, Arthur Linton, looked up from the tea table in one corner of his wife's office, where they often ate lunch together. Finally, some news. Good news, I hope. Aye, Fred nodded, sitting down to join them at the table as Mrs. Linton hurried to open the letter. The cook, Mrs. Maggie Arnold, had prepared roast turkey sandwiches and salad greens for the noon meal, but hadn't been able to join them since she had plans to spend the day with her family away from the estate. As she opened the letter, she commented, "It's sad that Miss Trenwith had to leave with her brother in such a hurry after arriving all this way from Nova Scotia. It seems so far away, and after such a long journey." She scanned the letter and read the first few lines. "What's it say, Maud?" Arthur asked his wife somewhat impatiently, a curious look on his face, beneath his graying hair. "Any news of his father's condition?" "Master Trenwith says his father has been gravely ill, but he's taken a turn for the better. He plans to stay at Prince Edward Island with his sister until he is assured their father has made a full recovery. He says it is highly unlikely he will return before Christmas and not to expect him home until spring. He writes he knows he can count on us to continue to manage the estate capably until then and assures us of the usual Christmas bonus." Maud Linton tucked the letter into her apron pocket and sighed. "Well, that's that. It should be easy going around here then until spring. We just have to work hard to keep things in order. I'll write a response after lunch and let him know things are fine here and we're all praying for his father." "Sounds fine to me, Mrs. Linton," Fred nodded, breathing a sigh of relief that Mr. Trenwith's father was on the mend and life at Cavendish Manor could continue at an easy, comfortable pace. "Indeed," Mr. Linton concurred. Chapter 12. Getting over a painful experience is much like crossing monkey bars. You have to let go at some point in order to move forward. C.S. Lewis. To improve is to change, to be perfect is to change often. Winston Churchill. "So, your sister is named Caroline, correct?" Annabelle asked Balfour one late October day, her pen poised over an invitation to their early December wedding. "That is correct. Miss Caroline MacGregor. My father is Arthur MacGregor and my mother, Bonnie." Balfour stirred his tea with a cinnamon stick and leaned back in the sofa, returning his attention to the book in his hand. "What about your grandparents? Didn't you say they are still living, the ones who came from descendants who lived in the village of Balfour, Scotland on Shapinsea Island, of the Orkney Islands?" "Yes, Graham and Mary MacGregor," Balfour nodded. "They won't be able to endure the journey here from Virginia as they're getting on in years. You needn't waste an invitation. They were young when they came to America, but they don't travel much now. They live on a few acres, which are part of my parents' farm." "Yes, I thought that's what you'd mentioned. We mustn't forget to send them one lest they feel slighted," Annabelle explained with a soft tone and a warm smile to her fiancé. Balfour nodded and smiled in return. "I am glad of the care you are taking with this. Gentlemen don't have an understanding of such matters." She smiled from the seat at the tea table nearest her beloved in Aunt Millie's pleasant room, the one titled the upstairs sitting room. Then she bent her head back over the invitations she'd had printed to continue addressing a few more. Balfour had finally officially proposed one evening on an autumn walk beneath the lovely trees surrounding Grace Hill's front lawn, presenting her with an amethyst ring with a gold band surrounded by 2 smaller diamonds on each side of the larger square amethyst. He'd said to her, "Did you know Annabelle means beautiful grace and Balfour means grazing land?" "No, I didn't," she'd replied, her eyes filling with tears as he held her in his embrace under leaves of golden yellow and deep red colors. She'd worn an emerald green gown with a bonnet lined in the same satin fabric, and he'd looked so handsome in his top hat with his dark suit, paisley vest, long-sleeved white shirt, and thin burgundy tie. "Well, 'tis true. So, if you look closely inside the band, you'll see I've had our names engraved together." He'd sealed the proposal with a kiss, but it had been the only one he'd been able to give her for more than a few seconds since the first. All of the others had been interrupted as the couple had been closely guarded. Of course, she had accepted him, having realized some weeks before, she'd fallen completely, thoroughly, and hopelessly in love with the man. Annabelle felt Aunt Millie was keeping a closer than usual eye upon Balfour since he'd been married and widowed prior to their courtship. Somehow, his attempts to lavish her with kisses had always been disrupted. No one was watching them now, though. They had the entire sitting room to themselves, and Balfour leaned forward on the sofa while she leaned toward him from her chair at the tea table until their lips met. Not 3 seconds later, the door to the sitting room opened, startling them half out of their wits when the butler entered with a tray bearing a letter for Annabelle. Addressed from a Mr. Brandon Rosemont in the care of Duncan Kirkland in Scotland, "Miss Rosemont," Maxwell Craymore said with a slight bow as she drew away from Balfour and sat up in her chair, squeezing her eyes shut in frustration. Yet another kiss interrupted. One glance told her Balfour looked positively exasperated as Maxwell crossed the room and handed her the envelope. "Ah, my brother, Brandon, writing to me from Glasgow at Uncle Duncan's residence," she said with a sigh, her heart pounding as she accepted the letter, briefly glanced at the return address, and then returned her gaze to stare at Balfour with longing in her expression. She set the letter aside from the stack of invitations, keeping her eyes on her beloved, a dreamy look on her face as she stammered, Thank you, Craymore. I'll read it later." She couldn't help it if she looked dreamy. She was most certainly in love and equally certain nothing could wake her from this most happy of all dreams come true. She could finally understand why her sister, Rieni, had always seemed to have her head in the clouds once she'd met the handsome Vicar Matthew Hamilton. "You're welcome. Would you like me to take the invitations to the post office for you when they're ready?" Maxwell moved toward the hearth to stoke the logs in the fireplace. "Yes, that'd be very kind of ye," Annabelle agreed as Aunt Millie entered the room, carrying her fluffy white dog, Pendleton. She had him tucked safely under one arm and used a cane to find her way to her chaise in the corner by the front window. "I'll be finished by tomorrow morning. It's just going to be a small, elegant affair with our closest friends and family." "Very good, Mississippi." Turning to Aunt Millie and finished with the fireplace, Maxwell wheeled the tea cart closer to her favorite corner. "More tea, ma'am?" "Yes, that'd be perfect," Aunt Millie nodded. "And maybe a few of those scones with blackberry jam. I'm sure Balfour and Annabelle would like some, too." "Only a small wedding? Wouldn't you 2 lovebirds prefer a fancy wedding ball?" "I could invite enough guests that you wouldn't be able to fit your gifts in the wagon to Oregon, but then again, some part of me keeps hoping you'll change your mind and decide to locate your general store in Louisville." "We certainly could use another general store." Annabelle looked at Balfour to see his reaction to Aunt Millie's proposed suggestions. He stood up and moved toward the fireplace, turning and facing his bride with a stoic look. "I don't think the findings from the research I've done will meet with your suggestion to put another store in Louisville, and the country dance and grand buffet for our small guest list will be more than sufficient for our wedding reception." His mind was made up about Oregon and Annabelle felt sure nothing in the world could change it. She considered it a small compromise for a lifetime of happiness and having her own family. Perhaps he wouldn't like the Pacific Northwest once they arrived and would want to return. She wasn't thrilled with the idea, but it was her fiancé's dream, and she must support him. "The invitations are all addressed, Aunt Millie, and everything is set for a month from today." Annabelle stood up and brought the guest list to her aunt's side. "There is no need to make any more of a fuss than I know you've already done." No need to waste any more precious funds than necessary. We've included those you recommended on our guest list and have gone over it several times to be sure we left no one off who should be included. The students will all be there, and most of Grace Hill's staff. All of your dearest and closest friends and family will be invited. It will be a lovely wedding at the chapel with an elegant country wedding dance and supper in your magnificent ballroom, for which I am most thankful. We are very happy with the arrangements for our early December wedding. Plus, there'll be the wedding breakfast with a Scottish menu, and there's the dinner the day before, and the rehearsal dinner for the immediate family. It will be a long weekend of continuous celebrating. Yes, yes, Aunt Millie said, holding her spectacles up to the bridge of her nose to inspect the guest list one more time. I know you're right. May I see an invitation again? I want to be sure we've done everything properly and the printer complied with our requests. Besides, I'd like to admire them one more time. They turned out so lovely, don't you think? I like the gold embellishments. These pair nicely with the gold-trimmed bridesmaid dresses for a Christmas wedding. A week later, Maxwell knocked on the same sitting room door and entered the room, holding the door shut most of the way. Balfour is just outside the door, ma'am, wishing to call upon Miss Rosemont. I tried to redirect him, ma'am, but he insisted it was of importance. No, you can't let him in the room. Annabelle gasped. She was standing on a footstool in her wedding gown while Miss Craig knelt on the oriental rug, pinning the hem. Aunt Millie's eyes nearly popped out of her head from her chaise where she observed the fitting. Don't open that door any wider. My dear Balfour, you may not come inside this room presently, she called out. Miss Tilson sat up straighter in her chair and turned toward the door. Tell him it's a wedding surprise and he mustn't come in or it will spoil everything. He can't see the bride in her gown before the wedding day. As I suspected, Maxwell nodded. He stuck his head out of the door. They've got a wedding gown fitting going on and you're not able to enter, sir. Oh, I see. Just tell Annabelle, Miss Rosemont, my family plans to arrive in about a fortnight for the wedding, my sister and parents. They could hear Balfour's voice from in the hall. They'll be staying at Sarah Rose Hall. Tell Balfour, Mr. MacGregor, that I am delighted to hear this news, Annabelle replied, her eyes sparkling brightly. Don't move, Miss Rosemont. I don't want to make a mistake. Miss Craig mumbled through the pins in her mouth. Annabelle tried to hold very still, but nothing could stop the smile on her face. She says she is delighted, Max began. Yes, I heard her, MacGregor interrupted. Thank you, then. I'll return tomorrow for our usual walk in the garden and I do have a question. MacGregor's voice drifted into the sitting room through the door where Maxwell stood blocking the groom from entering the room. He says Max began. Yes. I heard him. Tell him I'll be ready and waiting. Annabelle smiled, running her hands along the long satin sleeves of her wedding gown. She says she'll be, Maxwell began. Ready and waiting, MacGregor finished. Ask her when the fitting is for Philip and Charity, for their wedding clothes. Maxwell turned to Annabelle, still holding the door open slightly. He lifted one eyebrow and deferred to Miss Rosemont. Miss Craig, when do you think the fitting will be for the children and the groom? I will come to Grace Hill next Monday afternoon at 4 o'clock, right after school, if he could bring the children for the fittings and his fitting, after. I'll bring the tailor who takes care of our gentlemen customers. He'll fit young Master Philip for his suit, too. Miss Craig spoke through more pins in her mouth, but didn't look up from the hem of the gown. Maxwell, if you'd be so kind as to ask Mr. MacGregor if he can bring the children to Grace Hill on this coming Monday at 4 o'clock for their fitting and the groom's fitting. Annabelle raised an eyebrow and leaned one ear toward the door to hear the reply. Yes, tell her 'tis not a problem. We shall be here, Monday next at 4 o'clock in the afternoon for our fittings. Maxwell added, Goodbye until tomorrow, my love. Goodbye until tomorrow, my love, Annabelle called out in reply, blowing a kiss from her hands, although she knew he wouldn't be able to see it through the door. Balfour had turned her into an infatuated, dreamy, schoolgirl. She hadn't been this giddy with happiness in years. She listened with a tender smile as the sound of his footsteps returned downstairs, fading away. Then she leaned her ear toward the front windows where she could hear his horse and buckboard drive away. Maxwell disappeared as Miss Tilson sighed, appearing to appreciate the love between the happy couple. She leaned toward Millicent Bradford with a smile and remarked, "They certainly are in love." "Yes, they certainly are." Aunt Millie tucked a gray curl under her frilly cap and leaned her head toward Emma Tilson. "And I think I know of another happy couple who may soon have a similar engagement to announce." Miss Tilson returned a smile, blushing a shade of light pink, and wordlessly settled back into her chair to read her book. Millie looked down at Pendleton and patted him lovingly, her brows furrowing with concern. "With Geneva about to give birth, our Emma about to become engaged, and our Annabelle off to Oregon in the spring, I have a feeling I'd better start looking for a few teachers for Grace Hill." "What can I do to make you more comfortable, my dearest?" Ridge asked Geneva. They were seated around the drawing room at Sarah Rose Hall after a fine dinner had been held to introduce Annabelle to Balfour's relations, and another tall and golden-haired guest at Sarah Rose Hall, known only as Jackson. Annabelle thought he was a mysteriously quiet friend of Ridge and Balfour, but she soon realized they'd all grown up together in Virginia. The mansion had been decorated with an abundance of fall flowers and winter greenery. Thankfully, the MacGregor family had settled in comfortably a few days prior after a journey by coach from Richmond, Virginia. The weather had been favorable and the roads excellent for late November, to everyone's relief. An extra pillow would be truly a comfort. Geneva's hand rested on her growing belly, although the empire-waisted gown she wore did much to hide her condition. Ridge rose and then found an extra pillow on an empty sofa near them in the spacious drawing room. Retrieving it, he brought it to Geneva. She positioned it behind her back with a look of appreciation for her doting husband. "Ridge, you are the perfect attentive husband," Caroline remarked, her red hair glistening in the glow of evening candlelight, styled fashionably with 2 braids looped on each side of her head. Her gray silk evening gown rustled with every movement and for some reason, she seemed a powerful force in the room. Turning to her brother, she beamed, adding, "This reminds me of you and Philippa." The room grew quiet, but nearly everyone looked at Caroline as if she'd lost her presence of mind. Her mother, Bonnie MacGregor, tossed her a threatening look. Then they all glanced at Annabelle to see how she'd react. The guests held their collective breath. Geneva and Ridge had invited everyone to dine that evening at Sarah Rose Hall. Belrain had been among the guests until it was time to take Philip and Charity to the cottage to ready them for bed, but guests included Aunt Millie, Annabelle, Balfour, Bonnie and Arthur MacGregor, Miss Caroline MacGregor, Emma Tilson, Benjamin Graham, and Jackson. Annabelle could see all of it with a tiny glance up and her peripheral vision, although she had her head immersed in a book, a cup of steaming hot tea to her right, and Balfour seated on her left. Since the ladies present had each brought out a bit of sewing or a book to read when the gentlemen had joined them, returning from their escape to the library after dinner, she was reading a book Balfour had given her, written by Emily Bronte titled, Wuthering Heights. Annabelle decided not to look up again, not even for a glance. If she acknowledged the remark, it would make everyone uncomfortable, depending on her reply. She considered it would most likely be preferable to pretend she hadn't heard the statement. Though Annabelle was painfully aware of Philippa and her future husband's past and accepted it as a matter of fact, Caroline had managed to bring up his first wife 3 times already that evening as if she were attempting to bait discord. A few moments passed, which seemed like forever, but Aunt Millie managed to change the subject, much to everyone's relief. "You appear to be completely enjoying the book you're reading, Annabelle." Aunt Millie accepted another cup of tea from Geneva. Annabelle pretended not to have heard the discussion. Then she glanced up at her aunt lovingly, appreciating the rescue wholeheartedly. "Oh yes, I am." Turning to Balfour at her side, she batted her eyelashes and added, peering up at him with a look of adoration, "My darling and beloved fiancé brings me the sweetest gifts. Balfour, this book is an absolute treasure. How you do spoil me with books, and chocolates, and flowers and many other like gifts. You are the most considerate gentleman." Balfour appeared to bask in her praise, placing a strong arm around her shoulders. Annabelle was very glad she'd worn the emerald green silk gown from the winter wardrobe Miss Craig had completed. The gown had a bateau neckline and long, fitted sleeves. The skirt was cinched at the waist with tucks in all of the right places and folds of shimmery silk cascading to the floor. She kept her eyes on her beloved, a light blush creating a beautiful glow about her face. In fact, somehow, Balfour made her feel like the most beautiful girl in the world. Her response seemed to have taken Caroline off guard and silenced her, for the time being. Annabelle was thankful she hadn't had to pretend an ounce of her love for the man seated beside her, only a pretense that she hadn't heard the critic in the room. All eyes were on the pair, seemingly in admiration of the love they obviously held for each other and the excitement they shared about their future together. Perhaps even Caroline could see it, Annabelle hoped. Chapter 13. So Darius ordered Daniel to be brought out and thrown into a pit of lions. But he said to Daniel, "You have been faithful to your God, and I pray that he will rescue you." Daniel 6 verse 16, Contemporary English Version. For last night an angel of the God to whom I belong and whom I serve stood beside me. Acts 27 verse 23, New Living Translation. No, I shan't agree. You'll simply have to wait until our wedding day, Annabelle insisted in response to the pleas from Miss MacGregor and her mother to have a preview of her wedding gown. They'd arrived at Grace Hill in Ridge's fashionable coach from Sarah Rose Hall for afternoon tea. Arthur MacGregor had remained behind with Jackson, Balfour, and Ridge. He was content to read books near the warm fire in Geneva's drawing room. The students filled the classrooms on the third floor, barely able to focus on their lessons for the excitement of the wedding and Christmas around the corner. Miss Tilson had finally given up on lessons and dismissed classes early, leaving her and Belrain free to join them for tea while the other students meandered about the halls of the plantation in various flurries of activity, chatter, and cheer. Annabelle busied herself with looking over the wedding breakfast menu and the evening wedding dance supper buffet menu one last time to be sure everything was in order. I confess our great disappointment, Caroline pouted from the sage green velvet chair in a corner across from Aunt Millie at Grace Hill's sitting room on the second floor where nearly everything happened of great interest at the stunning Kentucky plantation. Not even a tiny peek? Bonnie MacGregor pleaded from one end of the sofa facing the grouping in the pleasant room as the late November afternoon sunshine poured in through the long windows draped in more of the green velvet. Not even a tiny peek. Annabelle remained firm in her conviction that no one else should see the gown. She sat at the tea table near the windows with Miss Tilson, giving Geneva, Belrain, and Bonnie the more comfortable sage green velvet sofa to occupy. Remember how beautiful Philippa looked on her wedding day? She showed us her gown, but of course in that instance, I was a bridesmaid. Caroline sipped her tea and then set the cup back in the saucer she held with her other hand. I don't think we'll ever see another bride anywhere as beautiful as Philippa. Annabelle finished her sip of tea and blinked. Had Miss MacGregor really just said those cutting words? Why did it even surprise her at this point? Well, I for one agree with Annabelle. No one else should see her gown unless the bride wishes to share it, and she's made it perfectly clear she does not. Geneva's tone was a defense meant to cheer her considerably, but the damage had been done and was irreparable in Annabelle's soul. 'Twould be one more thing she'd simply have to find a way to give to God like all the other insults she'd endured from Grandmother Kirkland, including those from the boys at school who'd ridiculed her for being too tall and plain with coppery red hair. For some reason, the insults and slight degradations Caroline hurled brought that memory to the surface, too. Aunt Millie cleared her throat and firmly placed her teacup on the table to her left, creating a slight clanking as the cup jarred from the saucer before settling. Then she reached for her cane and tapped it on the floor 3 times loudly before speaking with an indignation causing even Geneva's eyes to widen, a reaction Annabelle caught sight of in one swift glance about the room through tear-filled eyes. I have seen the gown, and believe me, there will be no finer or more beautiful brides than my nieces, the brides of Grace Hill, nor do I think this is the time or place for such comments, Miss MacGregor. In fact, I believe you've left your manners in Virginia. I will not stand for it under my roof. Annabelle's eyes were brimming with tears, but she saw Bonnie purse her lips and tilt her head slightly to one side, tossing an "I told you so" look at her daughter. She obviously had no intention of defending Caroline's remarks. There'd been one too many of similar kind in the days preceding the wedding, although she fully expected her to make excuses for her daughter by reminding those present of her previously close friendship with Philippa. In any case, Annabelle decided she wasn't going to remain in present company a moment longer. Gracefully, she drew herself up from her chair at the tea table. From somewhere deep within, her strength of composure and Christian kindness rose to the occasion. Was it the Lord holding her up? She heard herself speak, but it didn't seem as though she was present in the room. "If you'll be so kind as to excuse me, I'm certain you'll understand I have a few last-minute wedding arrangements to attend." Her voice quivered slightly, but she crossed the sitting room with poise. Once the door closed, she fled to the solace and safety of her private quarters. She nearly sprinted through the second-floor drawing room, past the grand ballroom on her right, past the stairwell and down the hall. Then she passed the long balcony on her right and the morning room on her left, determined to distance herself from the scene. Fuming, Annabelle paced in her violet bedroom, her fists clenched as she paced across the floor between the fireplace and the dressing table and then back again many times over. Miss Caroline MacGregor had some nerve coming to their wedding to dredge up memories of Philippa. Not only were they painful to Balfour, reminding him of his loss, but somehow, the intentional and injurious way they were delivered made Annabelle grapple with intense feelings of inadequacy, degradation, and insecurity. Locking the door, she let her angry tears flow, trying to remember to breathe. She had less than a week to manage and then they'd be married. Balfour's sister's continuous raking them through reminders of his late wife would soon be brought to an end when she returned to Virginia with her parents. Then, Annabelle could breathe again. Then, they'd finally be alone to begin their marriage. She could only hope his relations would not stay for Christmas. If they did, she had an idea that she'd ask her beloved to consider an extended honeymoon. She sank to her knees and buried her face in her hands, and prayed for strength to go through with the wedding when everything inside her wanted to turn and run. She grasped her Bible and held it to her heart, hoping for the Lord's comfort. She longed to seek refuge in Balfour's arms and pour out her heart and soul, but she refused to harm her fiancé by encumbering him with her burden. She must find a way to give this to the Lord when she wanted to hold on to every bit of her affliction. Perhaps it would somehow make her better. She didn't even bother to ask the Lord why anymore. Surely he had a reason for allowing such humbling to transpire. He was emptying her of any chance pride might hide inside her being. She could have dignity knowing she was his child, but no pride, for she had been humbled many a time in this manner. All that remained was a sort of numbness, but as she poured her tears out before the Lord on her knees in prayer, she could feel the presence of the Son of God reminding her that like the men in the fiery furnace, he was with her. Like Daniel in the lion's den, he had closed the mouth of the lion, and she hadn't had to make one word of defense on her behalf. The Lord had raised up her cousin and aunt. Chapter 14. 22 Flee the evil desires of youth and pursue righteousness, faith, love and peace, along with those who call on the Lord out of a pure heart. 23 Don't have anything to do with foolish and stupid arguments, because you know they produce quarrels. 24 And the Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome, but must be kind to everyone, able to teach, not resentful. 25 Opponents must be gently instructed, in the hope that God will grant them repentance leading them to a knowledge of the truth. 26 And that they will come to their senses and escape from the trap of the devil, who has taken them captive to do his will. 2 Timothy 2, NIV. Charity leaned over the top of a sill and pressed her nose against the window from inside the cozy cottage, her blue eyes wide with wonder as she watched the snowflakes fall gently from above, transforming everything into a wintry white wonderland of awe. Her brother, Philip, played on the floor at the hearth with his wooden toy soldiers, making little whooshing noises in an effort to enact a skirmish on a make-believe battlefield. Balfour scratched his head amongst a pile of crates he decided to stack near the wooden hutch in the kitchen across from and through the square arch leading into the dining room of the simple dwelling. Caroline sat at the plank table on the end of one of the long benches at the corner closest to his empty chair, sipping a cup of steaming hot cider and waiting patiently for him to finish the task in the kitchen. A nicer walnut table occupied the dining room, but she seemed to like the warmth in the kitchen. He could see her drumming her fingers softly on the red and white checkered tablecloth when he turned to pick up another crate and she asked, "More boxes from Grace Hill?" He nodded and hoisted the crate on top of the stack. He didn't want to talk with her about them and decided against rendering any response. So far, he wished she hadn't even bothered to make the journey. She'd done much to upset his beautiful bride, and he sensed Annabelle had a fragile courage. The whole situation disturbed him, keeping him awake at night wondering if his bride would turn skittish. What if she changed her mind about marrying him after he'd worked so hard to win her hand of approval, trust, and affection? He'd been relieved when Caleb and Timothy, loyal stable hands from Grace Hill, had arrived in a wagon that morning with a few of his bride's belongings, one trunk and a few crates. She'd bring the last trunk after they were married. The crates were labeled and one said pots and pans. Another said dishes and one oil lamp. The last one said books. They all were marked for Oregon and said do not unpack. The wedding was only a few days away, and then she'd be moving into the cottage with him for the winter until they began their journey. In fact, what surprised him more was when his sister had knocked on the quaint cottage door when the children's school day had ended. He hadn't thought she'd bother to make an appearance in his humble surroundings since she and his parents had been invited to stay in several of the spacious and luxurious bedrooms of the mansion belonging to his friend. It didn't bother him to stay in the cottage. He found it preferable to the elegance of the fancy big house and far more adequate to the needs of his children. It was clean and tidy, organized and quiet, the perfect place to think about his future. It was a quiet and peaceful place to begin a fresh start and escape things he'd been running from his whole life. Like Ridge, he disagreed with slavery and was never going to see eye to eye with his father on the subject of their way of life back in Virginia. Reluctantly, he'd invited Caroline inside and made her a cup of cider, even placing a plate of thick warm slices of orange cranberry bread and freshly churned butter on the table. Something smells delicious and this bread is simply amazing. Since when did you learn to cook, Balfour? She leaned curiously toward the cook stove in the corner. Beef stew and peach cobbler. He finished stacking the last box on the pile and stepped toward the stove to stir the gravy with the peeled carrots and potatoes. I had to learn when we left Virginia. I don't mind. I kind of enjoy it. Since I haven't decided to purchase a farm or a store yet, it's been a nice break for me from farming, though sometimes I help Ridge out with the agricultural duties of keeping this plantation running. You sure did shock everyone when you decided to become a farmer on your own piece of land. She chuckled lightly. Father thought you'd stay on and help him manage the family estate, but you made it clear you didn't want any part of it. He returned the lid to the stew, checked the peach cobbler in the oven, and then joined her at the table. I guess I didn't handle that in the best way. I should have been clearer with him from the very beginning about my intentions. I don't think I knew them myself until I had a family of my own. Then, at some point, I knew I didn't want to raise them to observe the practice of slavery day in and day out. While we admire your convictions, at the same time, I never really understood why it bothers you so. Our slaves are treated well and they want to stay with us. They have security with us. Caroline sipped more of her cider while he poured a cup and reached for a cinnamon stick from the jar on the table. Charity finally tired of watching the snow fall and contented herself to play on the floor with her paper dolls at the foot of the rocking chair near her brother. She scrambled from the window to the hearth. Then she busied herself by opening the little box where she kept her paper dolls along with their colorful clothes and belongings made from scraps of paper. She'd colored them using the set of new oil pastel pencils Annabelle had gifted her on a shopping excursion into Louisville. Again, Balfour chose not to engage his sister any further on the complex topic she'd mentioned. Why engage her in controversial subjects upon which they fundamentally disagreed? He truly wanted her visit to be enjoyable and not one of discord and fracture. He kept his eyes on the children playing near the crackling fire in the fireplace, absently stirring the steaming cider in his cup with the cinnamon stick. The way the cottage was designed, he could view the main room through the arch emptying into the hall. Theo seems to have adapted to your new home as well as the children have. Caroline appeared to be studying the Newfoundland who rested his furry head against Philip's knee. Balfour smiled and nodded. Aye, he's a wonderful dog, except when he takes our socks and a few other things disappear. Then we find them, days or weeks later, and scold him. Of course, he just looks up at us with those eyes, and then we aren't upset anymore. His sister laughed. It's good the children have a dog. I read somewhere that caring for animals teaches responsibility and is healthy for little ones. I absolutely agree. The children play with him after school, feed him every morning and take him on walks. Sometimes we explore the woods and fields around the plantation with Theo. It's only temporary here, until we go west. Ridge and Geneva have been very hospitable in allowing us to stay this long. It's been a peaceful rest for us. So, 'tis true. You'll be leaving for Oregon in the spring? She asked. He could feel her eyes studying him, but he kept his gaze trained on Philip and Charity. We are going west at the first sign of spring. Why do you wish to go so far away? She asked. There won't be much civilization established out west, which means less opportunity for the children. All of the fine shops, universities, excellent libraries, and the theaters are here in the East and Midwest. It will be good for the children, Annabelle, and me to become established. We need to begin a new life together away from the past and any ties which might attempt to break us. He raked a hand through his short, reddish-gold hair, hoping she'd understand the drive to pursue his dream in a new locale. She was one of the other main reasons he wished to go west, but he couldn't tell her he'd been trying to escape her grief along with his own. Instead, he said, I'll get to explore my dream of having my own general store in an area which has plenty of demand for supplies. Yes, a new life together, away from the past. She paused. I confess, I owe you and your bride an apology. I've been rather sharp with Annabelle and now, constantly bringing up your past. I realize it was wrong of me. I'm so sorry. Can you forgive me? He sighed and nodded, closing his eyes briefly in relief, acknowledging his sister's remark. He sat back in his chair and crossed his arms. I forgive you, and yes, you have treated her with disdain. I'm glad you recognize it, but it's not me as much as my beloved who you owe an apology. You've really been hard on her and slow to embrace the new. Philippa is in heaven now. She's never coming back, but one day we'll be reunited at the end of our days. The Lord has seen fit to send me a beautiful bride all the way from Scotland, a mother for my children. You must make things right with her and ask the Lord to forgive you, too. I have been fearful she'd decide against the wedding after the way you've treated her. She doesn't feel welcome in our midst, by my family. How would you like it if her family treated you this way? Caroline looked down. I'm so sorry, Balfour. I didn't realize what I was doing, but I do now. Sometimes a terrible mean streak comes over me. I deserve every word you've spoken. You do, he chuckled, his ocean blue eyes twinkling with love and fondness for his stubborn sister. You really do, Caroline. You need to make things right, and not merely for my sake, but also for the sake of the children. I know, she said softly. They sipped more of the cider quietly together, watching the children play. What made you have a change of heart? He asked, a little while later, curious. Ms. Millicent Bradford put me in my place rather abruptly and firmly in front of everyone. Mama didn't jump to my defense like she usually does. Instead, I got one of those you had it coming looks. Then, Geneva wouldn't speak to me for nearly an entire day. She's very close with Annabelle. Balfour shook his head as he listened to Caroline's confession and his eyes grew wide. They're cousins, of course, they're close. What on earth did you say? Caroline bit her lower lip. Only something along the lines of Philippa being the most beautiful bride I'd ever seen, maybe it was that I'd never see another bride as beautiful as Philippa. Caroline MacGregor. If you mention my late wife one more time while you're here, I'll put you on a coach back east myself. This is Annabelle's wedding celebration. We'll never have another time like this in our lives ever again. You must understand, I'll always love Philippa, but I had to let her go. The children need a mother, and I've fallen in love with her. Annabelle has promised to take on a lot by agreeing to marry me. It is no easy task to raise someone else's children. You mustn't try to discourage her. Besides all that, I love her deeply, as much as I did Philippa. They are both beautiful, each in their own unique way. I will never stop loving either one of them, but out of respect to my bride, Annabelle doesn't want to hear about some other love in my life. She respects that Philippa is their mother and my first wife, but she has our affection and adoration now and doesn't want to be constantly compared. She has her own unique beauty and abilities if you'll open your eyes to see them. She's given new life and hope to my family, and in truth, we consider her a gift from God." Caroline looked down into her nearly empty cup and said nothing, but he knew she was listening. He could tell she was ashamed of the way she'd behaved by the way she hung her head. "Would you like it if someone constantly compared you to a former love?" He stood up without waiting for her answer to check on the stew. "Why would you even think she'd want to hear about that?" "I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I guess I was trying to remain loyal to Philippa, and at the same time, I might be a little jealous." "Why?" "Because you haven't found someone yet?" he asked, stirring the stew and then pulling the cobbler out of the oven. "Yes, that's part of it. I hadn't realized how bitter I'd grown because of my foray into spinsterhood." "You're not a spinster. You're a little more mature than some of the others." He chose his words carefully and gently. "If you'd enjoy life a little more, I'm sure you'll find a nice husband. You seldom smile. Gentlemen like to know they're in safe, polite, kind company. A smile sends that message." He clamped his lips together, finished with his lecture. He may have sounded stern, but he knew Annabelle was hurting and she was about to become part of him. He didn't want his bride to enter the marriage wounded and limping at the hands of his sister. He'd done much to help his delicate rose bloom, and he'd be blasted if he'd let someone else crush her. Oh, Annabelle appeared strong to everyone on the outside, but he could tell she had a fragile heart. His sister nodded in agreement, rose from the bench, and stood behind his chair, grasping the back for support while he moved about in the kitchen gathering items for the meal. "I thank you for the advice, brother. I will try to smile and present a kinder and happier Caroline to the world, but first I must apologize to Annabelle. I'm really not a horrible person, most of the time." He laughed. Most of the time." She tossed him a teasing glare, a smile on the corners of her lips. "I'm only teasing, and you'll get that chance to apologize to my Belle any moment. She's coming to join us for dinner and bringing rolls, fried okra and winter squash, sweet corn, and a relish tray. She learned how to make them all from Delia, Millie's cook. We need to show her our approval, so I don't starve in Oregon." He grinned, placing the hot oven mitts onto the work counter near the sink with the indoor hand pump. "Starve in Oregon?" she laughed. "Oh, you want me to tell her it tastes wonderful, even if it doesn't?" "Right," he said, nodding and reaching for a basket of silverware and an apron. Lest she become discouraged from learning to cook, "I had no idea she was coming to dinner. Of course, no one tells me anything. I aim to mend my ways and salvage relationships for the duration of my visit. Where are the dishes? I can at least help you set the table and wash up after dinner." Springing into action, Caroline accepted the apron he handed her to protect her gingham day gown. "Which table would you like me to set?" Chapter 15. Whoever loved that loved not at first sight? Shakespeare. When the chapel doors opened on the morning of their wedding, bright winter sunlight enveloped the bride standing in the entrance and lit up the whole church. She wore a trembling smile, and Balfour was certain his confident gaze steadied her. From his position at the altar with Reverend Granby, he could see her brown eyes sparkling through the veil covering her honey-golden red locks. She wore her hair half up and half down. A crown of silk flowers made from lily of the valley and white roses held her veil in place. Violin and piano music began playing a rendition of Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring. His belle started walking down the center of the chapel slowly toward him, giving him a chance to revel in her beauty. He could feel her joy nearing him and her smile growing wide as the ocean with every step. The scent of roses and evergreen boughs offered a sweet, fresh, and pleasant aroma. Her billowing wide gown of white satin trailed a 4-foot train, the veil cascading to the very end of the train hem. Both the gown and veil were trimmed in a wide, 4-inch band of lace with tiny gold flowers embroidered on the band. More of the same lace with tiny gold flowers wrapped around her waist in a sash, ruched in the front, and when Annabelle reached the altar, he could see the sash stream down over 3 layers of bustles in the back. The hooped gown had layers of crinoline beneath, which rustled with her movements as she proceeded down the chapel aisle. Everyone stood, turning to see the bride as she made her way toward her groom. A 4-inch folded, satin, bateau neckline left her shoulders bare except for the folds of her veil falling softly around them. The long sleeves extended from beneath the bateau and were edged with more of the lace and gold flowers. Her eyes looked for her aunt momentarily as she neared the front row. Finding reassurance, she finished the walk to his side gracefully, her eyes locking onto his, timid but joyful and excited. She carried a silk bouquet to match the flowers in her hair with gold and white ribbons, her perfume like the scent of sweet pea and lily. Green ivy had been added to the white roses and lily of the valley. She was truly the embodiment of everything lovely and pure in the world, and when she reached his side, unescorted but standing tall and brave, he carefully lifted the veil to behold his sweet bride. Following behind her came his children. He winked at Philip and Charity as they arranged her train and then took their places on either side of the couple. Philip wore a little black suit with a matching vest, white shirt, and a bow tie. Charity looked like a princess in her cream gown with its gold sash and more of the same gold flowers embroidered on the overlay skirt. They smiled up at him as they reached the altar, and Annabelle turned to smile at them as well, taking little Charity's hand in her own. Next, Ridge, wearing a black suit with a vest, white shirt, and black and gold striped cravat like his own, escorted Geneva down the aisle wearing a cream-colored gown sprigged with an overlay skirt and sheer lace and more tiny gold flowers to match those on the bride's gown. She wore a long, cream, flowing winter cape to disguise her growing belly. Thankfully, her hat, gown, flowers, and cape were so pretty, her condition was barely noticeable. The hat, trimmed in gold braiding, tied to the right of her jaw with a cream silk bow. It was a felt-covered straw bonnet perched at the crown of her head with plenty of cream ostrich plumage, and a cream veil cascading down her back atop her shiny black hair. He dare not glance at Aunt Millie when he heard a sniffle from one of the front pews on the left, and he was sure he recognized his mother quietly shedding a few tears from a pew behind him on the right. Millie had started a chain reaction of tears and emotion, but none of that mattered as he gazed at his lovely Annabelle. Reverend Granby stepped behind the pulpit to begin the ceremony in the beautiful chapel with the stained glass windows decorated with Christmas greenery, white roses, and an excess of candlelight. He could hardly wait until they climbed inside the sleigh which would carry them around to the front porch of Grace Hill where they would attend their wedding breakfast in the ballroom, after he kissed her at least 3, or maybe 4 times. Annabelle donned an elbow-length fur cape over her midnight blue silk gown, trimmed in 3 rows of emerald green and red plaid strips. The cape was the final piece of her preparation for the evening of dancing after the pleasant afternoon of retreat in her violet boudoir. The fur was worn over the green and red plaid sash she wore, the sash itself pinned in place with a silver brooch with intertwined hearts etched on the outside, another Scottish traditional wedding gift he'd given her when they'd become engaged. The sash crossed from her left shoulder to right hip, and below the brooch, an emblem bearing her family crest had been sewn. She stood before the mirror at her dressing table to admire her bridal evening look as she tied the wide silk ribbons of the white fur mantle to keep it in place. The cape, purchased by Aunt Millie, was yet another gift for her trousseau and wedding, recommended by Miss Craig as the perfect complement for a winter wedding. Her husband folded his arms around her from behind. "Wait," she laughed, escaping his embrace. "I've got to remove this penny in my shoe." "What? No 6pence on hand for my Scottish bride," he chuckled as she shook her head, laughing and dancing around on one foot after removing one of her shoes, turning it upside down, and dropping a coin into her hand. Wearing a 6pence in one of the bride's shoes was a tradition from Aberdeen and Angus, but Annabelle had spent her Scottish coins in preparation for her marriage and had used an American penny instead for the ceremonial tradition. "No, but did you notice the sprig of heather in my bridal bouquet?" She pointed to the flowers she'd carried, now reviving in a vase of water on her bureau. "I don't really believe they bring good luck since as a Christian, I don't believe anything is left to chance when we come under God's protection. However, I do like the fun of the tradition. Did your grandmother or parents happen to mention it to you? I do believe I've heard it once or twice before." "Where on earth did you find heather this time of year?" "Our florist worked us some wonders since she couldn't give us lily of the valley. She also gave us extra roses and greenery, but most of the greenery we used to decorate the ballroom and the church is from Grace Hill." "A nice touch," he nodded. "Are you disappointed we didn't do the traditional Scottish march to the chapel with our wedding party?" No, I thought it was nice to have some American touches to our ceremony for Aunt Millie and our guests. I like that we've kept this simple. I'm not used to having so much fuss made for me. It seemed as the eldest daughter, I had to be practical and help my parents keep our store and household running smoothly. There will be more than enough time for practicality and responsibility after our honeymoon. Did I tell you how stunning you look? He whispered, nuzzling his cheek against her neck after he'd helped her with the clasp to the necklace. Pearl, Aunt Millie's personal maid, had finished styling her hair, with braids looped on each side of her head. She'd be wearing the latest and most fashionable hairstyle, showing off her pearl drop earrings with a strand of pearls dangling at her neckline and a matching bracelet, the set gifted to her from Balfour after their Scottish wedding breakfast. "You look mighty fine in your kilt, my lord," she giggled, falling into his arms again. There I go again, being giddy with happiness. Good. I'm glad you are happy. It is my intention to keep you in such a state for the rest of your days. My father has agreed to play the bagpipes for the traditional Scottish grand wedding march, to begin the dancing. At least we've included that. My grandparents and your parents would be overjoyed if they could be here. This time, he drew away from their embrace to adjust his vest over the blue and green kilt. It coordinated nicely with her gown, as did the fur belt hanging from chains at his waist, causing her to marvel at his Scottish attire. We'll start the march as the bride and groom, and then Geneva, our matron of honor with Ridge, our best man, will follow, then Philip and Charity, then Aunt Millie, escorted by Jackson. I've asked him to step in for this Scottish tradition, then my mother escorted by my father when the band takes over and he can lay the bagpipes aside. Then the guests will join the dancing. Does this sound like the right order to you for the tradition? She nodded, happy he'd made these arrangements with their bridal party. We'll write to my parents and your grandparents after the honeymoon and tell them every detail. Philip and Charity will have so much fun tonight. They're so excited to stay up a little late and attend their first country dance. Bonnie said she was looking forward to having some time with her grandchildren before they return to Virginia while we're on our honeymoon in Lexington. Do you think 2 weeks is long enough? We'll return just in time for Christmas, and likely, the birth of Geneva's baby. Yes, 2 weeks should be long enough. We should return in time to help the children celebrate Christmas. You do realize Philip and Charity need to go home after the march and the first 2 dances, right? I do. Charity is only a wee bairn and Philip a wain, yawning, she nodded with a sweet smile. Surprisingly, her husband understood what she meant from growing up with similar words from his grandparents and parents. The breakfast foods were wonderful. You did an excellent job of organizing every detail for our wedding, my bonny bride. He leaned closer and kissed her again, lingering at her lips. Calling her his bonny bride would be high praise in Scotland and caused her to smile even as he kissed her again and again. Finally she pulled away to finish getting ready for the evening of dancing which would go on for the next few days, as customary in many American weddings. Aunt Millie said family and friends would come from miles around to celebrate weddings and some would stay for a week. It was true. Her husband's family had come for several weeks, and now they'd stay on and spend even more time with their grandchildren. Thank you, she replied to his compliment about the breakfast. Delia had outdone herself with the menu Annabelle had given her. Aunt Millie had hired extra staff to assist, but still, it had been an outstanding celebration, complete with linen tablecloths, gold flatware, fine china, candles, and vases of white roses. Pine cones and greenery intertwined with red, green, and gold plaid silk ribbon decorated the tables. The first course of bowls with creamy carrot and coriander soup was immediately followed by a course of lemon sorbet garnished with mint leaves. Next, in a nod to Annabelle's French ancestry, the butler and his helpers served each guest a slice of egg quiche with spinach, crumbled maple-flavored bacon, and sliced tomatoes. Then servants employed by Aunt Millie brought out the main course, thick slices of plump, juicy breast of chicken on a bed of wild mushrooms and sautéed onions drizzled with coarse mustard sauce, alongside a panache of red-skin potatoes and winter vegetables. Scottish bannock accompanied the main course and a selection of cheeses. The dessert course featured orange wedges served in wine glasses with warm chocolate sauce. Next, guests were offered fluted glass dishes of non-alcoholic Scottish cranachan made from raspberries, cream, and oats. Hot cinnamon apple tea, coffee, and spring water had been offered. Guests departed the breakfast completely contented. "Do you know what my cousin told me at breakfast this morning?" She turned and fussed momentarily with the silky cinnamon brown day dress she'd chosen to wear on the way to their honeymoon. Pearl had it pressed and ready to wear, hanging on the outside of the wardrobe next to her new winter muff, to keep her hands warm. Later that night or in the morning, she'd wear it for the first time. "I confess, I was busy talking to everyone and staring at how beautiful you are. I don't think I heard a word exchanged between you two." He turned and paced around the bedroom, glancing out the front windows and noticing a few guests beginning to arrive for the evening dance who hadn't stayed in one of Aunt Millie's spare bedrooms after the breakfast. "She said you wake the entire plantation nearly every morning playing those bagpipes, and entertain them all with your beautiful violin playing most evenings." "That I knew about, but no one ever mentioned to me how you play those bagpipes at dawn." She searched his face when he peeked in the mirror of her dressing table where she attempted to choose the appropriate pair of gloves to wear with her evening ensemble. "She's correct about that. I do play the bagpipes most mornings. It's how I like to start my day, worshipping the Lord with song and instrument." "What's on the menu for tonight's dinner again?" "I'm famished," he admitted, tugging on his cravat. Annabelle sat down at the dressing table and using the tip of a comb, fussed with her hair, tucking in stray locks here and there. "'Tis an American Southern traditional-style meal since our breakfast was Scottish. Dealey is making 2 maple syrup and brown sugar-coated hams with all sorts of Southern fare like butter beans, cornbread muffins, sweet potato pie, candied yams, corn relish, and sweet tea. She spent hours making butter molds earlier this week in the shape of ivy and hearts to match our Christmas ivy decorations, so be sure to thank her. And there will be a fruit punch in Aunt Millie's punch bowl set and a 3-tier cake. The cake is decorated with more Christmas holly ivy, and somehow, the florist found heart-shaped flowers for the top tier. Then, whenever we want, we can come back down the hall and escape here to the solace of my violet bedroom, a lovely retreat, as you see, or we can have the coach readied and leave for our honeymoon. Your parents told me they've decided to take Philip and Charity back to the cottage early, where they'll remain with them until we return from our bed and breakfast in Lexington." "What about all of our guests?" Balfour inquired as she dabbed perfume on her wrists and behind her ears. "Do you think we ought to stay for another day?" "No, it's not necessary. They're all going to stay, as is customary for Kentucky weddings, but Timothy and Caleb are assigned to drive us to Lexington. So, we can even sleep in the coach, when we're not kissing, that is." She laughed and he gave her one of those charming smiles she'd so come to enjoy. "Dealey is making a roast turkey feast for them tomorrow. Aunt Millie said we should go on and enjoy our honeymoon. I suggest we leave in the morning though, so we can enjoy the dancing to our heart's content this evening. I think we'll be too tired to travel until late morning or early afternoon. I could sleep for 10 hours and we haven't even started dancing yet." Annabelle swung her long legs and skirts around the edge of the seat and stood up from the dressing table. "I think our afternoon nap made me even more tired. There's been so much planning for every detail of the wedding. Thankfully, all of the students helped us decorate the chapel and the ballroom yesterday, but we had to gather so many elements from town and around the plantation. It's been a busy few months." "Well, tomorrow morning or afternoon sounds fine to me, as long as it's by tomorrow. The sooner we can leave for our honeymoon, the better." Her husband drew her into his arms and began planting kisses all over her face, causing her to blush, squeal, and laugh in delight. Then he stopped kissing her for a moment, still holding her in his strong embrace. "And did I mention, I plan to serenade you with the bagpipes before all of our guests later this evening?" "No, Mr. MacGregor, you did not mention this before now. Aunt Millie hired a small orchestra for the evening, but I assure you they'll be glad to take a break and give you the floor." "Give me the floor? Why, Mrs. MacGregor, I do declare all eyes will be on you, my red-haired Highland bonny belle." Balfour MacGregor continued to make her feel like the only woman in the world. The only thing missing from her wedding day were her parents, siblings, and extended family across the span of ocean, back in Scotland. She especially missed her mother, and some part of her heart lamented this throughout the day. Their presence would have made her day far more complete, but she felt happy, carefree, loved, and satisfied in every other respect. Perhaps one of her dearest memories of the evening included Jackson and Benjamin Graham both vying for dances with Emma Tilson. Miss Tilson looked as though she might finally thrive, aglow and swooning from their attentions. Even better, the delightful laughter from the students as they did their best to attract dance partners from among a handful of young and proper suitors Aunt Millie had purposely included on the guest list. Chapter 16. It is not easy to be a pioneer, but oh, it is fascinating. I would not trade one moment, even the worst moment, for all the riches in the world. Elizabeth Blackwell, 1821–1910, born in Bristol, England, became one of the first female physicians. She was also an educator, reformer, and women's rights activist. She lived in Kentucky, New York, and a few other states, eventually becoming an established physician in both London and New York, paving the way for future generations of women to become physicians. She also organized a unit of female field doctors during the Civil War, 1861–1865. Spring came faster than Annabelle could have ever imagined it would. Though marriage and Kentucky suited her admirably, she knew Balfour's wanderlust was growing closer to becoming a reality with each passing day. One April morning, half of the grass looked green instead of dormant brown, and the first tulips and hyacinths had not only pushed their stems through the ground, they'd opened into blossoms. It seemed Balfour played louder than ever on those bagpipes that morning, and so he began the arduous and careful process of loading their covered wagon, having mapped out their route and made a list of what they could take and what they'd have to leave behind or sell. He'd made a trade with someone in town for the buckboard since they wouldn't be able to take it along on the journey. He'd also spent the winter cheering her up with his romantic kisses, in addition to studying maps, newspaper articles, journals, and books about the pioneer journey before them. Of course, she loved Balfour so much, he could have told her they were leaving for the Arctic Circle and she'd have complied. Christmas had been low-key, but most pleasant, as had their honeymoon. Annabelle knew she was instantly with child after their honeymoon, but she'd been afraid to tell her husband about the dreadful morning sickness that bombarded her almost from day one. She was too happy about the coming baby and too fearful he'd choose to forfeit his dream if she dare breathe a word. She decided she was strong and joyful enough about the coming baby to endure. For the time being, she kept the matter to herself, but with a watchful eye on matters of motherhood when Geneva delivered a healthy baby girl 3 days before Christmas. Polly, the Welsh servant who treated Geneva like a mother, fussed over the new baby like a nursemaid grandmother. Some late mornings or early afternoons when her chores were finished, Annabelle took a walk to visit the main house at Sarah Rose Hall if she wasn't driving in the buckboard to visit Aunt Millie and the students at Grace Hill for tea or supper. Polly delighted in her visits, as did Geneva. They shared much with her about birthing and how to care for infants, including bathing, diapering, swaddling, and feedings. Ridge and Geneva named the baby Rose Millicent Morgan, and Annabelle soon rediscovered nothing in the world felt quite as nice as holding and rocking a newborn baby in one's arms. It reminded her of the times when her younger cousins had been born to Uncle Duncan and Aunt Charlotte. She could remember holding the youngest of her closest cousins, Frances and Donovan, particularly Frances, when she was merely a wee bairn with a tiny lock of red hair. How she loved the scent of newborn babies. Sadly, she couldn't remain in Kentucky and watch Rose grow up alongside her stepchildren who now cuddled with her every evening, climbing into her lap when she sat in the rocking chair, eager for motherly affection and bedtime stories. Her husband said war was coming and he thought it might split the nation down the middle. They'd be far safer in the Northwest, where slavery hadn't as strong a foothold. The thought of war on American soil made her shudder, but something about the way her husband and other Southern gentlemen talked made her consider her husband's opinion seriously. If only she could get through saying goodbye. She knew Aunt Millie and Geneva, even the staff and students of Grace Hill, Polly, and even Ridge, they'd all miss her, Balfour, and the children. Letter writing would have to suffice for likely years to come. She couldn't think about it. She simply had to get through one farewell dinner and manage to pack her most beloved possessions into that narrow wagon parked outside the cozy, safe cottage. Thankfully they'd all had some time to adapt to the idea of going west, and her family in Scotland had written several times to wish her well on the journey and congratulate her upon her marriage. She'd had a letter from Raini that her wedding to Matthew had been a splendid affair, and by all accounts, though she had heartache from being so far from them, they were in good health. Mother had mentioned Grandmother Kirkland was even doing well, and sometimes, Annabelle thought she'd live forever. She hadn't had a letter from her grandmother, but perhaps it was better that way. Some relationships were better left to the timing of the Lord for healing. "How long will it take to get to Oregon, Pa?" Philip asked, almost every other week all winter long. "At least 6 months, son." Balfour's answer was always the same. "Why can't we leave now, Papa?" Charity would pose whenever she thought about Oregon. "Because there's no room in the wagon for hay to feed the horses, and they'll need to graze on the grass, which we won't have until spring." Balfour would pat her red hair, or tug gently on one of her braids, bringing a smile to her face. "When is spring, Papa?" she'd ask, forgetting to eat half of the dinner on her plate when she grew contemplative. "Oh, sometimes it's early, coming in March. Other times, April or May, when it's very late," Balfour always answered. Now that spring was finally upon them, it hardly seemed possible it was time to leave when Balfour announced the children needn't dress for school. They'd be leaving for Oregon when the wagon was loaded, after stopping to say goodbye to their loved ones at Grace Hill and Sarah Rose Hall. After breakfast, Annabelle sent Philip to help his father pack the wagon, and Charity followed her around the little cottage helping her find last-minute items they'd need to take with them. Nearly everything had been packed and ready to go for months, but there were still a few things to set in order. The tools and arranging the household items in the wagon was more of a challenge than packing the items inside the cottage. That task hadn't been difficult for her since she'd unpacked very little of what she'd brought with her, and much of what was inside the cottage would remain behind for the next guests. Mainly, she had to pack a few clothing items, toiletries, a few books, writing supplies, food supplies, and her tea set. As she gathered items, she reflected on the wonderful winter months they'd shared in the pleasant dwelling. They were happy, cozy days where she'd grown in love, peace, joy, and confidence. There, they'd read books, played a few learning games with the children, studied their lessons, memorized scriptures, and enjoyed breakfasts in the kitchen and suppers in the dining room. They'd driven to church at the chapel together and enjoyed lazy Sunday afternoons at Grace Hill, the children playing on the floor with Pendleton or reading books near the fireplace beside Aunt Millie. They'd always returned home and napped, then spent cozy evenings by the cottage fireplace or the cook stove in the kitchen. It was during these months when the children had started to call her Mama, and she'd embraced their natural desire to do so. She'd also settled into a routine of washing clothes on Mondays, ironing on Tuesdays, sewing on Wednesdays, cleaning on Thursdays, and baking on Fridays for weekend meals. Annabelle had bonded with Philip and Charity over games of checkers, baking sugar cookies, and coloring pictures together using the new colored pencils they'd discovered. She'd introduced them to sketching with pencils and painting with watercolors, too. She'd taught Charity to stitch her first sampler, and they'd made a rag doll together and 2 changes of clothing for the doll. Philip had been more complicated to bond with, but she found he liked building snowmen, making things out of small pieces of wood, reading, playing checkers, and taking walks with Theo. Now, it seemed, change wasn't on the horizon, it was the horizon. When Balfour finished loading the last few items, he entered the front door and stopped her in the hall, placing both hands on her slim shoulders. "I packed everything the way you suggested. Would you mind coming outside to take a look and be sure it meets with your approval?" She smiled. Again, he was full of surprises, always seeking to please her. "Certainly, my love." She followed him outside, each step toward the covered wagon feeling light with excitement and a little fluttering in her stomach. They stood at the far end of the wagon where she could peer inside while he explained everything. "The long crates with the dishes, pots and pans, and books have been boarded together beneath our mattress. The small table and chairs are here at the end, and under the table, the trundle bed for the children. The rocking chair, trunks, and the cook stove all fit along the other side. I managed to fit the bathing tub and washing tub beside the rocking chair. I put the cast iron skillet and kettle, the tea kettle, coffee grinder, and the candles on the stove. Oh, and the dish pan is in the wash tub. I know you'll be using those items." Inside the washing tub under the dishpan are the quilts and linens you wanted me to leave out for the beds and for cleaning. There are a few miscellaneous items there, too. You've done well. She surveyed how organized everything looked. He'd packed everything the way she'd asked. They could use the little table for meals when it rained if they weren't able to build a campfire. Looks like I can make up the beds. All we need to do is get the pillows and my portmanteau with the toiletries. He nodded. All the food is by the stove in the corner. I'm only sorry we had no room for a little cupboard. Everything had to be stacked. It might be a bit inconvenient at times, but I'm sure you'll work out a system. There's coffee, flour, sugar, tea, cornmeal, salt pork, canned vegetables, apples, potatoes, jams, and lard. The tin of shortbread cookies is there. Oh, and the soaps and matches, too. The seasonings are there, also. The dishes and utensils we'll need are in that box by the stove. Your little writing desk is here by the rocker, and I placed our funds, Bibles, and writing supplies in the drawer. It was a good idea to bring it, but you'll have to use the chairs from the table. I think you've thought of everything. It looks neat as a pin and very cozy. She smiled up at him. I see you have 2 spare wheels, the garden tools, a toolbox, and a rainwater barrel attached on the outside. At least we don't have to bring a plow or drag a cow behind us. I'm glad you were able to reinforce the axle over the winter and seal the wagon and the canvas to prevent leaks. She was so proud of the work her husband had done to make the journey safer for their little family. I think we're ready. You know, we'll buy a few more furniture items or build what we need after we're there. My violin and bagpipes are hanging from the bow of the wagon roof. How ingenious of you to hang those items. I know we can purchase new items when we reach our destination, she nodded. I'm perfectly content with what we have. We've everything we need. I see there's a little rug for Theo, and he's already found it. The dog looked up and panted, already inside the wagon and ready to go. All they had to do now was say goodbye to everyone without too many tears. She prayed for courage and strength. Her husband seemed to sense her trepidation when they climbed into the wagon. Think of it as an adventure, my bonny bride. Chapter 17. The word romance, according to the dictionary, means excitement, adventure, and something extremely real. Romance should last a lifetime. Billy Graham, American Evangelist, 1918 to 2018. Tell us again about how we'll get to Oregon, Pa. Philip sat next to his sister, the two of them seated comfortably on a quilt near the campfire at dusk. Annabelle had made chicken and dumplings in a cast-iron pot using the recipe Delia had given her. They might not have had chicken for supper except Balfour had driven them through a little town not far from St. Louis and purchased some from the local butcher. When they reached St. Louis, she'd mail more letters to their loved ones to keep them posted on their progress, one to Aunt Millie, one to her mother, and one to Bonnie. Pleased that the meal had turned out perfectly delicious, Annabelle had washed the dishes in the dishpan with water she'd heated over the fire. Now, they could relax and watch the stars as they began to twinkle above them while the sky grew dark. Balfour leaned back on the log he shared with her and stretched. All right, but then you both need to climb inside the wagon and go to sleep. Yes, Pa, Philip agreed. Charity yawned with her sleepy blue eyes and nodded as her eyelids drooped. Curious about their journey, they popped open wide a moment later as she made an effort to stay awake to hear her father's answer. Theo heard a twig snap from deeper in the wooded area near them and sat up, both front paws inching closer to Balfour. First, we have to make it to Independence. That's after St. Louis, but they're both in Missouri. Then we'll follow the Santa Fe Trail about 40 miles and turn northwest to follow along the Platte River to Fort Laramie, Wyoming. Then we'll cut across the plains to the Rocky Mountains through the South Pass leading into the basin of the Colorado River, and head southwest to Fort Bridger, northwest to Fort Hall, and then purchase more supplies at Fort Boise. Next, we pass over the Blue Mountains into Oregon. Then we go east and cut south into the beautiful, fertile Willamette Valley. How long is it, Pa? Philip asked. How many miles? Roughly 2,000 miles to Corvallis, Oregon. That's where we're headed. It's where the Marys River flows into the Willamette River. Charity's eyes grew wide, trying to imagine it, while Philip let out a whistle. Annabelle thought her husband made it sound easy, and so far, it had been. The journey had been pleasant except for the rainy days when they were stuck inside the wagon while Balfour tried to navigate muddy roads, and Annabelle did her best to keep everything dry. "Then what, Papa?" Charity asked. "Then I'll look for a storefront to purchase in town. The store will be on the first floor, so we'll need a second floor to live above stairs," he explained. He let his answers sink into their minds, and after a while, threw his arms open. "Now a kiss goodnight and then scoot. Off to bed with both of you." They scrambled into his arms and giggled when he covered their faces in kisses, laughed some more when Annabelle did the same, said their prayers, and then hurried into the wagon. Philip helped his sister climb inside and then he managed, with no trouble at all. Annabelle yawned and leaned against her husband, her eyes growing heavy as she pulled her shawl closer around her shoulders. It wouldn't be long before she'd be sound asleep under the quilt inside the wagon. After a few minutes of quiet passed with only the sound of the crackling fire and the occasional chirp of a cricket, Balfour nudged her awake and disrupted her sleepy state. "Isn't there something you want to tell me?" She shook her head, wondering if there was something she'd forgotten and what it might be if she had. "No, I don't think so. You've been waking up early every morning with the same sickness Philippa had twice." His eyes twinkled in the glow of the campfire as he gazed at her with a handsome grin. She blushed and her mouth dropped open and then closed again when it dawned on her there'd been no way to hide her delicate condition from him. Shaking her head, she laughed lightly and nudged him with her elbow. "Oh, Balfour, I've been waiting for the right time to tell you, and now you've gone and ruined my surprise." "I suppose I have," he said softly. "How long have you known?" she asked. His tone grew more serious as he considered her question. "I think a few days now. You've been looking mighty green and jumping out of bed awfully fast in the mornings and covering your mouth. Then those gagging noises you've been making when you're dressing and cooking. You don't look normal until after breakfast and you've been eating very light in the mornings. Toast is barely enough to provide the strength you need for bouncing around in the wagon all day. How far along do you think you are, and how long have you known?" "Toast and tea is all I can keep down most mornings. I guess I've known from the first, but I wasn't really sure for a while. Then, when I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want you to give up your dream. I was afraid you'd change your mind about going to Oregon because of the baby." She sighed. "I didn't want to be the cause of that." "Well, yes. I might have, but I'm not certain." He sat up straighter and reached for a stick to poke the fire. "I can't be sure what I would have done differently had I known. You didn't give me that chance, but I am happy about this news." "You are?" She craned her neck to look at him directly. She wanted to see the expression in his eyes. He tossed the stick in the fire and jumped up, pulling her to her feet and into his arms. "I'm very pleased. I just want you to take care of yourself. All this jostling, it's not good for the baby. You'll need to have a lie down every afternoon and more often as we progress. You'll need to take chores slowly. Don't overdo it." She looked up and saw he had a slightly worried expression hiding behind his eyes. Then she remembered he'd lost Philippa when Charity was born. "I promise I will rest often and I'll take extra care." "So, when do you think the baby will arrive?" he asked. "Idaho. By my calculations, sometime in August, and we'll be somewhere in Idaho or with a lot of prayer, we'll have just barely reached Oregon." Chapter 18. Blessed is the people that know the joyful sound, they shall walk, O Lord, in the light of thy countenance. Psalm 89 verse 15. The next day, Annabelle noticed her husband drove the horses faster and further than he had in each of the previous days. In fact, he accomplished everything faster. She decided he was trying to reach Oregon before the birth of the baby, if possible. He also took extra care to watch over her and fussed over everything she did. She reveled in his romantic attentions, and in truth, she thought it was sweet he was so attentive, although sometimes his affection mildly annoyed her independent nature. She still sat beside him on the front seat in the mornings, while the children worked their short lessons in their primers and practiced writing their letters and sums on slates. Then they would play with their toys in the wagon until Balfour would say it was time to stop for lunch. By that time, they were anxious to play outside and stretch. After the noon meal, usually something simple such as cornbread or biscuits with jam, she'd take a nap inside the wagon with Charity while Philip would ride up front on the seat with his father. She'd been glad for the rest as she'd noticed her body felt more tired than usual due to the constant jostling. Crossing rivers turned out to be an amazing experience, and she decided to begin keeping a journal long before they reached the Mississippi. Up until then, they'd been able to drive across creeks and small rivers. They forded the wagon across the Mississippi after finding a spot to cross with firm ground and low current, but when they crossed the Missouri, they loaded the wagon onto a ferry. To find the ferry at Independence, they had to drive north to Alcove Spring and join a long line of wagons waiting to cross. It was an exciting day in their journey as they finally met up with a wagon train and made friends with all of those in the train traveling west. Once they'd made the crossing and had a chance to travel along with the other wagons a little ways until they stopped to rest, there were interesting stories to hear from the men who exchanged news while women shared recipes and children discovered playmates. Annabelle had enjoyed their time alone, but traveling with others made her feel safer and was far more interesting. A funny thing happened when they crossed at Independence. One wagon drove right into a tree and another tipped over. "Why did that fella drive into a tree, Pa?" Philip asked, pointing and chuckling. "Don't point, son. That's someone from the city who doesn't know how to drive a team of horses yet, although he's trying to go west like the rest of us." Same thing happened with that tipped-over wagon. "Wow, I thought maybe the driver was tipsy." Philip had never used that word before. "How do you know that word?" Annabelle chimed up from inside the back of the wagon as she was about to lay down for a rest while Charity played with her doll. "I heard it at school," Philip replied. "Well, children should never discuss such things," Annabelle said gently. The next day they neared a steep hill, and as they did, all sorts of items were found abandoned, strewn along the road the wagon train followed. They passed everything from a piano, to a china cabinet, to barrels of salt pork, to hams, to brand new cook stoves, and 10-pound bags of flour. "Why is all this stuff out here, Pa? Can we stop and get those books and that piano?" Philip asked. Charity poked her head out of the back of the wagon so she could see what her brother was talking about, and Annabelle joined her. She was as surprised as the rest of them were and glad they hadn't overloaded their own wagon. They'd already tackled many challenging hills, and she knew they'd encounter many more before they reached their destination. "Well, no, Philip. Some folks brought too many items with them and couldn't make it up the steep hills, so they had to abandon these items." They made many friends after leaving Independence and joining up with a train of about 20 wagons, but soon became close friends with a couple among the westward travelers named Joseph and Elizabeth Martin. They were from Ohio. Also headed toward Oregon, they had 3 daughters, an infant, and 2 about the same age as Philip and Charity, Nora, Jane, and Rachel. Philip and Charity enjoyed playing with Nora and Jane. Philip liked that Nora could run fast and climb trees like most boys. Elizabeth was of medium build and height, with brown hair, and warm, friendly green eyes. She and Annabelle did many chores together such as setting up camp, washing clothes, ironing, and cooking. Annabelle shared her extra bread loaf baking pans with Elizabeth, and Elizabeth shared her extra muffin baking pans with Annabelle. After that, they were instantly bosom friends and became a source of encouragement to each other, even their children preferring to play together. Their wagon train finally turned north and found the Platte River, and after miles and miles of endless prairie and every kind of terrain imaginable, they eventually journeyed to somewhere between Fort Kearny and Fort Laramie. They resupplied at Kearny with more coffee, sugar, tea, flour, cornmeal, oatmeal, potatoes, ham, canned goods, and beans. They posted more letters and even purchased a newspaper for the latest news. They'd left Missouri and Kansas territory behind as they moved deeper into Nebraska territory. The landscape looked more sparsely populated the further west they traversed. The days were pleasant though dusty and sometimes rainy, filled with friendships and romance, although growing warmer as the summer heat began to beat down relentlessly. The rays of the sun knew no scrutiny, but whenever possible, the wagon train looked for trees to offer them shade for afternoon resting spots. Annabelle found her heart full with thanksgiving, joy, peace, and love. She had much to thank the good Lord for in her completely new life, and the days of the memory of her grandmother's tongue lashings seemed a distant memory. Even Edinburgh seemed a lifetime ago. Thankfulness and peace seemed to radiate from her joyful face, though she was mostly unaware of this until one evening when the two families gathered around a campfire for the supper they'd shared. After the evening meal, she began washing dishes near the edge of their wagon while Elizabeth dried them and her baby, Rachel, crawled about on a quilt spread on the green grass nearby. The Martin wagon was parked about 5 feet away from theirs and the other wagons had parked all around, so they formed a circle for added protection. Various campfires were lit in the center for families to cook their suppers and sit by for warmth and entertainment while animals grazed in the middle. Children ran amok with laughter, including Philip and Charity alongside Nora, Jane, and many others, darting in and out of the wagon ring, playing together in the evening sunset. Theo followed the children about as they chased butterflies and prairie dogs burrowing into the sagebrush lands, plucking handfuls of primrose, Laramie columbine, and wild buttercups to bring to their mothers. Nobody seemed to mind their boisterous activity, especially since they'd been cooped up sitting in the wagons most of the day while they crossed a sea of endless prairie. "You're absolutely glowing with love and joy," Elizabeth remarked. "I can tell you and your husband are deeply in love." Annabelle blushed and handed her friend another plate to dry. Maybe there was some truth to what they said about expectant mothers having a glow, but Annabelle believed her joy was owing to the miracles in her life the Lord had worked to give her a new life. "I could say the same for you and Joseph. You're both always so cheerful and considerate of each other." "Thank you," Elizabeth responded. "I've found in our marriage of almost a decade that it requires a great deal of kindness and forgiveness to make a happy one. Sometimes we have to work at it a little." Annabelle nodded and smiled, handing her a tin cup to dry. "I can agree with all of that even though we're newlyweds. There are moments when I bite my tongue." Elizabeth sighed. "It does my heart good to have come to know you and Balfour. It reminds me of when we first married, the way he looks at you with eyes full of desire and admiration and love. Sometimes in my marriage I've had to be the first to swallow my pride and apologize. It's not easy, and especially when deep down I don't always feel like every situation may have been my fault. Men can be stubborn, but sometimes my own stubborn heart is in the way. For the sake of our union and our family, I find myself falling into the role of a peacemaker more often than I'd care to admit." Annabelle chuckled. "I understand that. My mother often did the same thing with my father, but sometimes it was the other way around. They certainly both have had their stubborn moments. I learned a lot from watching them. I'm thankful for their example of how to get along with each other for so many years and make a happy marriage. Balfour and I are still at the beginning of this. We're in what most might call the honeymoon stage. That's sweet. You'll need these memories to carry you through the difficult times." Elizabeth dried the last dish and placed the plate on the stack belonging to her family. They'd decided to share the hot water for both sets of dishes since there weren't too many. Dinner had been a simple meal of traditional Scottish lacy fried cornmeal cakes, known for being lacy because of the batter thinned with water and the crisp, delicate, fancy edges made when the batter spread in the frying pan, and salt pork with gravy served alongside hearty Texas beans and fried potatoes. The Texas beans were Elizabeth's recipe. They often shared meals and cooking responsibilities now, and it made meals more interesting. "We'll be turning in early tonight since we're heading out first in the train tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead for a while," Annabelle mentioned over her shoulder as she tossed the dishpan of water outside the ring of wagons. She was glad the dishes were done so they could sit down and she could rest some more, though her tummy was finally showing a tiny glimmer of evidence that she was nearly 6 months along. The constant jostling of the wagon made her whole body ache by the end of most days. She returned to the inside of the wagon and set the dishpan aside. At least the morning sickness had waned and she could now eat a normal breakfast and keep it down. She'd also been feeling tiny flutters whenever the baby moved, and she found them comforting, filling her with hope and joy about what was to come. "I so enjoy when Balfour wakes us all with his bagpipes on Sunday mornings for our church services. Will your husband be playing his fiddle tonight? Elizabeth began placing her stack of dishes into a basket to take to her wagon. Annabelle laughed thinking about the bagpipes and began stacking her own dishes in one of her own baskets, a system they'd discovered worked well for transporting things in and out of the wagons. There were 100 little daily things they'd learned to do somewhat differently while heading west than what worked while maintaining a home not on four wheels. Those early morning bagpipe songs took some getting used to for me when we first married, but since it was so cold after our December wedding, he didn't do it as often as my cousin had warned. I do think he'll play the fiddle this evening, and we'll have some dancing around these campfires by all in our wagon party. She balanced the dishpan on her hip and the basket of clean dishes in her hand and nodded in the direction of where the men sat near the campfire a few feet away and behind them. I just heard him ask Philip to bring it to him. Elizabeth reached down onto the quilt and scooped up baby Rachel into her arms. Sounds like heaven to me. I'll just be a moment. I'm going to freshen up and put these dishes away before Rachel and I join everyone at the campfire. Then she picked up her basket of clean dishes with her free hand and pushed it onto a table near the back of her wagon before climbing up into the wagon with the baby to put her dishes away. Her husband had made her a little set of steps to make it easier for her to step in and out of their wagon with a baby in her arms. It was the same routine they followed almost every evening. Annabelle hummed Amazing Grace to herself while watching her friend disappear inside the neighboring wagon and marveled. She knew it would soon be her turn to manage with a baby in her arms. She reminded herself to speak to Balfour about building her a little set of steps as she pushed her basket onto the table at the end of their own wagon and then stepped on a ledge, pulled herself up into the wagon box, and swung her skirts over the edge. She was so thankful for her practical calico and gingham day dresses, her crisp white aprons, her summer linen bonnets, and one plain, wide-brimmed straw hat she sometimes wore. There was simply no room for hoop skirts in the cramped quarters of their living space, and she didn't mind not having to worry about wearing afternoon gloves. The Oregon Trail was no place for finery. Chapter 19. And now shall mine head be lifted up above mine enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy, I will sing, I will sing praises unto the Lord. Psalm 27 verse 6. The next morning, Annabelle and Balfour rose, dressed, and woke the children. Her husband started a campfire while it was still dark so she could begin making breakfast since they would have to be ready early to lead the train. Then they had a moment of prayer and sitting down on a quilt, they watched the sunrise, quietly eating their slabs of fried ham and biscuits with blackberry jam. This jam had been made from the Kentucky berries she'd picked with Geneva last summer. Opening the jar she'd brought along on the journey had been a treat she'd been saving for a long while now. Soon, everyone in the wagon train was awake, saying their prayers, eating breakfast, and hitching up their teams, gathering their children into the wagons. A few would choose to walk part of the way rather than ride, but so far Annabelle and Philip had only asked to walk a few times. She hurried to wash the dishes, while other wagon train members were still eating. Every few days, one of the wagons would take a turn at the task of leading, looking for dangers that might lie ahead such as river crossings, mountainous or hilly terrain, difficult passes, or encounters with anyone hostile. Though she didn't agree with the arrangement, thinking it'd be better to have a wagon of men in the lead or scouting on horseback, it wasn't her place to enact or demand change. To be fair, they had to take their turn and it was part of being in the train. So, she quickly washed the dishes with Charity drying them while Philip helped Balfour put out their campfire and hitch up the team of beautiful chestnut horses named Distance and Dale. Then Balfour lifted the children inside the wagon and next, he lifted Annabelle up onto the front seat as if she weighed a feather. He walked around the team of horses, patting them a good morning, and climbed up beside her, surprising her with a kiss. He snapped the reins when the last wagon was hitched and they took the lead. How long do we have to be in the lead? Annabelle tugged on her bonnet strings and attempted to tuck a few stray wisps of hair from her chignon behind her ears. Oh, just 3 days, Balfour answered as his eyes scanned the landscape to take note of anything unusual. All right, she replied, scanning the wilderness ahead of them in an effort to be helpful, occasionally glancing nervously at the rifle he'd placed between them and the pistol in his lap. Something didn't feel right that morning and she had an uneasy feeling in the pit of her stomach. An hour down the trail, she soon realized why she'd felt so uneasy. It all happened so fast. First, Balfour gasped and clutched his chest. When she looked to her left, she realized at once he'd been shot by an arrow, and she screamed. There was little time to react when a second arrow hurled by a few seconds later, this one making a sound that seemed to splinter the air just above her head, missing her by an inch. "Take the reins, and turn the wagon around." Balfour managed to holler as he grabbed the arrow and pulled it from his chest, groaning in horrific pain. He stared at the arrow in his hand in shock, but managed to pull the reins to his right as hard as he could until she could take the reins over. "Get down, children!" Annabelle cried in her sternest voice as she grabbed the reins from Balfour to help him finish the turn. "Get down, and stay down." She was vaguely aware of the children crying out and scrambling around in the back of the wagon along with something crashing down behind her, probably some of the dishes sliding off the cook stove. There was so much yelling and whooping going on, she couldn't really make out much of what was happening. As the wagon turned so it no longer faced the rocky bluffs looming up before them, Balfour reached for his rifle and fired on what appeared to be Indians riding horses, coming out of caverns in those bluffs or possibly from the patches of trees that had been up ahead on the left prior to turning the team around. The Indians were making the high-pitched sounds of a frightening war cry, and coming directly toward them, riding their horses wildly. She had no time to see if Balfour's bullets were effective in thwarting the attack. All she could do was try to steady the wagon in the turn and snap the reins after the turn in an effort to make those horses run away fast. Her husband continued firing the rifle and then grabbed another from under the seat, groaning when he reached for it. One of the Indians was closing in, but Balfour aimed, fired, and the Indian fell from his horse to the ground. He fired again on the next Indian, who then also fell to the ground. After that, his breathing had grown ragged and he clutched his chest. As they turned, she was now driving alongside the entire train, only they were headed toward the Indians, and she was racing past the long line of them. As they raced past the wagons filled with frightened faces, she hollered, "Indians! Stay in the line and then turn. Stay in the line and then turn around." She hoped they would not all try to turn at once and become a jumbled mess, unable to escape. When she did finally manage to glance behind her, Annabelle saw the entire wagon train turning through the cloud of dust their wheels had kicked up behind them, but they'd stayed in line. By now, other men were firing rifles and women were taking the reins for their men. "Yah! Yah!" she cried out, snapping the reins on Distance and Dale as hard as she could. Then she yelled toward heaven, "Lord, please help us." She couldn't be sure how many minutes passed, how many bullets she heard fired, or how many times she snapped the reins on those horses, but Annabelle drove the wagon as hard and fast as she could to escape the danger. She drove until she stopped hearing yelling and gunshots for a long while. Her husband, growing weaker, dropped the rifle as she continued to drive them towards safety, aware the wagon train was depending on them to keep going. Tears began streaming down her face when Balfour clutched her arm. He gasped for air as he managed a few words. "Promise me you'll love again, and take care of the children." Then, he passed out and slumped against her. "Oh, my Balfour," she cried out as more tears began to pour in a river instead of a stream down her cheeks. No, hardly able to see any more through her tears, she could barely make out a small patch of trees providing shade near a creek she remembered passing about 20 minutes prior to the attack, and looking back to be sure the other wagons were still following but from a safe distance behind. She pulled the reins to her right slightly to veer off the trail and then pulled toward her body yelling, "Whoa! Whoa!" Chapter 20. Not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. And hope does not put us to shame, because God's love has been poured out into our hearts through the Holy Spirit, who has been given to us. Romans 5 verses 3-5. Elizabeth's husband, Joseph Martin, reached her first. He found her with Balfour in her arms, both of them still on the front seat of the wagon. She'd been in a state of shock, rocking and holding him. Over and over, she kept repeating through her tears, "Not my beloved Balfour." Joseph had praised her for keeping her wits about her during the attack on the wagon train. They'd needed a doctor, but it was too late. Her husband was gone. Philip and Charity had climbed around her and leaned over their father, crying and frightened. After a short while, Elizabeth had apparently found someone to stay with her children so she could come to the front of the train to comfort her and Philip and Charity. Meanwhile, Joseph and several other men from the wagon train had taken Balfour away from their arms, even though she had begged them not to. Annabelle didn't remember Elizabeth's words, only that she ministered to her and the children and helped them regain some semblance of order in their immediate shock and grief, staying with them through that first night and then checking on them often in the days after. Elizabeth calmly took charge of everything, capably overseeing the plans for a simple, quick burial, since Annabelle could barely speak. She prepared their meals, cleaned their clothing and dishes, and did much to keep them functioning, giving them space to rest and grieve for 2 more days after the quick burial. The men had decided they'd return to Fort Kearny for reinforcements, and so her beloved was buried there with a simple cross marker. They'd been ambushed. Everyone hailed Balfour a hero, saying his actions along with Annabelle's quick thinking had saved the rest of their lives. Now, they all rallied around the MacGregors, springing into action to help her lay him to rest, offer comfort, and encourage her to come up with a plan for her immediate future. There wasn't much time to mourn in truth, but prayer and grieving saw her through those first few blurry days. Allowing the tears to fall kept her from bursting. The children needed her, and there were decisions to be made. 3 days later, she could talk again and seemed to snap out of the days she'd been fighting. Philip and Charity kept her going. They clung to her, and now, she was all they had. She also had to consider the health of the baby she was carrying. If she remained upset, she knew she'd lose the baby. Elizabeth handed her a cup of hot tea after she'd helped Annabelle tuck Philip and Charity into bed when the time came for the wagon train to move out. It would be the last day they could remain at Fort Kearny. Her friend sat down next to her on a log pulled up close to the campfire, while Theo propped his furry ears against her knee. Somehow the dog was among one of the small joys she felt through the ordeal. Elizabeth's voice was reassuring. There's no end to the heartache of loss when it first happens, but there is a verse I've stood on many a time. I'm sure with your Christian upbringing you know it well. All things work together for good to those who love Christ Jesus and are called according to his purpose. She nodded in response numbly, staring at the flames of the fire and then the steaming tea in her cup. It's one of my favorites. It got me through a tough time once before. I know at first we can't see the outcome or why the good Lord has allowed something like this to happen, but he has a good reason. We just don't see it yet. All we can do is trust him, even when it hurts. Just lean into him and trust, as hard as it is. Whatever you decide, whether to return to Kentucky or go on ahead to Oregon with us, we'll always be friends and I'll be praying for you. Elizabeth's words were simple, but in the days and months ahead, Annabelle's mind would recall everything she spoke over and over again. Annabelle thought long and hard when the children were asleep. She had finished emptying herself of more tears than she'd thought possible to shed. She was finally quiet and strong enough to pray and think. A few hours later, long after wagon train members had gone to sleep, she made her decision. She wanted to go home to Kentucky. Going to Oregon had been Balfour's dream. Since she couldn't sleep, she sat at the little writing desk inside the wagon and penned a letter to Aunt Millie, mailing it the next morning on a Pony Express coach dispatched from Fort Kearny. In her letter, she accomplished the difficult task of explaining what had happened and asking her aunt to send someone to meet them in Independence. She changed into a fresh calico dress, washed her face, and woke the children. When they were dressed and their faces had been washed, she sat them beside each other at the foot of the bed on her quilt, the one she'd shared with their father. Philip, Charity, she began, her voice no longer wavering with failing strength. Somewhere in the night, she'd found the arms of her Lord and knew he'd see her through. He had a plan. She just had to be strong and trust him. I know we've been through a terrible shock, and if there was any way possible I could bring your father back from heaven I would, but we must understand that our Heavenly Father loves him very much and is going to take good care of him. Philip nodded slowly, looking down at his boots. Annabelle looked down and saw one of his laces wasn't tied. She reached down and pulled his sweet boot to her knee and tied it for him before continuing. Now, our Heavenly Father also loves us very much and his Son, Jesus, is going to see us through this. He sent us the Holy Spirit to comfort us, so whenever you're both hurting about losing your pa, I want you to ask for the Holy Spirit to comfort you and then come talk to me about it, too. Charity nodded and Annabelle drew her into her arms to begin brushing and then braiding her hair as she did every morning. Philip listened stoically. They looked so helpless and alone to Annabelle. She had to be strong for them now. They depended on her. So, I've been thinking all night long. I can't do this without a little more help. I don't want to be far away from everyone we know without your father in Oregon. So, if you two don't mind too much, I think we should head back to Kentucky where we have friends and family. Charity twisted around to look up at her. Their eyes both grew wide and this time, Philip was actually looking up at her. She continued. After breakfast, the wagon train will go on ahead to Oregon and we'll return to our family. You know, with Uncle Ridge, Aunt Millie, my cousin, Geneva, baby Rose, and all of our other friends back in Kentucky. The thing is, if we wait, winter will be coming in a few months. We have to make this decision now. We won't be able to travel anywhere if we wait much longer. Understand? They nodded and she continued. Would you both be all right if we go back to Kentucky? We'll probably live with my Aunt Millie. I'll still be your mama, and you can count on me doing my best to be there for both of you. They looked at each other and she saw a little smile crack on each of their faces, one of the few she'd seen in the past 3 days. Philip spoke for his sister while Charity held her rag doll close to her chest. She hadn't put the doll down for more than 5 minutes since that terrible morning. Yes, Mama, we'd like to go back to Kentucky. That settles it then. She finished arranging Charity's hair and set her back down on the edge of the bed beside her brother. Looking into their sweet freckled faces, she hoped with all her heart they'd like her plan. She thanked the Lord for helping her talk to them and prayed yet another prayer as they climbed out of the wagon before a morning meal of cornbread and jam around the campfire with the Martins. She'd grown so weary of cornbread, but she was glad they at least had fried potatoes Elizabeth had made and forced herself to be thankful to have anything to eat at all. After breakfast, Joseph expressed he didn't think it was a good idea for her to travel alone that far, but she disliked the idea of hiring a perfect stranger to drive with them and risked running into winter weather if they delayed their journey. He risked enduring a harsh winter if he delayed the wagon train any more days from heading to Oregon. The other families in the wagon train were anxious to move on now that they'd have a soldier's escort through the next part of the journey and no more Indians had been found ahead. Joseph kicked a stray piece of kindling the children had brought from the woods and it landed in the smoldering flames he was about to put out as men began to hitch their wagons. Soldiers were arriving. He couldn't tell her what to do, but she wanted the blessing of her husband's friend. He swirled the coffee in his cup and then ran his thumb near his shoulder beneath one of his suspenders, something he usually did when he was thinking. All right, Mrs. MacGregor, Annabelle, we support your plan and know you'll take care to not waste a moment getting to Independence. Be careful and keep the rifle up front with you. I assume you know how to load and fire one from watching Balfour. I'd suggest having Philip right up front, too. Annabelle nodded and glanced at her son. Philip smiled as Joseph patted his red short curls. You help your ma, son. You're the man of the family now, at least until Independence. Yes, sir. Philip nodded and stood up a little taller after those words, but the sparkle hadn't returned to his eyes yet. He was still grieving, and she suspected he would be for some time to come. He'd turned a year older after their wedding, but everything that had happened since then was a lot for an 8-year-old boy to handle. Nonetheless, on the 4th morning after Balfour's passing, she tucked a thank-you note with her aunt's address penned inside it to her dearest American friend from Ohio. They each hugged Elizabeth and her family goodbye, thanked Joseph, and said their proper goodbyes to their other wagon train friends. Then, she helped Charity into the wagon and Philip climbed up on the front seat next to her as they set out for Kentucky after resupplying with a few extra provisions. Theo would wander along close behind them as he so often did until he'd tired walking and Philip would then hoist their furry friend inside the wagon. She handed the children each a peppermint stick and they were quiet for miles, enjoying the well-deserved and rare treat. After all, she now had the funds Balfour had brought along to purchase a general store in Oregon, so she needn't worry about the cost so long as they were careful most of the time. Chapter 21. knowing that you were ransomed from the feudal ways inherited from your forefathers, not with perishable things such as silver or gold, but with the precious blood of Christ, like that of a lamb without blemish or spot. 1 Peter 1 verses 18 to 19, ESV. James Trenwith is in the foyer? Millie looked puzzled. Though I'd very much like to visit with him, 'tis a wretched day to receive callers. I've had terrible news in today's mail, and I'm not sure I'm at all up to the task. Did he say why he is calling? No ma'am, he did not say except that it was an important matter. The butler waited patiently for her instruction as he flecked a speck of dust from the sleeve of his dark suit. I wonder what he wants. It would be a fine morning for guests if I hadn't had such a terrible shock. I'm not even ready to share the news yet. It will be a blow to us all. Don't even ask, Maxwell. I'm simply not ready to discuss it. Well, he has become a patron of our school, one of our finest supporters. Let me think about this for a moment. Millicent Bradford sighed and sat up straighter in her chair and patted Pendleton lovingly, concern furrowing her brows. What on earth would bring Trenwith to her door at this juncture? He was an interesting fellow indeed, but she was in mourning for Balfour, hence the black gown and lace cap. Annabelle's letter had been disturbing, and she wondered how her niece fared on the Nebraska prairie without a man to protect her. She should have insisted MacGregor stay in Louisville. He might be alive this very day if he hadn't been so intent on going west. In any case, she would need to trust the Lord to find a new husband for her niece, if she even wanted another. She hadn't really needed one herself. In fact, she was quite content to manage her life without a man. The good Lord was her husband and he did a fine job of looking after her. Trenwith was waiting. Trenwith. She chuckled out loud at the thought. All right, Maxwell, if you'll kindly show him in and serve tea, coffee, and scones. Some of the blackberry and raspberry jams, too. Yes, ma'am. Maxwell bowed and exited the sage-green sitting room, returning a few minutes later with the gentleman caller. How kind of you to call upon me, Mr. Trenwith. Please, make yourself at home. I'm afraid I'm not feeling all that chipper today, but perhaps your visit will cheer me up. I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Bradford. Thank you for receiving me today. He sat down in the armchair she indicated and took in the elegant surroundings. So, what brings you to Grace Hill? And, if I may add, thank you for becoming one of our finest of patron supporters. I was delighted to receive your recent most generous donation. Believe me, it will go to good use toward our mission school. I believe I heard you spent the winter and early spring on Prince Edward Island. I encountered our mutual friend, Mrs. Speed, one afternoon and she told me of the situation. Are you recently returned? Yes, I am recently returned. My father was not well, but he's since recovered, thankfully. I confess we were alarmed and thought we might lose him, but my sister and I made it to his side in time to be of some assistance. Or so I'd like to think we were. When his health crisis was averted, I returned here and my sister remained there. Ah, I see. I'm glad to hear he has recovered. I believe Mrs. Speed mentioned your father, William Trenwith, was a successful milliner on Prince Edward Island, originally from London, England, and your mother, Margaret Ellis, I believe she said, an American heiress and daughter of a famous New York architect. Millie paused when the butler returned with a tea tray and offered him refreshments. He declined tea. Just black coffee, thank you. Yes, that's right. You have a good memory. Maxwell poured him a cup of coffee as he continued. Which brings me to the reason for my visit. I am in the possession of 2 trunks delivered in error to Cavendish Manor, which I believe belonged to your niece, a Miss Annabelle Rosemont, of Scotland. You have my niece's trunks? Millicent paused, a surprised look appearing on her face, before accepting a cup of tea from Craymore. We'd quite given up hope of recovering them. James cleared his throat and set his coffee aside. Apparently there was a mix-up of some sort when my sister disembarked from the riverboat last summer. We didn't realize it until we were well on our way to Prince Edward Island. We stopped in Frankfurt for the first night and my sister, Christy, discovered she had the wrong trunks with her. However, with my father's health in danger, we couldn't turn round. She had brought an additional trunk on the journey, so she muddled through with the contents of that trunk which had some of her clothing in it. In fact, she still doesn't have her trunks from the riverboat because I've had to ship her recovered trunks only this week to the island. Yes, I know, it's all been a huge muddle and I'm sure it will take a few weeks before they arrive. When I returned from the island, it was brought to my attention someone delivered my sister's correct trunks, but that left me with your niece's trunks. I spoke to the captain since my return and assured him I would personally deliver the trunks to Miss Rosemont. Millie's mouth opened and shut several times as she absorbed this news. I'm so thankful the mystery has finally been resolved. Annabelle will be elated if she ever makes it home to Grace Hill. How did you discover the trunks belonged to us, or rather to my niece? He chuckled, remembering how difficult it had been to open those trunks, which looked identical to his sister's trunks when he finally returned to Kentucky and had a moment to compare them. Quite frankly, we had to pry them open with tools, and I found some letters in one with your address. Of course, I was en route to Prince Edward Island at the time. Then, I remembered the day I'd encountered you coming out of the milliner's shop, and I thought perhaps the vivacious red-haired beauty with you might be the owner of the trunks. The letters were clearly marked Annabelle Rosemont. I put two and two together and, well, here I am. Of course, I brought the trunks with me from the island. I have them safely secured at my estate. Well, this is interesting indeed. I'm glad you have also recovered your sister's trunks. I'm certain both Christy and Annabelle will be greatly relieved. Everything my niece counted dear from Scotland was inside her trunks. It was a terrible situation at first. We had to start from scratch to rebuild her wedding trousseau and wardrobe. Millie sniffled and fished a lace-edged handkerchief from the folds of her skirts, tears filling her eyes. Wedding? Had the red-haired beauty married? He tried to mask his disappointment and managed to calmly ask, wedding trousseau? He drank some of his coffee and listened as Mrs. Bradford brought him up to speed through teary eyes. When she'd finished explaining the entire ordeal to him of her niece's courtship, marriage, and present circumstance, a pensive look crossed his face for a moment. Then he set the cup aside again on the coffee table to his right and leaned forward, the little white dog looking over at him while she dabbed a few more tears from the corners of her eyes with the handkerchief. Let me go and retrieve your niece, he suggested. After all, I must make amends to her for having her trunks in my possession all this time. He needn't mention he'd fallen in love with the Auburn beauty after reading her journals. She was quite the writer as it turned out, at least in his opinion. Oh, James, it's a treacherous journey by wagon. How would you manage? Aunt Millie asked. She appeared to be sizing up his physique and everything about him. He was tall, muscular in build, and healthy as a horse for his 30 years, though he'd worked behind a desk for much of the last decade as a writer, penning a great many novels. He stayed in excellent shape by walking somewhere every single day and helping in the garden on his estate frequently. James cracked a smile. I'll have you know I'm no stranger to hard work. Not only did I serve in the Prince Edward Island Canadian militia, my parents sent me to work on my uncle's farm for many weeks of every summer. I feel badly about having had her trunks in my possession for so long, but in any case, I'm an excellent driver when it comes to a good team of horses and a roughly hewn wagon. Millie studied his handsome features. Her tears stopped as she considered the fine gentleman seated across from her. He had friendly, warm, intuitive brown eyes, dark tufts of short brown wavy hair, an attractive tan, muscles in all of the right places, a broad chest and shoulders, above average height, and looked strong as an ox. In fact, though he might be a good 7 or 8 years older than her niece, not only was he a good-looking gentleman, the man was known to be enormously wealthy. Why, yes, James Trenwith, I believe you are an excellent driver. He tasted one of the scones from the plate the butler had left on his coffee table and sat back in the chair, one ankle resting on his knee, customary to the way men often sit. However, it wouldn't do for you to traipse across the countryside with my niece for weeks on end, unchaperoned. You'd have to marry her before leaving Independence or she'd be ruined. He stopped chewing. She was almost certain he'd swallowed that bite whole. He opened his mouth to say something and she raised a hand up in the air, signaling to him he need not say another word if it was a rebuttal. Shaking her head, she continued with an adamant tone. No, Mr. Trenwith, I insist upon it. If you wish to rescue my niece, you'll have to marry her. Otherwise, I'll have to send someone else who will marry her on the spot. I will not have my niece's reputation sullied or ruined, nor will I have her face this dangerous journey alone. She doesn't even know how to fire a rifle, and she's somewhere deep in Nebraska territory, completely alone, helpless. Well, she needn't mention the two small children. His eyes brightened. It's not a problem at all, Mrs. Bradford. I'd consider it an honor to marry your niece and a dream come true. It was love at first sight when I saw her with you that day. She's a delightful creature. I must confide I have thought of little else since discovering her. The colonel's wife smiled and nodded, tilting her head, overjoyed to hear his heart's declaration of adoration for Annabelle. Well then, all that remains is to discuss her dowry and a few arrangements. She patted Pendleton and then took a sip of her tea. He raked a hand through his hair and shook his head. A dowry is not necessary. Ah, but there you are mistaken. A dowry is crucial. I don't want you to ever forget her worth. She grew teary-eyed again and paused. It was to be sent to Balfour in Oregon when they arrived safely, but as they did not arrive safely, I am free to award it to you, providing you understand she is of great value to me. She sipped more of her tea and then set the cup aside. I am prepared to pay half at the onset of your journey, and the other half when you present a certificate of marriage and have rescued her, delivering your bride to Grace Hill for a fortnight of rest, during which time you may remain with her under my roof as my new son-in-law. After that and a formal wedding supper, when I see that she is well, you may take her to reside at your estate and pursue your honeymoon plans or whatever you so desire. Chapter 22. And now abideth faith, hope, charity, these three, but the greatest of these is charity. 1 Corinthians 13 verse 13. Annabelle could hardly believe her eyes as she scanned Aunt Millie's letter for the second time and then looked up again at the handsome gentleman seated at the campfire under the starry night sky. She had to stand close to the fire to even read the letter. Her hand, still holding the letter tightly, dropped to her side and she paced back and forth on the grassy banks of the Missouri River. He'd said he wouldn't continue the journey until they married, and Aunt Millie insisted they do so at once to save her reputation since they'd be alone together in cramped quarters for at least the next month or longer, depending on their progress. The letter went on about his merits and all he could offer her in the form of stability and wealth, even love if they both worked at it, Aunt Millie had penned. The letter emphasized he'd be an excellent father for Philip and Charity. She eyed the fetching traveler again, as she'd been doing ever since he'd recognized her and introduced himself as the one her aunt had sent to rescue her. She'd noticed the look of surprise in his eyes to find her travel companions included two children. It hadn't taken him long to notice she was with child. It had grown terribly difficult to hide her condition this far along. Though he didn't seem to have any objections, she wondered if he'd given the idea of marriage enough thought. It was the commitment of a lifetime and one of tremendous responsibility. Who in his right mind would want to take on 3 children fathered by another man, 2 of them by another woman? It was hard enough for Belle, and she'd been married to their father. Thankfully, Philip and Charity were asleep in the wagon and they were free to discuss matters, if either of them could find a way to break through the awkwardness of the situation. She was tired, angry, dressed in full mourning attire, and a little numb from all that had transpired. How could any man want to marry her? Something made her laugh out loud just then. It all seemed so bizarre. God's sense of humor seemed at work. The mystery of her trunks resolved, the man had admitted to having read every single one of her journals, thousands of words she'd written in prayers to God. It was an astounding thought. It was as if the Lord was whispering to her heart, "See, I've had the destination of your journey safely in my hands all along." While it seemed an invasion of her privacy, and she was angry about it, she saw part of it as her own fault. She should have tossed those journals long ago and kept a better eye on her trunks. In any case, the good Lord must want her to marry this man, give birth to Balfour's 3rd child, and become the mother of 2 precious little ones she hadn't physically birthed. He'd given her a long adventure, bringing her across the Atlantic Ocean by ship, taking her halfway across another continent and then back to the middle again to marry someone she barely knew. She kept pacing, her heart beating wildly. She was deeply attracted to the stranger, and she'd realized she'd read one of his books since being in Kentucky, a book titled King David's Unicorns. It had been a deeply moving devotional with great insight, and she'd never forgotten it. Deep down inside, she knew she could be tremendously happy with any man who could write about God like he had, pouring words of inspiration onto every page. But could he love her? Did he love her? Could he romance her and take care of her for the rest of her life? Would he give her time to come to love him? She had hundreds of questions, and they both needed to learn everything about each other. With 2 hands placed firmly on her back and her bulging belly clearly between them, she stopped pacing. "How much is my aunt paying you to marry me? Or should I say, us? We're a package deal, you realize," she finally spat out at him, a bitter edge to her voice, "all of us." He stared at her long and hard, looking her up and down from head to toe, taking in her entire attitude from where he sat on the log he'd dragged to the campfire he'd built. She'd been relieved to see him, but a bevy of mixed feelings had plagued her ever since she'd begun frying potatoes and salt pork with a little gravy for their supper. He stood up and raked his hands through his hair, clearly frustrated. Then he crossed the distance between them and pulled her into his arms, before she could stop him. The letter in her hand fell to the ground and she raised her hands, locking her elbows to push against his chest with all of her might, but he pulled her even closer. He pressed her close, wrapping an arm around her. His free hand tilted her chin up to him and he looked down at her before crushing her lips with a long kiss. Something melted inside Annabelle, and she thought even the baby she carried danced like a butterfly. "She's paying quite the sum, but only so you'll know you're of great worth. It's enough to purchase a mansion facing the sea at Summerside that'd be the envy of Prince Edward Island and on a great deal of land, a mansion as glorious as my Kentucky estate, Cavendish Manor, among the grandest Louisville has to offer. But, I don't need her money to know how much you're worth." He moved a lock of her red tresses away from her face, studying her features as he spoke, tracing every curve of her jawline, her nose, lips, and cheeks with a finger. "I was in love with you before I knew your name, and now that I've found you, I intend to romance you like you've never been loved before. And when I'm done, I'm going to do it all over again. I'm going to give you children, love and serve you like a queen, and then spoil you with my outrageous, outlandish, extravagant love some more. I'll never stop loving you, and when you've been thoroughly attended by me, you'll never question your worth and value ever again." He held her in his embrace, and she stopped fighting him, wondering where he'd been all of her life and how he could make her forget everything else. A single tear slid down her cheek, and he kissed it away as if it had never fallen. Somewhere within her, she felt the spark of hope God had kept alive through all of the fiery trials and burdens, hope which unarguably fueled her faith and now began to tenderly melt away her bitter tears with the Lord's love, flooding her with peace and joy. Now, while she knew she still mourned the loss of her beloved Balfour, she finally could grasp a little of what he'd meant when he'd said he'd always loved Philippa and yet had room in his heart to love her. There was this undeniable attraction for James Trenwith, and Annabelle knew she'd never escape it. She also knew he made her heart beat so rapidly she felt alive for the first time in her life. James continued to kiss away her fears and hold her close. "The fury hell unleashed on you, the one I read about in your journals, 'twill be nothing compared to the love I am about to bestow upon you. Tomorrow morning, we're going to the courthouse, and after we're wed, I'm going to love you all night long every chance I get. We're going to make beautiful children together. Our home will be full with the sound of your laughter and that of our children, my sweet Annabelle, and the only tears you'll ever shed again will be happy, joyful ones." She relaxed in his arms, realizing this man who'd read her journals and letters to God knew her, desired her, and understood her. She instinctively trusted him. She allowed him to hold her close while he kissed her again and again, whispering her name. As she began to relax in his arms, he promised to tuck her in before he retired to the campfire for one long night apart that would seem like forever to both of them until morning. The attraction was strong between them and she knew they'd not be able to fight against it for long. For the first time in weeks, peaceful and orderly thoughts calmly entered her mind. Firstly, that she was thankful for God's provision in choosing a husband for her. He'd brought her to this point and she could begin to see all things were working together for good. She also knew they needed to surrender to sleep for the long journey ahead. She required beauty rest if she was going to put her best foot forward as a bride for their wedding day. He'd already shown her the marriage license he carried in his pocket, close to his heart. She'd have to rise early, press her wedding gown, arrange her veil, and explain everything to the children. While she yet considered these matters, he scooped her up into his strong arms, and looking into her sparkling molasses-colored eyes, asked, "Do you have any objections?" "None whatsoever, Mr. Trenwith." Epilogue. Annabelle gave birth to a son a few weeks after returning to Kentucky as Mrs. James Trenwith. The couple decided to name him Jonathan Balfour, and in late October, he was dedicated to the Lord in the chapel at Grace Hill. In November, Lincoln was elected President of the United States. James and Annabelle took Philip, Charity, and Jonathan to Prince Edward Island for the duration of the war, building a charming country mansion with an extensive garden overlooking the sea at Summerside. James and Annabelle raised Philip and Charity alongside all of their children and loved them dearly. While in residence on the island, Annabelle gave birth to 3 more children, William, Arabella, and Catherine. Patrick and Magdalena were born in Kentucky after the Civil War. Hope remained a constant in Annabelle's life, blossoming into a deep and abiding faith. She enjoyed a long and happy marriage with James, supporting her husband in his writing endeavors, even writing several of her own novels in later years. They traveled to Scotland and England when their children were grown, and she enjoyed being reunited with her family on the visit, returning to Kentucky with great joy. They spent the majority of their retirement years on Prince Edward Island.